Yeah, here we go again. And this is Geekle, and this is Java Global Summit. And we are back and we're all together. Yeah, I'm so happy to see all of you here. Our beloved attendees, our community. I'm happy to see Paul here and Sia. These are the people who helped us, or actually who created this great conference. I'm welcoming you. Welcome, Paul. Welcome, Sia. Welcome, everyone. Hello. Mics, we need to hear you probably.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
This is
No
quite
worries.
unusual. Yeah, usually I'm muted when. Hi everyone, and welcome. And I hope you are ready for everything Java that we prepared for you. We have some amazing speakers. We have some amazing topics to discuss, and we're gonna have some amazing panel discussions. So yeah, we're excited.
Absolutely. And yeah, actually, next year, 2025, it will be kind of 30 years Java is here, like 30 years, people, but it's still relevant. It's still like top-notch language, and it has its place. I read some statistics like 30% of software developers of the world globally are using Java for enterprise development, and it's amazing. And actually, it evolving, it changes, and this is a Java evolution. We named this summit Java Evolution, and I'm happy to see everyone here. All right, let's move closer to this specific event. But first, let us know, as usual, you know, this our tradition. Let us know in comments where you now, what city, what country, maybe what room or whatever you are. Feel yourself in. Just let us know because this is the most exciting part for our team. And yeah, I'd like you, Sia, to tell us more about this event, what's going on, what's to expect from this event today to our attendees.
Of course. So first of all, organizing an event for such an open-minded and bright community brought me a lot of joy and valuable experiences. So it turned out having 2 days, both 11 speakers, junior and senior day, with 2 panel discussions. First one is going to be today about Java trends and predictions for this year. And tomorrow we will jump into AI and LLM technology in Java. Yeah, we prepared some hot topics for you to find some insights for yourself. So these are accelerating collaborative API development, what's coming in Jakarta EE 11, what about Kafka streaming app, and a lot of more. So here we are go.
Yeah. Yeah, and just a quick thing that I wanted to add when we were preparing this event. So basically, we were talking to some of our friends, some of our dev friends, and I think even in 2024, this meme is still relevant. Like when you have those 4 people and they're saying, "Okay, so how do you like Java 21?" and the person is like I'm still using 14, and the other one, wait, I thought the 11th version is the last one, and the other guy says like, huh? We just migrated to Java 7. so that's like the regular Java meme. So we're gonna have lots of interesting talks about like Java, like about the starting with version 18, things that were introduced in 20 and 21, since the 21 is the next LTS, so next long-term support. So we're gonna be talking about lots of great stuff that were introduced and which are here to stay. So yeah, lots of great stuff.
Cool. Thank you, Paul. And 1,300 registrations on this event, and 22 speakers, 11 today, 11 tomorrow, and some nice Q&A sessions and 2 panel discussions, and that's what we are expecting for. As always, I'll just give the quick overview how it happens. We have these speakers who presenting their talks. While they presenting, please write your questions in the chat, and after the block, not after each speaker, but after the block, is going to be the Q&A session where usually all speakers, but not always, come together and answer all these questions. So questions is kind of showing how you are, how deep you are here and how you understand topics, and if you follow it and everything. And your questions is extremely beneficial for the community. So please share your questions. Also, everyone who has the full access ticket will get the certificate after the live stream. I mean, day or two, and individual recordings of speakers will be available at the end of the week. Part of this presentation is pre-recorded. Some presentations are live, probably, right? So tell us more about how it's this day is structured, please.
Of course. So today we have like 50-50 balance, I guess. Half of presentations are going to be recorded and half of them are live. But majority of the speakers are available for a Q&A session. And I'm here with you today and tomorrow on the screen and in the chat. So don't hesitate to ask your questions. They will be addressed during the Q&As.
All right, Paul, probably you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to add a couple of things about the upcoming events that we are having. So we for our spring season, as usual, we will have lots of events that community loves, and the events that are in our usual pipeline. So maybe not for yourself, maybe for your team, since many of Java developers, many of you find yourself as senior devs, or maybe architects, or maybe CTOs, because we know that lots of boys and girls and other people in this community, they find themselves on the verge, on the peak of the career, I would say, probably. Some would use the term on the top of the food chain, but we're not going to use it. Yeah, so maybe not for yourself, but maybe for your team. We're going to have our usual great events like Global Summit for Node.js developers that we're having on 20th and 21st of February. So if you have someone in your team who's doing Node.js development, or maybe yourself, you're using it for the for some of your backend projects, then we're going to have Flutter this month also. And as we know, Java, namely Java and Kotlin, they are used in for native development, and Flutter is really cool with some latest tools that help to basically interop the native development languages with Dart and Flutter framework. So that's another cool event that we're having. And also we're going to have a cybersecurity later this spring. So lots of cool DevSecOps stuff, security ops stuff done with Java on the back end, and as a foundation of the security services and security applications and practices. So please have a look in our agenda later this month. We're going to have the new days for cybersecurity, and also we're having the AI and software development in March. We're having the TypeScript and Vue and software architecture this spring also. So lots of cool events that may be beneficial for yourself and maybe your team. So don't hesitate to ping us. And and also if you are doing not only like the server side and enterprise Java, but if you're doing mobile development, maybe you're doing Kotlin or just Java native Android development, we're thinking about having an Android event this autumn. So if you want to participate and contribute to the community and maybe help us to create content for the Java mobile development, send us hi and send us your inquiry. Maybe you want to submit a topic, or you maybe want to help us as a program committee member. Just send it to info@geekle.us. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you, Paul. And I think we said all what we have to say, right? Sia. And once again, I'm so excited to keep this job for you, getting all latest insights together, this conference, delivering to you, and enjoying this community. Thank you very much for joining us. Sia, the stage is yours. Be the queen of this place, and let's get it started.
Thank you. Let's start and let's jump into the presentation of our first speaker, who is Andre Sako, technical leader of TravelX. He's extensive experience in Java and associated frameworks, experience in researching and implementing new technologies for improved application performance, specialization in optimizing data transfer between applications to reduce infrastructure costs. Also, he has an authorship of Scalabook and development of projects on unconventional testing methods, and proven track record of delivering international courses and serving as technical reviewer for top publishers. So welcome to the stage, Andre Sako.
Hello, and welcome to this talk about accelerating collaborative AP development. And the title sounds too long, but the problem behind the scene is not long. It's simple. And I think that you will suffer this problem many times during your life. Let's start with the presentation. Let me introduce me first. My name is Andre Sako. I work as developer since 2007 using different languages. Most of them are connected with the JVM like Kotlin, Scala, and Java. I also use other languages. I participate as technical reviewer on some of the biggest editorials around the world. Some of them appear on the presentation. I wrote some courses, some books, some theoretical practical scenarios. I recorded some courses. Some of them appear on the presentation. There are other ones. And I participate as a speaker on different conferences around the world. One important thing, you have my contact information on the presentation. You have my LinkedIn, my email. So if you have any doubts, any question after this presentation, please send me a message and I will try to help you as soon as possible. Okay, let's start with our situation. You work in a company and the company decide to create a new product, which implied create a lot of number of different microservices. In some of the microservices you are responsible, some of other microservices, there are other teams involved, and you have some kind of problem. The first one is like, okay, I finish with my, I develop all the things related with my microservices. My microservices do an HTTP request to another microservices, but I can't test because the other microservices is not ready. So if I run my microservices locally or in some environment like production or a stage, everything will fail. And here I have a problem. And the other problem is introduce the risk that something changed during the process, like the request, the response, the endpoint. Many things could change during this process. You don't have a way to test in a real environment. It's not like, okay, I can test on my integration test, but I can do a test in a real environment. And introduce an overhead with other teams, because I need to communicate and ask many things like, okay, which is the name of the endpoint, which is the structure, which are the parameters. And imagine that something changed, and for some reason I develop everything and everything is okay, and at some point, oh, nothing works. What happened? You changed a lot of things. What this new parameter? I don't have time to do it. This situation happened many times. Okay, so the idea is that you need you need a tool that give you some mocks of the different endpoints. And there are different tools that solve this problem. Hoverfly, Microcks, Nginx, and WireMock. 4 different tools. Which are the main difference of these tools? So let's start. Which is the most well-documented tool? All of them. All of them have official documentation which cover different scenarios, different kind of the configurations. So you can create a mock with all of these tools. You don't have problems. There is a big community of users. Well, the winners are WireMock and Nginx. Nginx, most of the developers use it for different purposes, and WireMock is one of the most used tools to create mocks on our integration test. It's simple to configure. Well, all of them are simple to configure. Hoverfly have some problems or introduce an extra complexity to do the configuration. Like, it's not just Docker compose app and start to add the mocks. No, this is not the same approach. All of them are agnostic to the language. So if I have I don't know, an API which use Go, I can use it. If I have a microservices which use Kotlin or Scala, also it's not possible. It's possible. There is not a problem here. And here is one of the key points. Microcks support multiple types of protocols like GraphQL, REST API, GCP, different kind of async API like send events. So you have a versatility of things to do it with this tool. WireMock have more or less some kind of multiple protocols, but instead or behind the scenes is like a simple HTTP request. It's not possible to create like a GraphQL endpoint or microservices. It's not possible. It's just a simple HTTP request. And Nginx, it's not possible at all. Last, Microcks and WireMock have the possibility to create or manage most of the things using a UI. The main difference is like Microcks have a UI by default created for the same company that created the tool. Instead, WireMock use a third party which was created for a user, like me, like you. Say, oh, this is so complex. I have some kind of knowledge about Angular or React. I will create like a UI for WireMock. So perhaps this tool of UI in a couple of months or years will be deprecated, because now one have support on this tool, the different using Microcks. So the winner in most of the things are Microcks. And what is Microcks? Which are the main things on Microcks? Well, help to create mocks of some endpoints using different protocols, as I mentioned. You can deploy using Docker or Kubernetes. In fact, inside of the official repository on GitHub, you have a special folder installed which contain all the things that you need to run or to use to run Microcks on containers or in Kubernetes or Docker Compose. It's simple. It's like Docker Compose app and everything it's okay and running. Support multiple protocols, as I mentioned before. It's a way to centralize all the mocks, all the steps. It's like, it's not, oh, I will use Nginx because I want to not wait until that the other team finish. No, no, no. All the teams can use the same tool and define the mocks or define the fake request and the response. Have a simple UI. Here is the main difference with the other tools. The idea of Microcks is like you will use everything from the UI. The idea is not use, okay, I will use from the command line, from the terminal. No, no, no. The idea is that you use the UI. And it's free and open source. Which are the possible use cases of this tool? Well, to work in parallel on multiple teams, okay, I instead to wait until that the other team finish some microservices, I can say, okay, give me the definition and I will use Microcks to create a fake request and response or a fake microservices with your definition. And I can continue working until that you have the final version of your microservices. You can use Microcks to create some possible test scenarios. You can put on your integration test using Spring Boot test or Karate or everything that you want. And it's a way to discuss about the structure of the other microservices, because you have the documentation and say, okay, I'm not agreed with this request or the structure of the request. Perhaps we can change and we can analyze how is the behavior of the endpoint. I don't know. At the same time, you can do the modification and see in real time what happened with your microservices, with your fake microservices. And it's a way to document certain scenarios. So instead to send, oh, I will send my Swagger definition. No, no, no. I send a URL which contain the documentation of all the endpoints with the structure of the request and the response and the possible examples that you can use to test that if everything works fine or not. Okay, this is enough to talk. Here is the repository on GitHub. You have two branches, the main, which is the default without any kind of things, and the final with the modification that you will use at the end of this presentation. And you have here a README file with all the information, all the requirements that you need to run this project, like Java, Maven, Git, and Docker, and how you can check all these things, some FAQs, and you have two different folders. So in one, here you have all the things related with Microcks. I put the Docker Compose folder, which is the same that appear on the official website. I only copy and paste just to have in one place everything, and you can download without need to clone another repository. You don't need to do nothing. And some examples of OpenAPI documentation. And here you have another folder which contains the source code of one microservices. And these microservices, which is the responsible to save the reservation of a company that sell flights, need to communicate with the API of another team. Let me show you. I will go here to IntelliJ. I will run the microservices. One important thing, Microcks run on the port 8080, so I changed the default port of this API to another so strange port like the 6070 API documentation. Here appears the OpenAPI definition of my API, which I finish everything. The main problem is that the other microservices, it's not ready and I can't finish my work. Okay, let me create a reservation. And here you have some information which is relevant for us. You have the origin and the destination. The airports that are the origin and destination of your flight. And you use this code to go to the other API which contain the information about the cities and the airport to validate if these cities exist or not. If I do a request, I will have a problem. And why this problem appear? Well, because the other microservices not exist. So let's try to solve this problem. I run on my machine Microcks, and I will log in using the default user and password. Admin and Microcks 123 is the password. You will find on the official documentation. And here you have different options. The dashboard, which contain all the information of the different tools or the different mocks that you create. Let's start in a simple way. Okay, you go here to API services, and I want to create an API. And here you have two different options. It's a REST API or an event-driven API. No, in my case, it's an OpenAPI specification. I will say that this API is API catalog, the API of the other team that not finished in their job. And the resource is city. And here the tool asks me as an example to create the structure, because city, what is the structure of the city? The city could have a lot of information. So I need to put here, the example of my city. I click on next, and if you go here, you have here the conformance test is connected that the OpenAI specification not cover all the things like the example, the type of object. So this score is connected with all of these things. Look this. Here is the CRUD API, but you don't have samples. I have only one sample, the example that I put to show to Microcks to define the structure. So if here I have the mock URL. So if I go here and copy and paste in another here, look this. This is the same information that I paste when I create the definition. So with these simple steps, you can upload or you can create something. But you can change the samples, you can add some modification. So it's not the best option. It's a possible option? Yes. The best? No. I will delete and I will create from another in another way. I go to importers and you have different options like create, and you can put the name of the API, the name of the definition. This is a possible option. The other one, in the case that you don't have nothing on your definition and you only have an OpenAI definition, you don't have that like a repository with all the things, you can add here, you can choose a file with an OpenAI definition and do click on upload. And when you do this, close, nothing changed here because you upload the file, not put a URL like this, but basically it's the same. Here appear my API. The score not change, but look this. This is something new. View documentation. And what is this view documentation? Look this. You have a web page which you can share with all the company, which contain the different endpoints, the request and the response. In this case, I don't put any kind of example. So you have a problem because if you don't introduce examples, you don't have mocks. This API don't do nothing. So I will remove it and I will upload another file which contain the samples. Okay, I will go here again and look this, the score change to A. And here I have samples, examples of the different requests that I can do. Look this, here is the mock URL and you have the possible answer. A possible post, you had different options, a delete and different options with the request and the response. And all of these things appear on the documentation. So you can upload here and send a link to other teams and say, okay, always check this URL and you will find the documentation and you will have all the modification that I will introduce on the mock. So it's great. And you have the mock invocation. So how many times someone use my API. This API, this invocation are connected that because I remove it and add it many times before to this talk with the same name of the API. Okay, everything looks fine. What I can do with this, because this is great. Now imagine that now you want to create an integration test. Great. Let's start. How we can do? I will stop first these microservices because the idea is not use it more. What else? Well, I need to go to my POM file and I need to add the dependencies connected with a test container. So to optimize the time, I have the POM file with the definitions here. I added Spring Boot test, which by default, most of the project included. And I include test container, the core of test container here. And you need to add a specific dependency to use Microcks. This one. This one will use all the things related with Microcks. Okay, next thing that you need to do. By default, Spring Boot or Spring Initializer create this test, which don't do nothing, but it's okay. And I need to start to do modifications. Let's copy and paste all the imports to reduce the problem. Okay, test container, I need to add the annotation of test container to say, okay, when this class is running, please take in consideration that perhaps there are some containers inside of this file. Please manage the life cycle of these containers. And I indicate that to Spring Boot to create a random port to run. The next thing to do is I will use mock MVC to execute some HTTP request to my microservices. What else that you need to do? Well, you need to do this. You need to define the Microcks container, defining the version of the image. And here you need to indicate where is located the file which contains all the examples, the definition of my API. And you need to put on some place. In this case, I put on the folder resources. And after that, okay, you create a container which run Microcks. You need to start. You need to run. Before that, all the different tests are executed. The next thing that you need to do, which is important, is container. It's the port of the microservices or the Microcks is dynamic. It's not static. It's not like all the times that I will execute this test, Microcks was running on the port 8080. No. The idea is like when you use test container, the idea is the containers that live inside of test container are use random port with the idea to reduce the possible conflicts on the different ports. So I have an application which the port changes. So how my microservices will know which is the default port or the port that this application is running. So you need to override the registry indicating this thing, the container port. And this property appear on the application gem, which I will copy and paste on the test resource. Here is this property. I need to override this. This 8080 is not a possible option. I need to override. So for that reason, appear all these things here. So I have the definition of a container. I start the container. I override the default port of the other microservices with the port that use the container. Next, I need to start all the context of mock MVC to use it to create an HTTP request to my microservices. This test will do an HTTP request to my microservices. And last one, the most important part, you need to create a test. I will perform a post like the same post that I do with using my application with this body, which is the same that appear on the documentation of my microservices with the content type, and I expect that return me is created. So let's start. Here appear a lot of information about the container. Don't pay attention to this kind of things. And my test passed because use it the container. One last thing, because I forgot to show you the same microservices, my microservices run locally using the WireMock. So I finished with the execution of my test. Now I run the microservices and I will go to the same Swagger and I will do the same request. Now I don't have an exception. I have a 201. which is great. So as you can see, you have different options. Microcks give you the possibility that someone do the modifications here, or you can version the documentation and do the modification, and other teams continue working using the mocks without any kind of problems. Or if you want, you can use the definition and the Microcks to create your integration test. One last comment about this. The main restriction which to use Microcks as an integration tool is like you can define different scenarios, like, okay, if you pass this parameter, I will throw an exception. If you send me this parameter, I will increase the latency. These are not possible to do with Microcks. You can do these kind of things with WireMock. So for that reason, are different tools for different purposes. But if you have the definition and you want to use the same tool, it's possible. There are not any kind of problem. You can download the definition and use it with test container. Okay. Additional resources to this talk. Here you have some information about different tools that you can use, how you can build microservices, and some best practices of software architecture. You have some blogs here to obtain more information about how you can work at the same time that other teams are creating your different microservices. And this is the end of the talk. I don't have more information. Remember, if you have any doubts, any question, contact me and I will try to help you. Bye.
Thank you, Andres, for this presentation. It was beyond exciting and insightful for us. And let's dive into next presentation, which is going to be delivered by Grace Janssen, who is a Java champion and developer advocate at IBM, working with Open Library, MicroProfile, and cloud technologies. She has been with IBM since graduating from Exeter University with a degree in biology, and she enjoys bringing a varied perspective to her projects and using her knowledge of biological systems to simplify complex software and patterns and architectures. And as a developer advocate, she builds a POC, demos, and sample applications, writes guides and tutorials. She is a regular presenter in international technology conferences and also has an authored book on reactive systems. And Grace also a keen passion for encouraging more women into CTAM and especially technology careers. So Grace, the stage is yours.
Hello and welcome to this session for the Geekle Online Summit for Java Devs 2024. This session is going to be all about how do we go into the world of cloud native? How do we go through that looking glass to be able to achieve effective observability for cloud native applications? Being able to understand how they're behaving in real time, to be able to ensure we're making the best applications we can and that there's no bottlenecks or errors. My name is Grace Janssen. I'm a developer advocate at IBM, working on mostly sort of Java-based technologies, hence why I'm here at this conference. If you do have any questions and you want to ask me any of them, please do feel free to reach out on social media. My Twitter handle is here, it's at GraceJanssen27, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn as well. So without further ado, let's get started. So, why did I pick this title, Through the Looking Glass? What does this phrase really mean? And how does it relate to software? Well, this phrase, Through the Looking Glass, really was coined by the author Lewis Carroll. And you may know him as being the author who wrote Alice in Wonderland. And actually, that was sort of a series of books. And the sequel to Alice in Wonderland is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. And within this story, Alice passes through a mirror, or in old-fashioned terms, a looking glass, that's over a fireplace, and she once more finds herself in an enchanted land. And this is kind of a metaphor that has been used throughout media to sort of phrase this scenario or the sensation of when a world suddenly appears that may seem unfamiliar, almost as if things were turned upside down. It's like a portal or say a gateway. This mirror acts as this gateway to this magical world so that we can see things that we wouldn't normally be able to see. As I said, this analogy of stepping through a mirrored surface to see a wonderful magical world is something that we also see in other media. So for example, you might recognize this still shot. Otherwise, maybe if I play it, it's a bit easier. The Matrix. So hopefully if you're not familiar with Alice in Wonderland, you're more of a movie buff, a movie lover, then hopefully you've maybe seen or heard of The Matrix. So in The Matrix, actually there's several references back to the original Alice in Wonderland film. And in The Matrix, we have this same analogy of stepping through this mirrored surface, using it as a portal or a gateway into a world that kind of seems familiar, but equally is a bit weird and wonderful, and not something we'd necessarily be able to see every day. And as I said, there's lots of analogies back to that Alice in Wonderland theme that's actually shared in The Matrix as well, like the rabbit tattoo following the white rabbit, taking the blue pill or the red pill, and waking up in your bed, or staying in Wonderland and seeing how deep the rabbit hole goes. All of these phrases are sort of references back to Alice in Wonderland and how they share this common theme, this common analogy. And actually, it's this analogy that I'm using today in software engineering to really sort of emphasize the need for us to be able to build this pane of glass, this mirror, this portal for us to be able to utilize, to be able to understand what's going on when our applications are deployed to the quite complex, often convoluted and confusing world of the cloud and cloud native applications. Being able to utilize it to understand how our applications are behaving in real time. So if there are errors or bottlenecks, we can fix those, and we can understand where potentially performance bottlenecks might be happening to ensure our applications are being as performant as possible and are behaving as we expected them to. So in this presentation, we're going to take a look at how we can build that looking glass utilizing open source tools and technologies to enable us to have that effective observability for our cloud native applications. First things first though, what do we actually mean by observability? So what are we trying to achieve in this presentation? After all, why do we need this looking glass? And this phrase is often sort of used very broadly to describe understanding an internal state based on external outputs. So that's kind of the general definition, but often general definitions don't really help us in understanding exactly how we're able to do that in our own applications. So I've taken a bunch of different definitions online that all relate to cloud native applications and created this definition here. I think when it comes to IT and cloud computing, this is what observability means. It means that we are, utilizing software tools and software practices to be able to aggregate, correlate, and analyze a steady stream of performance data, normally from a distributed application, but also including things like the infrastructure, the network it runs on, in order to be able to monitor, troubleshoot, and debug that application and the network and infrastructure. So the key parts here are we need to aggregate, correlate, and analyze a stream of data to be able to monitor, troubleshoot, and debug. So those three keywords on either side, this is what we need to do to our application. So aggregating, correlating, analyzing that data to be able to monitor, troubleshoot, and debug on the other side of that. So this is my definition of observability, and the one we're going to be utilizing in this presentation going forward. We're going to be looking at, okay, how do we achieve these behaviors of aggregation, correlation, and analyzing to be able to monitor, troubleshoot, and debug? So how can we do this in our own applications? When it comes to actually implementing observability, this is actually a fairly simple concept conceptually. So the theory behind it isn't that complicated. However, when it comes to our application and actually applying it in practical terms, that's when it can start to become sort of more challenging, and also especially because we're deploying into these sort of distributed environments. But let's start with the theory first. So in theory, there are three key steps to achieving observability in your application. The first step is instrumentation. So instrumenting our systems and applications to be able to actually collect the relevant data. That relevant data might include things like metrics, traces, logs. There are various other bits of data we could collect, but basically allowing us to collect that in the first place. if we go back to our definition, that aggregation of our data is obviously key in this definition. So that's the first step. Once we've got the ability to be able to collect that information, we have to do something with it. So step 2 is we need to send that data to a separate external system that can then store and analyze it. So flicking back to our definition here, this is when we start to get into the correlation and analyzing steps of our definition. So step 2 is send that data somewhere else so that we can have a separation between sort of the data element of our applications and the core code itself. Especially if we're deploying into sort of environments that might be temporary, they might potentially go down. We want our data to be elsewhere so that we can sort of pass on the responsibility of that aggregation and correlation, but also to be able to have that separation in terms of memory allocation and enabling us to be able to have things like backups, etc. Step 3 is, okay, once we've got a place to store and analyze it, it's all well and good storing it and analyzing it, but if we can't understand that analysis or see in real time, in a quick and easy manner, understand what's going on with our applications, there's not really much point in collecting this data in the first place, because we as humans need to be able to action things based on that data. So that's where things like visualizations and insights can come in really handy and can be really crucial in terms of the observability implementation. So the step 3 is to provide those visualizations and insights, including things like query capability for end users. So those are the 3 key steps: instrumentation, sending that data so it can be stored and analyzed, and providing visualizations and insights so that we can actually understand what that data means and whether we should be actioning anything from it. So in this presentation, I'm just going to be focusing on that first step, which is the instrumentation. For steps 2 and 3, there are already many open source tools and frameworks that exist that you might already be making use of. Things like Kibana, Grafana, Prometheus, Jaeger, Zipkin. These are all tools that you can already make use of, and we'll actually be using some of them in our demo today, along with the open source frameworks we can use for this first step, instrumentation. But that's the one we're going to be starting off with. And then we have guides that will take you through how to use some of the other tools if you want to go beyond this and sort of continue your education into observability after this session today. So in terms of instrumentation, there are 3 key pillars. And this step is really crucial because if we're not collecting any data, there's not going to be any data to analyze, and there's not going to be any data to visualize and show us insights from. So it's really key that we get this first stage right, and that we're collecting all relevant data that we can possibly to really understand not just sort of a snapshot of what's going on at a particular time in our application, but how our application is behaving over extended periods of time, and how that behavior changes depending on various different sort of outside forces, but also internal forces as well. So to achieve this, 3 key pillars, and I'm representing them here with these sort of columns for this observability sort of building here. So the first of those is logs, second is metrics, and the third is distributed traces. Now that's not to say that these are the only pillars, these are the only data points that we can use for observability. There are others, so for example, end user monitoring, where we gain real-time visibility into user experience so we can track the path of a single request and understand its interaction with other services along the way. We can also use things like profiling, so understanding where our code spends its time, which hardware resources does it use, things like memory, CPU, how much does it consume, right down to the individual line number. But right now, in the open source frameworks that we're going to be taking a look at, it just enables those 3 core pillars: logs, metrics, and distributed traces. So they're the ones we're going to be focusing on today. It is hoped that in future, there will be additional sort of data metrics or data points that will be added, like end user monitoring and profiling. But right now, that's still sort of, I guess, a future sort of something they've got planned in the future down the road. So we're just going to focus on these 3 things for just now. The first of those is logs. Now, you're probably already familiar with logs, so I won't spend too much time on this, but it's important just to call it out as a very key element in terms of sort of picking up important data within our application as it's running to understand sort of high-level information or high-level events that are occurring. Logs are found sort of almost everywhere in software, and they've been really heavily relied upon by developers and operators to help understand system behavior. Normally, there'll be some sort of timestamped message that's emitted by a service or other application components. And as I said, it provides that higher level information about system behavior. It might be an error, it might be a warning, and normally it's stored in a set of log files. The issue with logs is that they're not extremely helpful for tracking code execution, because what they typically lack is that contextual information. So, for example, where they were called from, to be able to allow us to be actually able to understand that, sort of be able to track code execution and understand where in a particular execution something went wrong. So logs are a great starting point, but they don't enable us to collect all information that we need, especially because logs are normally just data at a specific point in time. So when that error or warning occurred, not necessarily over an extended period of time. That's where metrics comes in, that second pillar. Metrics really allows us to be able to collect sort of data over time to understand how our behavior is changing within our application. Normally, it's generally metrics is numerical data, which means that it's much more malleable to things like mathematical, probabilistic, and statistical transformations. Things like sampling, aggregation, summarization, and correlation, being able to understand trends within the behavior of our application. And these make it much better as a data form to be able to help us report the overall health of a system. They're much better in terms of allowing us to trigger alerts, run queries against, have things like time series database, and they're much more reliable often as well. Again, however, there are some limitations with this. So if we were to, if you haven't already, for example, implemented metrics within your application, there is a great framework called MicroProfile. So this is an open source specification that really is built and designed and made and updated by the community. So it's a great community project. It's a mixture of different vendors and individuals who contribute to this. And the whole idea of this is to allow cloud native microservice sort of based behaviors that we want in the cloud to be introduced into Java and Jakarta EE based applications. So some of the behaviors it enables is things like external configuration, CDI, JAX-RS, things like integration with things like reactive, being able to have security through JWT, JSON Web Tokens, and things like observability through things like open tracing, open telemetry, enabling things like health checks, and you see that last one there, metrics. The important thing to note here is that if you want to make use of MicroProfile, then you will need a compatible implementation because it is just a specification. But the nice thing is, because this is an open source project that's developed by so many different vendors and individuals, you have freedom and choice and movement between different compatible runtimes. And you can find those runtimes on the MicroProfile website, so if you're not sure which ones you can use, you can check it out there. This is the most up-to-date table that I'm aware of in terms of this is one I've made based on the sort of lists that are provided on the MicroProfile website. So you can see the different versions of MicroProfile, the major versions, and which compatible runtimes you can make use of. So the most up-to-date is 6. I believe there's 6.1 out at the moment, but the major version is 6. And you can use OpenLiberty, WebSphere Liberty, and I believe Pyara also enables it right now. And hopefully some of the others will start to introduce it too. The one I want to call out specifically for this pillar of observability is MicroProfile metrics. This is a specification aimed at providing a unified way, so sort of like a standard for MicroProfile servers to export monitoring data, to be able to essentially have that unified Java API so that all programmers can use to expose their telemetry data. And it can be accessed by monitoring tools like Prometheus or by any client that can make REST requests. So it's a really great tool to make use of. And if you're interested, we have a guide on this, sort of an interactive tutorial that you can try out for yourselves if you want to try out how do I introduce different various metrics into my application for that second pillar. Now, the third pillar is tracing. Distributed traces. So the reason we say distributed because normally this is occurring within a distributed environment. We're in the cloud. And so this is really about having those distributed traces. And what it means is it's a monitoring technique that links the operations and requests that might be occurring between various different microservices. This allows us to be able to trace, hence the name, the path of an end-to-end request as it moves from one service to another. What it allows us to do as developers is to really pinpoint errors or performance bottlenecks within individual services that might be negatively affecting the whole overall system. So really drilling down on, okay, this whole system is a bit weird right now. What's going on? Where's the issue within that? And pinpointing it down to that one particular or several particular services depending. Without having tracing, so if we just had logs and metrics, it can be quite challenging to pinpoint the cause of performance problems in a distributed system. I mentioned some shortcomings of metrics, and they're similar to those of logs. They typically lack contextual information, and it's this context that really, in tracing, that really allows us to be able to improve the visibility of where these issues occur, allowing us to really actively and efficiently monitor our application's health and enable efficient debugging behavior that can potentially be difficult to reproduce locally when we're deploying our applications to the cloud. So tracing is a key third pillar if we're to achieve effective observability, and it's the one that often is the one that people don't actually make use of in their applications. There are some key concepts you'll need to understand if you want to have a go introducing tracing into your application. One is sort of the phrase traces. So what do we mean by a trace? Trace really is this sort of overarching concept. It represents requests and it normally consists of multiple spans. So you can see in my diagram here, the orange line is what I'm using to represent that phrase of a trace. So normally it's really describing the end-to-end journey of one or more connected spans, and it's normally distributed if the connected spans are performed on multiple different services, as is often the case in the cloud. I've mentioned spans a few times, so what does this phrase mean? What does this concept mean? Spans are generally representative of essentially an operation or work that's taking place on a service. Spans can describe very broad operations, so it could be the operation of a web server responding to a HTTP request, or it could be as granular as a single invocation of a function. So it's quite broad in its definition and can be lots of different things. Normally, it contains a name, time-related data, log messages, and metadata to give us additional information about what's occurring during a transaction. So far, we've identified the components of a trace, but we haven't described how these components are linked together. And as I mentioned, this is where context is really important and why tracing is so crucial to effective observability. Context is essentially an immutable object that's normally contained within the span data to help identify the unique request that each span is a part of. The data is required for moving trace information across service boundaries, allowing developers to follow a single request through a potentially complex distributed system. Normally, trace context is typically composed of two values, and you can see those in my diagram on the right-hand side here. One is trace ID, and the second is parent ID. Trace ID is the unique identifier that's generated in the root span, and it's intended to be able to allow us to identify the entirety of the trace, so which spans are a part of that trace. The parent identifier is the span ID of the parent that spawned the current operation. So in my diagram, for example, here, you'll see that my parent ID is DEF456, which matches the span ID of the service that generated that current operation. So you can see the middle there, that my API web server has the same span ID. So it's this context that with these two values, the trace ID and the parent ID, it allows us for any given operation to determine the originating root service and then to reconstruct all the parent or the ancestor services in order that led to that current operation. And that's what allows us to be able to have such accurate debugging behavior to be able to pinpoint those bottlenecks or errors. So that's conceptually how we enable observability, but how do we actually go about doing it? And this is where there are some open source frameworks and sort of specifications that can be fantastic for us to use for this purpose. And one of those is OpenTelemetry. Previously, there wasn't really a standardized data format for sending data to an observability backend. So if a company chose to switch observability backends, there was a lot of work in re-instrumentating their code and configuring new agents just to be able to emit telemetry data to whatever new tool they were using. So instead, the community came together to be able to create this project, the OpenTelemetry specification. This originally started as a joint project between Splunk, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and many other organizations. So you can see some big players here involved. And it's now got the second largest number of contributors in the CNCF Foundation, just after Kubernetes. So it's a really popular project and one that's definitely one to check out. It offers a pluggable architecture that enables you to be able to add technology protocols and formats easily. There's lots of supported open source projects included, like metrics format of Prometheus, to be able to allow you to use that, but also things like Jaeger and Zipkin to be able to store and query tracing data. Essentially, it's a collection of tools, APIs, and SDKs, and you can use it to instrument, generate, collect, and export telemetry data. So you can recognize some of those key phrases that we used in our definition. Originally, there were two separate sort of industry standards, and that was Open Census and Open Tracing. However, the issue with these is that there were two of them. There wasn't one single standard. So there were still elements of the two that needed sort of developer implementation, and there were differences between how various people were developing it, and it required a lot of sort of setup, and as I said, it wasn't one single standard. So these were combined, so they're now deprecated, so that they are no longer being developed. Now all development is happening within OpenTelemetry. It is currently a CNCF incubating project, but as I said, very, very popular, second highest number of contributors, so do check it out. One thing to note is that OpenTelemetry does not equal a full end-to-end back-end observability system. You will still need to plug it in and utilize other tools for steps 2 and 3 of our theory, where we were storing and analyzing and visualizing that data and those trends. So you'll still need to use things like, say if you're using Zipkin or Jaeger or Prometheus or Grafana or Kibana, those will still be necessary in conjunction with OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry is really focusing on that first step, the instrumentation. So this is kind of what sort of the architecturally it looks like when we're utilizing OpenTelemetry. So we've got our app code here, various different microservices. We've got some data coming from our infrastructure, whether that be Kubernetes or various other infrastructure on the cloud. And we've got sort of our central OTel collector. OTel is just short for OpenTelemetry. And we're collecting it via the OTLP. We're in tech, we absolutely love acronyms. What this stands for is the OpenTelemetry Protocol. And this is the specification that describes the encoding, transport, and delivery mechanism of telemetry data between telemetry sources, intermediate nodes, and telemetry backends, as you can see in green here as well. The collector in the middle there is really a vendor-agnostic implementation on how to receive, process, and export telemetry data. Normally, it's a single binary that can be deployed as an agent or a gateway. Inside the collector, that's where we can sort of pass off responsibility for things like batching, filtering if we need to do sensitive data, for example, retries, and things like that. So having a collector can be really helpful to be able to offload data quickly and take care of the additional handling like retries, batching, encryption, and sensitive data filtering. If you just want to get up and running, you don't necessarily have to have that collector. You can, if you want to, just send data directly to your backend. But we do recommend if you're in if you are able to use it and you're using it in enterprise, or you're using it in production, then do consider using a collector because it can help with that. As I mentioned, it is a specification. So to be able to actually make use of OpenTelemetry, although it's a specification as well, is actually, it implements the OpenTelemetry specification, and its runtimes allow you to be able to make use of this. So MicroProfile Telemetry is a brand new sort of offering from the MicroProfile community. It was introduced in the most recent major release of MicroProfile, which was MicroProfile 6. The important thing to note here is that it only at the moment adopts OpenTelemetry tracing. It doesn't yet adopt things like the metrics and the logs, etc., that are offered in OpenTelemetry. It's just focused on tracing. It does offer, again, a set of APIs, SDKs, tooling, and integrations for you to be able to make use of it. It is hoped that in the future, MicroProfile Telemetry or MicroProfile will evolve to be able to include OpenTelemetry metrics and OpenTelemetry logging, but right now it's just focused on telemetry. There are 3 ways in which you can make use of and implement MicroProfile Telemetry. Automatic instrumentation is one, manual instrumentation is the other, and agent instrumentation is the third. Automatic instrumentation. Basically, if you're already making use of Jakarta RESTful web services and MicroProfile REST client, you can automatically enlist in distributed tracing. If you're not familiar with the Jakarta EE specification, it's essentially an open source Java spec, so it allows you to be able to utilize it to write Java applications, and it includes various different APIs, including REST. MicroProfile REST client is one of the other APIs offered from the MicroProfile community. So if you're already making use of those, you can already use MicroProfile Telemetry, which is great. Literally no code changes required. If you want to add additional sort of manual instrumentation to have additional information about particular tracing within your application, then you can manually add it with annotations. If you're already familiar with MicroProfile, you'll be familiar with the concept of annotations as it's used in most of its APIs. So you can either use @with_span, or you can utilize another MicroProfile API, which is CDI injection, to use the @inject tracer or @inject span annotations. Or alternatively, you can also use programmatic lookup. Agent instrumentation is where we can utilize OpenTelemetry Java instrumentation project to gather telemetry data, again, without any need to have code modification. When it's in action, it looks a bit like this. So we've got 2 different microservices here that are basically communicating to be able to, requests are going through both of them. We're able to collect the spans from those requests, understand the context, link them together in a trace, and export that through the use of something like Jaeger or Zipkin to be able to then visualize it and understand what's going on. So I've got sort of a little bit of time for a short demo just to show you this in action. For this demo, I'm going to be utilizing OpenLiberty, which is one of those runtimes available if you want to use MicroProfile or Jakarta EE. OpenLiberty is a fantastic runtime, very lightweight, really made with the cloud in mind, and with sort of focus on developers being as productive as possible. Focusing on their code, able to make fast and iterative changes through our hot reload function called dev mode, and sort of interaction and sort of interoperability with effective testing frameworks and other additional sort of things that we implement and make use of. So if you want to learn more about Liberty, then do check out the article that I've written at the bottom here, Why Cloud Native Developers Love Liberty. On our website, again, this is all open source. So OpenLiberty is open source, so you can check us out on GitHub as well. But we also have a website, and on our website, we have some interactive guides that are really, as I mentioned, interactive tutorials that you can make use of to understand a particular technology or tool in the world of cloud native Java development. It's a fantastic resource. We've got over 60 different guides on there. A lot of them are focused on, say, the MicroProfile or Jakarta EE specifications, going through each API and why they're useful and how to use them. We have various different sort of categories that you can pick from. And in this case, I'm showing you the guides that we have specifically for observability. If you want to search for it, you can go to the guides website and use our search function or our menu bar to look through the various different guides. The nice thing is with these guides is you can choose to do them locally, or you can choose to use our interactive cloud-native browser-based environment. What this means is that you don't need any prerequisites on your local machine to get started learning with these tutorials. Instead, all you need is a browser, and it will open up this internal environment in that browser, which uses a Thea-like IDE. It gives you all the instructions, all the code you need, and a terminal in which to execute any of your code. So a really great resource to use, and that's what I'm using in the demo today. So just in the interest of time, I've already set up my environment ready to go. As I mentioned, I went to the OpenLiberty website, which you can see here. These are our guides. So we've got lots of different guides here on various different subjects, all to do with cloud native Java application development. So do check them out if you're interested. We're doing this guide here, which is all focused on OpenTelemetry. As I mentioned, you can do it locally on your own machine if you want to. Do bear in mind that if you do, you will need these prerequisites on your local machine. We list them at the top of each of our guides, so do bear that in mind. Otherwise, use the run in cloud option to be able to run it in your own browser. It will ask you to log in, it will ask you to give access, and once you log in, you can log in with a lot of different social logins. A lot of us will be developers watching this. You can log in with GitHub, so hopefully you'll at least have GitHub or LinkedIn, or if you don't, you can also use your email to create a login as well. When you're logged in, as I mentioned, you'll see the instructions on the left-hand side and the terminal and the IDE on the right-hand side. So you can progress through these instructions just by clicking next. And the nice thing is, it gives you a bit of an architectural diagram as to sort of what we're seeing here, what we're using in our application. Most of the applications in these guides are the same application to make it easy for you to learn the technology rather than trying to understand what the app's trying to do. So in this case, we have an inventory and a system microservice. We've kept it just to 2 microservices to make it really easy to follow and understand. Simple, so we can focus on learning. The system microservice just scrapes our system data every 15 seconds, and our inventory microservice keeps a current list of that system data as it changes. So in this case, we're going to be making use of MicroProfile Telemetry to be able to collect some telemetry information. Now, I've already got my 2 microservices up and running, and I also used some Docker commands to get my Jaeger backend up and running, which you can see here in this other tab. And actually, because I've already got, if I go back to these other tabs, you'll see these other terminals, I'm using Liberty in dev mode. Now, what that means is that it's that hot reload function I was talking about. What it means is that I don't have to recompile my application, tear it down and redeploy it every time I want to see code changes in my application. All I have to do is complete those code changes or configuration changes, and my running server will automatically listen out for those and recompile just the classes that I've changed and show them to me in real time. So show me the application as it should be with all of those current changes. So it makes a really efficient and agile development so that I can see what's happening in my application as I'm making those changes. So really great when it comes to the developing part of sort of our application lifecycle. So in this case, I've got both the inventory, that's the system, and the inventory microservices up and running. We know they're up and running in Liberty when we see this line of stars and the message Liberty is running in dev mode. So they're all up and running. And actually I did a couple of curl commands earlier just to be able to make sure that I have the automatic instrumentation working for OpenTelemetry. So that's the one where I'm automatically enrolled if I'm using Jakarta RESTful and MicroProfile REST client. And actually, if I go to my Jaeger, take a look at my tracing, you can see I've already got some traces there without even making any code changes, which is great to see. I'm going to quickly show you how we can enable some of the manual instrumentation using those annotations if you want to go sort of extra than just the automatic. I can use these buttons here to be able to open up the files that I need, or I can go to my project view and find them manually if I want to, in sort of navigating through my directory structure. However, I'm just going to click the buttons to open it nice and quick. And we already provide all the code that you need in the instructions on the left-hand side. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to select everything, delete, paste, and save. Do remember to save because this environment does not automatically save for you. I'm going to need to copy and paste the same thing over into the other application. Essentially what we're doing here is we are enabling the MicroProfile Telemetry feature in our server.xml. So again, this is all about so this is in my inventory microservice, copy and paste and save. So you can see that addition of that MicroProfile feature. Again, this is all about being lightweight and trying to be as efficient as possible on the cloud. So we're only adding in the features that we really need from MicroProfile into our application to be as lightweight as possible. So now that we've enabled them, we now need to, in our server.xml for both services, you'll notice actually, if I get rid of these, that if I go back to one of these terminals, you'll see that my application has been listening to those changes and has been redeploying them as I've saved my files. So sort of giving me that agile development. Now what I need to do is make sure that MicroProfile Telemetry is on. Kind of weirdly, it's off by default. So to actually enable tracing aspects for this, we need to specify in a properties file that OTel should be enabled. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this command here to create this properties file. We're going to open it up and copy and paste in these 2 values, which basically determines this one here, the second one, determines that it should be on. So if it's true, it will be off. If it's false, it will be on. And in this case, we're just setting the service name to system because that's the microservice that I'm sort of editing at the moment. I'm going to do the same thing for the inventory. You'll see it's the same properties, except this time we're naming it inventory because that's the microservice we're editing here. So now if I do this curl command, perfect. So we can see there that it has worked. So now if I visit the Jaeger UI and refresh, give it a bit of time. There we go. We can see some more traces coming in here. Perfect. So you can see my new trace that I've created with the manual instrumentation and just enabling the sort of open telemetry to really be used here, through the automatic instrumentation to be able to utilize open telemetry. And we can get some more information on that by clicking in and getting that additional information. Now, in the interest of time, I'm afraid I don't have time to show you the manual instrumentation with the annotations, but that is next in the guide. So if you do want to check it out, the guides are only about 20 to 25 minutes long. So do have a go yourself if you're interested. It takes you through adding in these annotations to enable sort of manual tracing within your application to get that additional observability and sort of additional depth into your application's behavior. So we definitely recommend trying out that lab yourself and seeing how far you can get with it. After the manual instrumentation, it shows you how to do agent instrumentation as well. So with that, I'm just going to summarize and wrap up with my presentation today. Hopefully this whistle-stop tour of observability has really showed you that we are entering a world of increased complexity, and so effective observability is critical for us to be able to monitor and understand how our applications are behaving and performing in this complex environment. However, the nice thing is you're not alone in this. There are lots of open source tools available to help us look through the looking glass, to create those effective looking glasses, those mirrors, and use them as a portal to step into that world of the cloud and cloud native, including new standards like OpenTelemetry or MicroProfile Telemetry, which I showed in that demo. If you want to find out more resources and you want to go further onto this, then do check out these links that I've included here. I've included links to sort of higher level what is observability, more details on that. A link to our an IBM developer article which takes you through OpenTelemetry and MicroProfile being used in conjunction, and a blog that we have on our OpenTelemetry site on the same subject. We'd also love for you to connect with us. Let us know what you think of our guide of OpenLiberty as a runtime, or just say hi. I help to run these social media accounts, so if you come say hi, I will say hi back. And we'd love to have more insight on how you guys are utilizing it and what do you think? Could we improve it? And if so, how? So please do follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter there. So with that, I'm going to say thank you so much for listening. I've really appreciated your time. And as I said, please do reach out on Twitter or LinkedIn and I'd be happy to answer any questions there. I hope you enjoyed today's session and looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Grace, for delivering this piece of content to us. And now let's start the Q&A session. We have Andre Sako with us. Hi, Andres. You're on mute now. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I muted
That's
just in
fine.
case.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
I'm great. I hope the audience is also great. And how are you?
Okay, I'm waiting the questions to answer.
Yes. So let's start with the first one. Does Microcks support generating test service consumers, clients? Does it support authentication, returning different mock responses based on what roles the authenticated user has?
Okay, yep. This is the main difference with between Microcks and WireMock. Of course, you have the possibility with Microcks to have different user, different profiles. But the main problem here is that I can create mocks in the same way that WireMock. I can say, okay, this URL with these parameters, you need to return this specific JSON. This is not possible with Microcks. Could be, but it's so complex. In this case, need to use WireMock, which is more test friendly in some way. But in the case of Microcks, the idea is that you accelerate your development. It's not, okay, the idea is use this tool for testing purpose. Of course, you can use it as I show, including your project. You can create contract test also, but it's not the main idea.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And the next one is, if multiple teams use Microcks, how to prevent them from stepping on each other's toes, deleting what the other team did, etc.
This is one common mistake. That a lot of people using the same tool at the same time, all of them have access. Here you have a problem. So the main idea of this is that you restrict the access of the tool. It's not all the people on my team have access to remove the information. Okay, you can have access to see the documentation. As I show, you copy the link and send to the other teams. Okay, this is the documentation of the new endpoint. You can use it, you can check if everything works fine, but the idea is like limit the number of users at the same time that use it, because if not, I can remove a mock or a fake API from another team. Imagine in a company that, I don't know, 400 people working at the same time on the same tool. It's impossible. So I think the best approach is, I don't know, the team leader or technical leader of each team or the analyst functional have the responsibility to create the mocks or maintain if everything works fine or not. Just one person for each team, at least two, perhaps in the worst scenario, but not more, because there is a big risk that someone do something wrong and delete the entire the documentation of one microservice.
Thank you. And let's jump into the next one. Thank God the chat is active today. Which team is responsible for creating this mock and definitions? Client service team or owner of the service?
This is my opinion, but I always, if I be responsible to develop my microservices or the microservices, I create the definition. I create the definition, the request and response, and the endpoint. Of course, with my team, it's not alone. Like, oh, I decide what is the structure of the endpoint or the microservices. But in the case that you need to return certain information that is critical for the rest of the company, and you know that other teams need a specific information, perhaps you can create like a draft of the microservices and share with the other teams and say, okay, these microservices or this endpoint return all the information that you need, or you need some specific attribute that we don't return in this particular endpoint. It's like a way to discuss and find a way to improve the endpoint. But the first definition is your definition, the definition of the team, the people who will create the microservices. It's not like, oh, the other team send me the contract. Why? You are the responsible to create the microservices.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And we have two more questions. They are rather general, also from the chat. So, which stack solution do you recommend for all layers of application observability?
I think this question is more for Grace, but in my case, I usually use the Grafana stack or Prometheus. In the past, I used New Relic. It's a great tool, but it's expensive. So you need to have money. Grafana have a a simple stack. And if you have a team that more or less have some kind of knowledge about Grafana, it's simple to implement.
Grace, great. Thank you for the answer. Just general one. So Grace couldn't manage to join us for the Q&A. And the last one is from our community. We had a form before the conference for community to give us some questions. So how does Microcks facilitate collaborative API development when dependencies on external resources are delayed or unavailable?
Okay, imagine that this situation. You work with an external provider, which at the same time are develop new microservices, a new platform. Because I don't know if the other company or the other provider will create a microservices. For me, it's like an endpoint, and I don't know the structure of the other company, and in most of the cases, this happened last month or the 2 months ago, more or less. The other company didn't finish the develop of the new microservice or the new endpoints. So I can start with test my entire platform. I create a new flow on my platform, which implies many microservices. And at the end of this flow, contact with an external provider. So I test everything, but the last step, I couldn't test it. So if I introduce Microcks, I can simulate the last part of my external provider, which I don't have control, and I tested the entire flow. It's a solution. In the meantime, when the other team, the other company finish the develop.
Great. Thank you for contributing to our community, for your answers. And now we are starting the panel discussion. Thank you, Andres.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. So I'm adding to the stage our host, moderator of this panel discussion, Otavio Santana.
Whoa.
Hi.
Hello, Cia. Nice to
How are
finally meet you. I'm fine. How about you?
I'm also fine, thanks. So also I'm inviting to the stage all of our other panelists, Maximilian Arruda, Bruno Alves, and Alder Moraes. Hi.
Oh.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hello.
So the stage is yours.
Thank you, Cia. So, Eddie.
No, people, I'm here too. I want to get in. Come on. Can't believe it. I'm so happy to see you. Yeah.
Now we are ready.
Sorry for my emotions. I'm a kind of emotional person, but so happy to see you. Yeah, and I'm not the trendsetter on Java. Let's be honest, right? But I'm here to to feel the vibe, the touch, the energy, and trance also.
Oh yeah. Don't worry to be emotional. We are Latin, so you kind of do this kind of thing every single time. So let's start. The first thing, guys. Hello everyone. Thank you to be here. If you do have a question in this panel, we love the interaction with the audience. Please put your questions, and somehow it will appear here magically for us. Before start taking questions, let's introduce ourselves. So, Max, could you introduce yourself, and then Elder, and finally go to Bruno?
Okay. Thanks so much for having me. So it's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Maximilian, but you can call me Max. It's easier. When my mother was angry with me, she used to call me Maximilian. So please call me Max. And I'm in software development, software engineer in the DGV. So I'm so excited to discuss you and to join us. Thanks, Agnes. So I will take it away, Bruno.
Hi, I'm Bruno. Yeah, think Elder first, right?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Bruno.
I'm Bruno. Okay. I'm from here's Team Brazil, right? So
yeah. We're supposed to follow the rules, but we don't. So go ahead and break the line. Go ahead, Bruno.
Yeah, I'm a developer at Rocket Financial. Work with Java, 15 years, and I like to contribute to open source projects, and like to well, I'll study this Java new things too. I think Java is running fast. So I think we are here to have a great discussion. Thanks for inviting me. And well, I'll pass to Elder.
Well, hi everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Elder Moraes. I work for Red Hat as a developer advocate, and looking forward to talk to my close friends here. And I don't know how do we manage to have only Brazilians in an international panel. I don't know how. Ed, do you have something to do with that?
We try to find good speakers who has a huge knowledge about Java, who has a huge expertise, but nobody wants to go, so we invite us. That's easy to answer.
By the way, if you saw Node.js Global Summit by Geekle, you could find all Italians there. So we're kind of absolutely international, yes, but not in one community, but some community, more active from different countries. It's totally great, and let's go to the interesting part of that.
Awesome. Oh, come on, Eddie. Please introduce yourself first. Yes. You.
Oh, well, all right. Well, it was kind of COVID.
Yes.
Yeah. We created online community for those who want to grow professionally, but cannot obviously attend the offline conferences. And then we realized that lots of people, thousands of people really can't afford those fancy big events and conferences. And that's how we found our niche, to create online content with the best practices and freshest use cases, and deliver to those developers around the world who don't attend offline conferences. That's me. And our community and our team.
So you can see that's the biggest online conference, the Global Round Software Engineering, right? So it's amazing to be here. But let's start with our discussion about the panel of the future of Java. And when we talk about future Java, it's impossible to don't mention the newest Java version, and especially with the virtual threads. So the first topic is exactly about that. So what do you think about the new version of Java and the new features? And of course, are you guys using on production right now? And what do you feel about it?
Can I get started? Well, no? Okay.
Well, you can go anyway.
Okay. One thing that I really enjoy on being a software developer is, and I've been doing that for a long time. This year will complete 25 years. It's interesting to see how the technologies and the practice will evolve and get more mature by the course of the years. So then you have a technology, and as this technology get more mature, it get easier to use that. And we can see that with threads, because we have threads since forever on computer science. But now we have a easier way to use threads for example, with virtual threads. Easier way, faster way, it's easier to not get in trouble with threads. And I was looking to the next release of Java 22, and now we have another version of structured concurrency that it's something that work together with threads. So now we not only have a better way to use threads, but now we have a better way to use concurrency as well. So we as developers can focus more on our code and let the platform manage all those pitfalls that we have on programming, and not only on JVM, but in this case on JVM.
Max, Bruno?
Yeah, we ask about if you're using production. I'm excited because my company is migrating. We use Spring Boot, so we are migrating for the new version. So we will start to have this possibility to use. So, but right now we're still in the middle, right? So it's still migrating, and this is something that I think all the community is so excited that all the frameworks already are using, right? So you see like Spring already migrating to virtual threads. So I think it's something that people will use, even if they are not using, because the frameworks will start to adopt these things. So I think this is something great for Java.
Yeah, well, from my side, what I can say is that the company that I'm working with is trying to move to the new LTS Java. So I'm very excited because it brings not just sugar style code, so that we can use a new syntax and something like that most of developers wants to use, but also I believe that virtual threads will help the companies to move ahead to adopt the new Java version, because they are getting benefits, because most of the developers used to develop codes that don't care about threads and so on. So, and the money and frameworks are trying to use that. So server, web service, and so on. But also, I think that another features are very important for Java as well. For example, record patterns, pattern matching, and so on, because it brings new things to the Java, new paradigms, programming paradigms, like data program oriented programming. So I think that it's something interesting that could be help people help developers to develop things more in a easiest way. So I think this is a great one, and anyone will get benefits with that.
Okay, I guess someone is driving Formula One, something like that. So have a good haze. And okay, we talk about Java. We talk about the future of Java. Right now, everybody's talking about AI, right? So ChatGPT, this kind of integration, more products, more organization work on that. And my first question here that I'd like to say is basically recommendation for you guys as well, is around AI. So how to use Java with AI? It is possible today? If yes, how to use it?
Well, I can start maybe. uh, oh, have Spring AI now, so and it's very easy to start, and I think you can use semantic kernel for Microsoft. So I think these are two easy ways to start, because you can choose a lot of libraries. But yeah, I think if you're a Spring developer, you should take a look in Spring AI. I think we'll have a 2 minutes tutorial for Mark Hegler about that, and it's very easy to start. So
From my side, I'm really excited about two initiatives. The first one is the visual recognition. It's a specification on the Java side or JVM side, led by Frankie Greco, and where of course you can have visual recognition of images and so on. And another project is LangChain4j. It's a well-known project that now we have extension for Quarkus. So if you are a Quarkus developer, you can already access LLMs or whatever you like by using Quarkus with this extension. So which is very interesting for me is that you can treat LLM as a tool where you can access and do whatever you want to do with that tool. So now we have this bridge to connect Java with this whole ecosystem of large language models. So I would highlight these two projects.
Well, from my side, I'm so excited about to use that because, well, if no one are using AI today, is I think it's a big problem because many developers, I think in the beginning of this AI movement, many developers are facing problems, do some bad predictions for our position and in the market, but we every day we realize that it's not totally true. You need to move it forward. So AI can help us with that. And if you are using, for example, any kind of code completion assistant, so like Git Copilot or Amazon Code Whisperer, you are using an AI. So, but I'm so excited to use this kind of API because you could create everything. You could things, different things. For example, looks like in the Java 2020, the next version, we'll bring the class API. If I'm not wrong, it's something that you could create in runtime classes and create interesting thing behind the scenes. Maybe if you are using AI, we could, for example, instruct the LLM to create those things to you, just asking them to do something. So I think I'm so excited that, of course, I'm learning too. So, but it's something that we could put in our focus in the next rounds of Java. So I think it's very interesting.
What about you, Otávio? You're not
That's a
staying
good
here
question.
just asking questions. You answer
Oh,
questions
come
as
on.
well.
It's way easier this way. It's supposed to be me a good cop and Ed the bad cop. But Ed is kind of quiet today, so who knows? Maybe the microphone has some issues.
No. I have something to say about AI, believe me, but I'm waiting for
Okay.
my turn.
Okay. About AI, we are using right now. I do have a couple of clients that are using AI to a couple of things like unit tests, help with documentation, enhanced Java docs, help to increase the visibility, creating graphs and diagrams. Also talk about the multi countries company. We are also handle with fixed grammar, enhance the expressibility of the documentation. But we are not using like the core. Of course, we start using GitHub Copilot, but for the majority of the team, it looks like a fancy IntelliJ. So instead of counter space with one syntax, they can do 2-3 lines sometimes. So that is on my side. Eddie, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you. Well, actually, I'm observing, kind of all community with different technologies and languages, and it's weird actually. We all feel the potential of AI, and I love these very careful, very well think answers on questions about AI. Because there's lots of these scary ideas. But I love an answer of on this question. Will we kind of be needed in future? When people say, well, the car industry brought us way more jobs than horse industry at some point of the history. So I believe that new technology will need more kind of people who are real professional and deep in engineering. And but I don't see that people use AI a lot in software development today, like because I don't know. exact reasons probably is because it's too fresh, it's too green for us, and it's not time yet. But what we have in our community is the mission, and we are launching in February Geekle AI. It's a research lab where we will collect all tools. Right now we found you can't even imagine more than 1,000 tools for software development, AI based tools. More than 1,000 for now. Most of them are like nothing or outdated or something like that, but some are real brilliant. So we create 3 teams. One team will be exploring tools. Another team will be exploring methodology. I mean, how to code actually using those tools, right? And third team will be researching real life products which are already live, how they build, what they use, what challenges, how they deploy, test, fine tune all this madness and everything. So we're going there to deliver more visibility for nice projects and interesting use cases to equip this community with kind of AI knowledge and skills. That's what I have to say at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest issue or the biggest challenge with AI and software development tools is the context, because we still have a huge lack of documentation. We still have to handle with the clients that sometimes has no idea what need to do, with stakeholder that does not have the whole plan or the whole planning for the next weeks or months. That's normal, right? I mean, every time that we create a new product, we still need to understand by PMO team or clients or stakeholder what I need to do, what I need to go further, and everything has changed constantly. So it's kind of issue to AI, especially because software engineering is a kind of new area. I'm reading a new book, The Heuristic of Software Design, and explain, okay, a long time ago, we tried to compare software engineering with building a house, and it's wrong because it's not static like that. To make a cook, no, it's not static like that. You need to have a science behind. So at the end of the book, he explained why do software is like do software, because there's nothing else nearby that, and why we did mistake comparing with software engineering with building house, because there are several aspects, in particular behaviors, that make sense only to software design and building, that does not make sense to anything else, another science. And that's why I do believe that the AI is still facing this issue, because we is still facing these issues to understand what software engineering is. But anyway,
Otávio, what you basically said is that software engineering is a soft skill, not a hard skill. So that's why it's not that obvious for us why we're gonna do with AI, especially in these fresh days. So that's what I believe.
it's a good point.
Yeah,
Bruno, Max,
absolutely.
one, yes. So, given that, let's talk also about the future of the Java specification, right? I mean, if you are familiar with Java, you probably know that the core of the Java community is driven by specification. That's basically make Java Java, and that's why we still have application built in Java 1.0 that's possible to run in Java 22, 23, and so on. So, about you guys, what do you think about the future of specification, and why enjoying so far this new stage of the Java Enterprise under Eclipse Foundation umbrella?
Well, again, let me get started. So I'm very excited about this movement because I become a committee of Jakarta stuff, so I can realize the involved movement that Jakarta is bringing to Java enterprise solutions. So I think that um, one of the most thing that I'm just so enjoying is Jakarta data because it will help developers to bring the code more near to the business. I think today that we need to go further than just to code, just to write code. You need to be near to the business because if you are able to talk to the business guy, you can develop a lot of things, available things, and it's very profitable. So when we are using a specification like that, you probably you get a code that will be maintained by through these years. Because if you take a look on the history, if I'm not wrong, I have been talking to Adam Bian and asked him about Jakarta, why to use Jakarta, why to use the specification, and he just asked me, answered me, Max, I have code that's still running about 10 years, so why not to use that? So I think that if you and today I can see that Eclipse Foundation is help so much to keep those things includes how can I say, open the opportunity to developers to contribute and involve with Java enterprise stuff. So I'm so excited about that. I think that I will talk about it. And you as well, I'm right about that. But I think this is the way that Java can get further in the future. That's it.
I think that Eclipse Foundation made Jakarta EE, in the former Java EE. Java EE was open, so Eclipse Foundation made it opener. Even now, it's even easier to contribute. It's even easier to get involved. It's even easier. It's even cheaper to get involved because for those who don't know or don't remember, for you to certify your application server in the Java EE times, it was really expensive and really expensive to do that. But now that we have the whole set of compatibility tools also opened, so everyone that's willing to build an application server using Jakarta EE can certify their server. So this whole movement to get the community involved with this specification, with this very mature projects, it's beneficial for the whole ecosystem. So everyone that's using Java EE, using Jakarta EE, not Java EE, can have a better tool and can help the community if they want. So for me, that's something that we can even imagine it, the price and the value involved in that, because the whole ecosystem is benefited. So that's my side on the Eclipse doing this amazing job with Jakarta EE.
And you, Otávio, please tell us about.
No, Jakarta EE is for me is a wonderful way. I was participating at the time at JCP as a executive member of Java EE at the time, and I could see the whole flow, and I could see the whole history at the backstage. It was fascinating to see how progress we did for a couple of time, the specification, the transfer of IP, and things like that. And right now, you're finally able to see a good progress around the new capabilities and the future of Jakarta EE. So right now, you can say the MicroProfile is a son of Java EE as well. So we finally have a profile to work with microservice and several optimizations. We have several integration with the Ground VM itself that is come from not all, but mostly of the Cloud4j. That is a special group with Java expert and CNCF to do this kind of integration with container. And we'll have finally two new specifications coming out next version, that is Jakarta Data and probably Jakarta NoSQL if we do have enough time. And my main point discussion here is thanks for his process. We are waiting for receive more specification. And one thing that Elder usually say and enjoy a lot is, okay, I am Spring developer. Should I care about Jakarta EE? Yes, because you are using Jakarta EE. I'm Quarkus developer. Yes. Micronauts. Yes. Halidon. Yes. Because all of those frameworks need a specification on the hood. Therefore, that's why Jakarta is super important today. That's indeed they're helping on that. For example, Jakarta Data, we received several feedbacks and insights from the Spring Data team because they're looking for implement it as well. Hopefully they will do. So for me, it's amazing opportunity to see the involvement of Java Enterprise and getting fast, especially with the cloud native age.
Otávio, if anyone would like to give a try, just go to the Spring release, whatever Spring release, and you will see a line saying compatibility with Jakarta EE version X. So it's all built on the top of Jakarta EE.
That's nice. And also we're talking about future. It's impossible to don't discuss the future generation of software engineering, right? The new people who is onboarding in common Java. We can see several discussion about, okay, Java is discussing super complex and things like that. Indeed, Java was built more for people from university, but my feeling at least, right now we don't see a lot of people going to university anymore. So my questions to this panel is, what do you think about the future generations of Java, and why this new generation should go for learn Java instead of something else? And my advice: don't drink this morning.
Yeah. Well, Bruno, do you want to get started from this?
Okay. Well, yeah, I agree that is something used in university. I think because we are talking about AI, right? So, and I think you still don't say, yeah, AI, let's use Java. So if you're a new generation and AI is the hype, so probably you want to look for Java for this. So I think this we are discussing about Spring AI, Link for Change, it's something that will help people to understand that Java is like any other tool, and you can see. And I think we can mention Project Ember here that has a lot of features that's trying to, well, creating a easy way to start with Java, right? So like we have this, let me take the name here of the feature, but you don't need to declare more the main method is more easy to start. So I think Java understand that, and now it's trying to running, right? So to make it easy to start Java. So I think this is something that we are in the middle, and for the new generations, they won't see that anymore. Oh, Java is too verbose, or Java is hard to start. I don't think this is in this year. I think we already have a lot of features and a lot of tools that help to start Java again. So yeah, I'm excited about that too.
it's very interesting because we can see we need to understand, not just to know I must to go to the Java and use Java. My device is the Java ecosystem is so huge. It's the biggest one. It's so complex that there are many tools that anyone can create solutions. So I think the Java ecosystem is so rich. And that it's one of the things that I think that's important to go further with using Java. And also, I think the name of the feature is unlimited classes, if I'm not wrong, Bruno. I think that this is the one. So I think, in my opinion, that the way that Java was created, and the effort that Java is trying to open and to free developers, beginners to get started is very impressive, because we know that Java is recognized by backwards compatibility. Am I right? So it's very hard to explain to developers why do you need to use a public static void main and so on. It's very hard, and all of us that have been take Java classes on the university, we can see that how hard it is. But today it's changed, and probably in Java 2020 and the next version, it will be go to the final release. I think so, and developers can just type in a couple words. So I think it's very important. So why not to use Java? This is my question. And also, if we see the improvements of the warm-up process, we can see Java is ramp up. The crack, for example, functionality that's coming will help developers to put Java in the cloud as well as serverless applications. So I think if you want to see new stuff, I think Java is a good one to focus on. That's all. Please go ahead, the auditor.
When we are getting started with our careers and we are young, usually we only think short terms. But our career as software developers, it's a long-term decision. So as I said, I'm doing that for 25 years, and probably I will do that for 2 or 3 more decades. And why I'm saying that? Because what people usually say that Java it's not that easy, not whatever, is because Java will demand you to know a little bit more about computer science, how the things works. You can't just focus on your coding when you're working with Java. And this is good because it will make you a better developer. It will make you a better professional. So when you think about that, when you think about long-term decisions, it's not that Java will be the best solution for it, but I think you should consider stuff that will make you a better professional on the long term. And Java will demand it from you. So that's why I believe that, okay, you can go on the easier stuff in the beginning. Okay, you can go on the stuff that you can put your first software running on the one day, on a few hours. But what about scalability? What about long-term stuff? So that's the things that I would like to put on your head to think about when you think about your own career.
Yeah, I do have the same feelings of Helder. I mean, if you think more about Java, it's easy to understand Java if you have a computer and science and software engineer background. The Java itself, it's super easy when you do have this. And the biggest challenge with Java is exactly like that. The minimum requirement to start using Java is higher than some language. So it's important to know what is OOP, object-oriented programming. It's important to know the impacts, trade-off. Even to us junior, they need to do a little bit more than if you decide to go to Python, for example. About verbosity, I do have this kind of question every single day, every single time. And of course, I'm doing the JCP EC thing. And in the term of design of Java, there is no way to remove this reversibility. And I will explain you why. Because Java is a language of enterprise. It's a language of 1,000 engineers working the same code structure. And the majority of the time of organization is not create something new, but maintain and work with legacy modernization. That means, in general, developers are spending more time reading code than write code. And design a programming language that make easier to read and understand. Uh, that's Java is for enterprise, production, and use phase. So if you want to learn more about Java, my recommendation is understand the principle of a fundamental software in computer engineer and computer science. And let's see if, okay, go ahead, Ed. If you want to go to restroom, it's
fine. Well, yeah, how did you know that? Well, my guess is in this AI era, is this threshold got lower now? Because let's say if I'm, React developer, I do some Flutter also, and I finally got an offer from the enterprise, right? And I'm coming there. And will ChatGPT and other tools be even more helpful for me? Will this kind of help me to get into Java faster? Because I see lots of this commercial stuff, ads on some courses. Will help you use ChatGPT to switch to another language or something like that. What do you think about this? Will it work with Java, or it's still like for too smart people? I see you like this joke. Okay.
Okay, one. I guess we're frozen. Java is not fast enough. So, Elder, Max, Bruno, go ahead, please.
Well, I think yes. The short answer is yes, because I don't know, if you use, let's say, Copilot, and you know some language, and then you need to translate your function for Java. So I think Copilot or ChatGPT can help you. Sure, sometimes if you need to, I don't know, to build something for you, maybe you have to check if it's okay, but it helps. And you have to read the code, then I think you can, I don't know, if you know Python, let's say Python, and you have a function in Java and you're not understanding, then you can ask to translate this for Python. It's possible. It works. So I think it can help you to bump up to a new language. Yes, totally.
I'm sure it definitely can help you write something in Java, but it won't help you to read something in Java.
Yes, especially because we are talking about paradigms, right? So Java most of the time object-oriented programming, and a lot of people are run away from object program structure. For example, last week I read some Go blog posts, and okay, why should I go to Go? Because it's not oriented programming; it's structured language. And if you, as Elder said, if you look only to the short term, you're right. Structured language is faster than oriented programming language. There is no doubt about that. But wait a little bit more. I mean, 6 months of business rules. And then you can see that's why we do love object programming, why we do love DDD a lot. Because this way you're able to create context, map context, you can do abstractions, you can explore more the polymorphisms, and to create more code this way. The biggest challenge with Java is that it's still hard to find people who knows very well about the power and the capability of the soft design with program-oriented object. It's still tough to find it. Indeed, it's still hard to find people who's able to use microservice and explore the API properly. The glory of REST is something that's tough to do it. And trust me, I work reviewing code, and also I do interview for a lot of seniors. And even seniors, they don't understand a little bit how to use those kind of principles together. But
and
speak
it
more
sounds
about, for example,
like a, oh, sorry, and it sounds like
no,
a
no, go
real
ahead.
nice idea for the startup, right?
Yes, it's a nice IT startup, and that usually happens. For example, Spotify started with Python, and then grew up, and guess what? Moved to Java. And something happened with Twitter, with another startups. The Red Mock said, when your market grow up, there is no way to escape from Java because of that. I mean, the scalability is not only for the codes, but for people, for culture, for code, for documentation, things like that. And right now, the biggest ecosystem that we do have capable to do it more easier, I'm not saying that's super easy with Java, but easier, is the Java ecosystem. At least my opinion.
It's interesting because you can see as the complexity of the solutions and the platforms and so on get higher and higher, the complexity of Java make those complexities easier and easier. So that's the balance that you should look for.
One thing that I can realize is that complexity is something that is not solved. It's moves to another piece of development. So when we are develop software, okay, I can delegate the complexity to another tool, but it costs something. Am I right? So there is always trade off. It's a trade off stuff that we need to handle every day, every day. If you are decide to use, oh, I will use AI to help me, okay, but you are gonna trade off. You need to handle the hallucination, AI hallucination as well, because you need to care about that. If you okay, I will use a declarative language, okay, you can do this, but also need to handle with the declarative think way to develop. So it's very trade-off. So I think that this is we always need to handle it, and we cannot how can I say run away from that. That's the reason why we are paid for develop software. That's the reason why we are here.
Oh, nice. So I guess we do have one question for the audience. Sia, do you mind to show us? Okay. Whoa, Spring and Java EE. So it's a hard topic. I thought one reason why people went away from Java EE to Spring is because nobody deployed multiple ERRs and app server in a way. So it's now different. Should we come back to using app servers? Good one. Who's gonna start?
Well, I think when we are using a cloud service, what's the difference of the API service? Have you thinking about that? If you are using, for example, a cloud native, a cloud service, for example, a database service, for example, I'm using a DynamoDB and so on. I'm delegated to another service. It's a pretty similar. So, but of course, I think that today MicroProfile offer a kind of way to develop software without using a app server, but I think we should think about the evolution of the technology. On the time, app server was useful. Today, Java is moving to another kind of way to develop software as well. So, but we just need to care about the technologies. I think so. The possibilities to create software using the specification focus on maintainability and stability and so on. So I think that this is a good question. It's a kind of provocation. What's the difference to use app server and cloud service like that? This is my
the thing is, the world is not the only microservice, you know. So I don't think we should come back to using app servers because we never stopped using app servers. I don't know. I don't know if people think that the app service is gone and they are dead. No, they are there. They're still running. I would say that they are the majority of our Java system today. So I don't think we need to come back.
Bruno, want to say something or okay?
It's okay.
Okay, everything is fine. So yes, as Elder said, we do not get away from server. The server is still there, even if you are using Spring, Helidon, whatever. Even if you are using serverless, the app server is there. The main difference is right now it's optimization that we're doing right now to not have like a tree-off class loader, because the structure of application has changed, because the economy of the computer has changed. Right now, it's much cheaper to have multiple computer instances than we had in the past. So anyway, it might be a huge discussion to talk, but not right now, because we do have another question to answer. But what is your pulse on Java contribution in Web3 technology? And I have no idea what POV means.
Point of view.
Oh, point of view. Thank you.
Yeah. I know because I'm young.
Oh, yes. You look young as well.
I'm not very involved with Web3. I know there is a Web3J, but I'm not involved with Web3. So, but I know that we always have people migrate something to Java. So, if you quick search, you find something in Ethereum.
Okay. We do have the IBM team as far as they'll work on that on the Java side. We have also the innovation outside not the Jakarta EE itself, but as the SR. They're working this semantic web to make it easier and more comfortable. It's still at the beginning, as far I know. And I do believe that's the future. I mean, the semantic web, integration with web, machine to machine, is one thing that I was mentioned. And for me, this new kind of database that's coming out right now, such as Graph database or Vertex database, might help us a lot on this kind of the new paradigms of web, and those are in the majority Java database. Okay, I guess the silence means I don't want to talk. Anyway, we are nearby to close this panel. So thank you, everybody. It was amazing to have you here. And okay, we talk about the future. We talk about AI technology, the future of specification. Please put of course, your links, share in last words.
Add me on LinkedIn. Thank you for this amazing Brazilian panel. I really enjoyed this, and in Geekle and entire ecosystem, Brazilian community is real strong and very reactive, and I really love you guys. Thank you for joining.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Otávio, for being our host. And well, you can find me whatever that social network that you like, that I'll be there for sure. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's a great panel. Yeah, it's excited about this year in Java. You can find me in LinkedIn or later today here in Geekle.
Yeah, and for me, thanks for having me, Geekle, Otávio Santana, for being our host. And it's a pleasure to meet you, and if you're virtually on this way. I'd like to recommend everyone that is looking for Java. So if you want to learn more, so feel free to reach me out. This is my Twitter, so easy to find me. And well, I'm wishing you all an amazing conference, and to see you later, because I will speak there too. So I hope to see you later. Thanks again, everyone. See ya.
I forgot to mention, I have a session tomorrow. Okay, so
Yeah,
if you would like to see a live coding with Java in Kubernetes world, so come and join us.
Oh, good one.
Yeah, definitely will. Yeah, and we're thinking about the offline conferences actually, and maybe in completely different format from normal conferences, of course, because people we cannot do something the same. But maybe one day in São Paulo, we will go there and kind of meet each other
Count on me.
in person.
Count on me.
Oh, cool. Thank
course,
you.
We're able to provide caipirinhas and unlimited meats in the Brazilian barbecue. So anyway, it was amazing to be host of this panel around the future of Java. So join these amazing speakers, Bruno Alves, Max Milias, and Elder Moraes. If you want to be more updated, those are the best people to get in touch on social media. So yes, you can use social media to learn instead of fight against politicians. How about that?
Good
Sounds
point.
weird, but you can start to learn it. And we are over. In 3 minutes, we're going to start a topic around Kafka. Please be here with us the whole day, because it's amazing Java conference.
Great. Many thanks. To help the audience to find socials of our panelists, they are also our speakers. So you can just find them on website, all the Twitters, LinkedIn's, and everything. Thank you. 3-minute break, and let's get back. Bye-bye.
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 Hi again, it's me again. So let's move into the next block of the conference with the first presentation of his blog from Pasquale Paola, who is an architect in Accenture. And he is a developer, architect, designer with a lot of titles assigned to his name along his life. But he loves new technologies and software in every shape. So let's jump into his presentation.
Hello, and welcome to this session, What about a Kafka Streaming App? Let me introduce myself. I'm Pasquale Paola. I work for Accenture. I'm a cloud architect. I mainly work on the architecture definition, on the scaffolding of the project, the components and stuff like that. But mainly what I really love is to develop. So I'm obviously also a developer. Let's try to go ahead with this session. First of all, what is a streaming app? Well, in order to talk about streaming app, for sure, I cannot ignore my audience. So I will try to give you some concept about Kafka. In Kafka, we have the ability to store, to collect events. You can create topics for your specific events and start to send the events to Kafka. For Kafka, an event is composed by a key that will univocally identify the event in the topic and a payload. The key could be a simple integer, a string, or a complex object. The same for the payload. I don't want to go too in detail how Kafka works, just to give you an introduction. I tried to, as you can see, I tried to represent the events, and you see also a depth, no, in the events, because in Kafka you can send always the same event, no. Think about updates of an event, updates of the data. The event will be identified with, obviously, always with the same key, but we could have multiple versions of this event because it's received an update for some reason. When we talk about the streaming, we talk about a huge amount of topic usually. In each of these topics are collected different kind of events with different scenarios, different meaning for each event. The goal of a streaming app is to try to collect all those data to give a meaning to this data, because for other reason we need to merge and join this data together, because there is some relation that we have to cover or to get. Okay, let's move directly to a practical example. Let's try to imagine that we have three kind of topic. One that will collect the events regarding the driver license. One regarding the registry office, where we collect data about the person, and the last one, a fee topic, so where we collect all the fee for each person. Okay, now we receive a requirement. The requirement is to collect all the driver license and fees for each person. So now we have a goal. First thing to do is to go into the each topic to see how the data is composed, how it's structured, which is the key and stuff like that. I try to simplify the visualization of the topic, just like a simple table. Obviously, it's not true, as I have already shown. There is a depth behind each event, but this is just to give you to simplify, let me say, the session. Okay, here what we can see when we start to investigate about the composition of the data. Well, in the registry office, we will have the person table, let me say, and here in the key of each event, we will find the social security number. Pretty easy, let me say. Where and in the payload we will have stuff, a complex object with the name, surname, sex, birth date, phone. Okay, and we have for the person topic, for registry office topic, we have 3 partitions. Obviously, I don't want to go in detail how Kafka works, but basically a topic could be splitted in more partition, and it's really important to understand which is the number of partition and which is the key in order to work with streaming. Okay. First join that I want to do between those 2 topics is between person and driver license. Starting to observe, to look in, okay, just a little detail. There is just one topic that has 5 partition, and this is really important to see, let me say. To merge, to join this data, for sure we will use the key that is already there, that is the social security number. And for the person table, for the person topic, the registry office topic, and the driver license topic, well, each event is collected based on the social security numbers, so should be pretty easy. For the last one, the fee topic, well, here the key identified with the red column is a different one for the fee topic. So in order to relate all those data, we have to do something more complex, let me say, in the streaming, in order to put together all those data. Okay, and another problem, another issue that I already see is that for the same social security number, we will have multiple data, and they are not updates, are just different fee. So we have to think something to collect all those data. Okay, let's move now to the design part. That is the most critical one, the most important one for the streaming application. The first 2 topics, the person topic, the registry office topic, and the driver license topic, it's pretty simple because we have the social security number on both the topic, and they have also the same number of partition. Golden rule in order to join first operation that we see in this session. Golden rule is that in order to join 2 topics, you need to have the same key and the same number of partition, the same type of key, but also the same meaning for the key. And here we have exactly this scenario, so we can easily join these 2 topics. Okay, so let's draw it in a join. Then we have the fee topic. You remember the fee topic was just a bit different because for sure it has more partitions. So we have 5 partitions here. So it's the first problem. And the key that identify the events is completely different. But in the attribute of the payload, we see that we have the social security number. So we have to apply a specific operation in order to manipulate those kind of data in order to join with our scenario, no? Because we are designing the application basically on the social security number. Okay, and don't forget that we have also multiple data just for the same social security number. So what we have to do here is to, first of all, the select key. So with the select key operation, we are going to select a new key. But obviously, when we will select the new key, we have also to instruct, we have also to implement a way to collect the data that will collapse, no? And that's why you see here the aggregate operation, because we will aggregate all those data, and the result of the select key is obviously a key table. Well, a key table is a different concept for the key stream, but basically is what I have already shown you. In the key table, you will read the topic just for the latest snapshot, the latest update for each event. So you will not consider the history behind each event. So you will consider only the latest update, the latest snapshot, the latest version of the data of the event. And obviously in a select key and an aggregate operation, the result is always a key table, because in the select key, we will select the social security number. In the aggregate part, we will start to collect all the event with the same key, and we will apply an update. The update is to create a list that will collect all the data for the same key, in order to avoid to lose this kind of information. And then for the first join operation, we will move the result of the join operation in a specific topic, because for other reason, the business asked me to collect in a different topic just the information joined between the driver license and person and the registry topic. And then we will then merge also the data with the fee topic in a different topic, the last one. Okay, it's now time for the coding session. Here there is a QR that you can use, and it will redirect you to my GitHub repository directly to the streaming the streaming class, let me say, the topology one that I'm gonna to show you now. Okay, this is my application. Let me say that here there is no test section, because I introduced directly a real deployment on a Kafka cluster that I'm gonna to explain you. But I used Quarkus here, but let me say that from a streaming perspective, it's not so relevant, which is the framework that you are going to use. Because basically the Kafka streams library, so it's not really important which is the framework that you wanna use in your streaming. Okay, the most important one here you can is the topology, no, that we are going to work to create. Here there is an initialization phase that you can quietly ignore, and we can directly go here, okay, in the topology definition. Well, in the topology definition, as explained, as shown in the diagram, we start from the to create key stream for the person and the driver license, as shown in the slide. We have obviously to define how to consume this data. So which are the serialization and deserialization implementation in order to consume those kind of data. And as you can see, the first operation is directly the join, because as already explained, both of them use the same key and has the same number of partitions, so we can quietly ignore it. There is this peak, so it's not true that this is the first operation. The first operation is the peak, but the peak operation is just for logging purpose. Here there is a function linked that will mainly print the events coming inside the topology. Okay, so is basically a join between two streams. So we have, first of all, define how, which is the result when the join event will happen. So when I will find, the topology will find on both sides the same key, what we have to do? Well, it's just a new to create a new object, person driver license, and it's really a simple object that will collect both of them. And here we have two streams, so we have also to specify a joining window, because in the stream you have also the ability to work in a specific range of time of the events when it was generated, no? Remember the depth, no, in the topic for each event. And so here I just specified 5 minutes, so it will take care only about the latest 5 minutes. And the result will be sent then to a specific topic named all together in this case. Okay. Now, let's go to the second part mentioned in the design, that is this one. Okay. First of all, we start to consume also the fee topic, creating a simple key stream. Then, in order to work with the select key and with the key table, we have to create a specific store, a RocksDB store, and to create it, I'm going to create a store, a persistent key value store, and then use it through a materialized object. This is a standard way in order to use the key table. So let me say this is just code, so not really relevant from the meaning. Okay. Okay, here from the meaning perspective is the key, let me say, because here we start to work on the fee stream, so what we created here. And the first operation is the select key. In the select key, we start to work direct to select which will be the new key of this flow of this stream. And as mentioned, I will use the social security number present in the payload. After this step, I don't want to lose any kind of data, so I need to specify an aggregate. So to work with the aggregate, you need to group, obviously. And here there is the group by, and basically it will be a group by key. So based on the new key, group by all of them. And here is the aggregate part. After the grouping, we have to specify, okay, I grouped by the key. Now, how you want to aggregate, how you want to collect those kind of data? Well, simply creating a new object that is fee by SSN. This is just the initialization part. And for each of for each couple of grouped key, set obviously the key in the payloads will be always the same, but what is really important is this part. So for each element, for each event collected, grouped, let me say, it will create a specific list into the new object. So we are avoiding to lose any kind of data. After this step, there is the last one. Because now we are able to join with the previous topic where we moved all the data, and I start to read directly from the previous topic, and I apply a simple join. Here is probably okay. Could make more sense because that way. And I will join the data coming from the altogether topic where I already moved the data merged between joined between driver license and person and the registry office topic, and I will add because I will join those data because now they have the same key. So the golden rule is respected. So regarding the partitioning, the streaming library will automatically repartition the data based reading our topology. So we have not considered any issue regarding the partition, but just regarding the key. And the value joiner, the joiner operation is pretty simple also here. There is just an additional bin where I'm gonna to collect all the previous previous data. Okay, here this is the list. Okay, okay. Then again, a pick operation just for login purpose, and then we move all our data to an additional, the last topic, that is the altogether enhancement. Okay, let's try to run it. I will run this, I will execute this, application inside a Docker Compose that I want to just quickly show you. The compose is mainly we have a Zookeeper instance, 3 instances of Kafka linked to the same Zookeeper, a calf drop instance just to show to monitor which is the behavior, and our streaming application. Okay, The application is already up and running, and as you can see here, I already started it. So what we could check now is we can go directly on Kafka, updating it. See, and okay, here are all the topics already created. There are these 4 topics created by post init, and here we have the person with the example data in all of them. Example here, my name with my social security number. Then we have the driver license topic with additional example data with the detail. Also here there is also an update, so more record for the same key but with an update, as you can see. And then we have the fee topic with data already inside, always, for example. We can check the behavior of our streaming, checking the content of these those two final topics. The first one, altogether, here there was just the merging of the person and the driver license, and it worked fine. There is also the presence of an update. So here there is no key table. We are just considering all the data in the 5 minutes time window, and we are taking also the oldest events. So that's why you see multiple versions. And then we have the altogether announcement, where the interesting things is the on the mine, where you can see the merge between person, driver license, and also with fee, and with the presence of all my fee collected by the aggregation. Also here is present an old update, but is the data relative to the fee are always the same, because it was a key table. But regarding the update on driver license, we have multiple driver license updates. That's why we have multiple updates here. That's all regarding the example. So coming back to the presentation, and there is nothing more, let me say, to add. So thank you for joining. I hope that I had chance to share my experience, my little knowledge about streaming application platform. And again, thank you for all of you. Bye.
Thank you, Pascale, for this presentation. And let's dive into the next one in this blog, which is gonna be from Reza Rahman, who is a principal program manager Java on Azure at Microsoft. He will tell us what's coming in Jakarta EE 11s. So I'm adding Reza to the stream, to the stage. Hi. You are on mute right now. Still on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it works. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, ready to roll when you are. I am sharing my screen already. I'll share my deck whenever we're ready to roll. All right, excellent.
Mm-hmm. So the stage is yours, Reza. Do your magic.
All right. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen. It's really just a slideware kind of talk today, but obviously it's an important talk, but I won't be showing a demo or anything. It's really just a bunch of slides, so hopefully you can see my slides. If you can't see my slides, hopefully somebody will yell at me and tell me that you can't, but I'll make the assumption that you can see my slides. Okay, so my name is Reza. In my day job, I'm Principal Program Manager at Java on Azure here at Microsoft. Today, though, this particular talk is not So much about my my day job, although there is a day job tie-in. I'll talk about that in a moment as well. But actually, I'm presenting this talk. I think of presenting this talk primarily on behalf of the Jakarta EE ambassadors, and that's the logo that you see there. And I will talk about the Jakarta EE ambassadors a little bit. I think the ambassadors are a key part of this talk as well. On screen, you also have my contact information. I'm very easy to get a hold of. I will, at the end of the talk, present. I'll also share my detailed contact information. However you want to get in touch with me, this is one of the reasons why I'm here, and I try to present at these conferences, is to try to connect with you. It's not quite the same virtually, but at least it's a reason for you to talk to me about whatever it is that you want to talk to me about. So what is this talk all about? Well, as you can see, the title is very simple and the content is equally straightforward. Well, maybe not quite so, but primarily I'll be talking about what is coming in Jakarta 11. But actually, it's a bit beyond that, to be honest, and that's where the Jakarta EE ambassadors tie-in comes in. I'll also talk about what the general possibilities are and why we want to talk about these possibilities, and you, hopefully, as an end user, how you can get involved to not only shape Jakarta 11, but maybe Jakarta EE even going forward, 12, whatever it may be. All right, so for those of you who are not aware of what's going on with Jakarta EE, a very brief recap. This is essentially the technology that used to be called Java EE and J2EE back in the day. Hopefully nobody's calling it J2EE these days. It's really kind of old hat. So at least hopefully you know about Java EE. And this is essentially Jakarta EE is basically Java EE transitioned into fully open source. It used to be part of the Java community process. Java community process is what defines the Java platform. And it was moved away from the JCP into the Eclipse Foundation. The reason a lot of us help do that is because we believe that the Eclipse Foundation is actually a much more open way of developing these critical Java open standards than the JCP is. Now, what is the difference? Well, the difference is that it is completely open governance. Under the JCP, in particular, Oracle has a lot of power. Over here, nobody really has any power. Everybody really is very equal. It is completely an open governance, and it's defined by the Eclipse Foundation. So defined by essentially a non-profit entity as opposed to JCP, which is essentially a department under Oracle, which has its own. It's a for-profit endeavor as opposed to a non-profit endeavor. It's fully open source. If you dig into it a little bit about Java, the TCK, the compatibility test kit in particular, is not free and it's not open source. Whereas over here, the TCK is open source, and basically, if you have a compatible implementation, all you need to do is go download the TCK. You can see what's in the TCK. You can contribute to the TCK, and you simply self-run the TCK and report back to the Eclipse Foundation. So much more open process. There is still a well-defined process, though. This is not open source. It's not an open source project. It is still very much open specification, open standard, because there is a specification process. There is clear IP flow. At the end of the day, the IP flow belongs to the Eclipse Foundation, but anybody can essentially do whatever they want because the Eclipse Foundation does not hold back that IP. It basically gives you the IP, lets you use the IP as you wish if you want it as a nonprofit. As I said, vendor neutral collaboration and truly equal level playing field. Now, the other thing you should be aware is that in this transition, this is perhaps the biggest technology transition in our industry the industry has ever seen. Never has there been something so foundational to the Java ecosystem that has been moved and basically essentially changed ownership. And in that process, we actually retained all of the stakeholders. So, again, Oracle, IBM, Red Hat, Payara, VMware, and many others, including Microsoft. And this is part of the reason why I'm delivering this talk. Microsoft is actually a stakeholder in the Jakarta EE working group. We are an enterprise member of the Jakarta EE working group, the same as something like Red Hat. And basically, we've not only retained all of the key stakeholders in the move to the Eclipse Foundation, but we've expanded it some. Now, another key reason why I'm delivering this talk with you today is because one of the reasons we wanted to move from the JCP to the Eclipse Foundation is because as an individual, actually, it was not that easy to contribute to the JCP process. There was a lot of additional hurdles that you had to cross in order to be just an individual developer contributor that is not part of any stakeholder whatsoever. So in fact, when we help do the transition into the Eclipse Foundation, that is something we worked on, and we worked on basically making it possible for people as individual developers, right, not even necessarily part of your company, to be able to contribute to the open standard. And that's what I'll talk to you a little bit about during this talk as well, and talk to you a little bit about what are the things that you could help make happen as a developer and really contribute to something that actually really does matter. So if you want to find out more about Jakarta EE, the best place to do that is the Jakarta.ee website. There's an official tutorial. It's been updated for Jakarta EE 10. There's a starter. There's many other learning resources, and you can learn more about Jakarta EE again by going to Jakarta.ee. Okay. So one of the other things that I want to address before we move too much forward is like, what is the relevance of Jakarta EE? And a lot of people really significantly miss the boat on this one. Right? They really underestimate the importance of what Jakarta EE is. The reality is that Jakarta EE is one of those things that is, for some people, very visible, and for other people, it's not visible, but it's right under the cover, and it is basically the thing that helps drive a lot of things. So in particular, believe it or not, you might not see this in Twitter or whatever, Reddit or whatnot, but believe me, I can tell you as somebody that sees these workloads run on Azure, close to a quarter or a third of these workloads, first of all, are running on one of the Jakarta EE compatible application servers. So very directly dependent on the health of Jakarta EE, be it Wildfly or Payara or Glassfish or JBoss CAP, WebSphere, OpenLiberty, WebLogic, all of these are basically Jakarta EE compatible runtimes, so they have a clear dependency on Jakarta EE as a technology. In addition to that, what you will also see is that close to 70 to 80% of applications, vast majority of applications on the cloud, vast majority of applications that are in the enterprise, they all have at least one dependency on the Jakarta EE APIs, probably significantly more. Right? So whether you're using Tomcat or Hibernate or ActiveMQ or Jetty, CFX, Jersey, REST-easy, Quarkus, MicroProfile Spring, all of these things actually either have at least one dependency, in many cases, dozens of dependencies on Jakarta EE APIs. So Jakarta EE really does, it's a very important bit of technology, and it's a very important bit of technology to keep healthy in order to keep the rest of the Java ecosystem healthy as well. So whether you're using Jakarta EE App Server or not, these are technologies that actually matters to you. And the changes that happen here ultimately will reflect on the applications that you are developing, most likely, if you're in the 70 to 80% case. So there's a little bit of a survey. I think the survey has some interesting results. You can take a look at it. I won't go into it too much, but again, it will reinforce the idea that this is very, very much an important part of the Java ecosystem. So this is a little bit of history. I won't talk about it too much because I only have half hour. I'm going to get to the meat of the presentation, but basically this is where we are at the moment. So we've had this long history of Java EE and J2EE. We had the move to the Eclipse Foundation with Jakarta EE 8. We've had a couple of releases already, right? So we've had Jakarta EE 10. Hopefully I'll talk a little bit about that. What was in Jakarta EE 10? There was Jakarta EE 9, and now we're on the cusp of it. Around, let's say, summer or a little bit later, we'll be having Jakarta EE 11. Okay, so aside from this, though, this is another slide that I hope you'll take a look at in detail. There is a full report there, and you'll see that this is another way of looking at it and understanding that really this technology touches a lot of things. So all of the things that I have marked up in this Java trend survey, these are either directly or indirectly driven by innovations and changes that are happening in the Jakarta EE ecosystem. So now let's talk a little bit about Jakarta EE ambassadors. The Jakarta EE ambassadors is a group that I helped launch some years ago. Initially, it was called the Java EE Guardians, and we are actually one of the people that helped make the transition from the JCP into the Eclipse Foundation in many different ways. And we continue to contribute, right? So these are a set of people that can continue to contribute to the standards. And so one of the things that we do is actually, after every single Jakarta EE release, we put out a contribution guide that outlines what is it that developers can do to move forward the next iteration of Jakarta EE. So we have had a contributor's guide to Jakarta EE 11. You should take a look at it. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll do a delta of what is being delivered in Jakarta EE 11 versus what is in the contribution guide, and hence what are the things that you could help contribute going forward that you could do. So if you want to follow the Jakarta ambassadors, which I hope you will, there's our Twitter/X account. You can go ahead and follow us there. So next thing I want to do, by the way, we had a Jakarta EE 10 contribution. So if you put in the Jakarta EE 10 contents of the Jakarta EE 10 contribution guides of the Jakarta ambassadors and superimpose what was delivered in Jakarta EE, this is how the picture kind of looks like. So you can see that this is color coded. So there's some things that have made it, right? So the asynchronous annotation made it. We had slightly better support in CDI. We had completion stage built into the Jakarta EE platform, the specific support for that. We now have a Java SE or a Bootstrap API for Jakarta REST. There's support for OpenID Connect, and a number of other things that made into it, and a number of other things that we wanted to see deprecated, and those were in fact deprecated. These are some of the older technologies. Some of the things that are on the way, right? So in terms of CDI alignment, maybe better CDI alignment with Jakarta REST API, some of these new standards that we wanted to see, those are sort of on the way, right? So they unfortunately didn't all make it into Jakarta 11. We'll get into that in a moment. And there are some things that remain gaps, right? And this is not good to see. And the gap areas is where you could help pick up the pace. You could help actually implement some of these things. And believe it or not, implementing some of these things is not as difficult as it may seem. If you are interested, I'll tell you later how you could help make some of these things happen and make them reality. So now let's talk about the Jakarta 11 possibility. So this is another delta, right? So think about this as this is what we had in the Jakarta 11 contribution guide for the ambassadors. And again, there's a little bit of a color-coded state of the union, if you sort of a view of where things are. So the things that have made it at schedule looks like it's going to make it. At schedule looks like it's not going to make it. We have had these a lot of these things that are going to remain gaps. At lock, max concurrency, these kind of things are going to remain gaps. The message listener work isn't really happening. Roles allowed hasn't been happening. But what is sort of on the way is at schedule looks like it might happen in the future. Roles allowed looks like it might happen in the future. The better support for CDI and REST didn't make it this time, but hopefully we'll make it in the future. Some things did make it. We did see adoption of records. I'll show you that in a moment. We did see some adoption of virtual threads. I'll talk about that in a moment. The JWT alignment is happening through MicroProfile. And some things that we wanted to see deprecated, in fact, were deprecated, are going to be deprecated in Jakarta 11. And finally, of the things that we were looking forward to make it into new standards, new specifications in Jakarta 11, one of them did make it in, and that is specifically the repository specification, and we'll talk about that in a moment as well. So that is the broad overview of sort of where things are on the way but didn't quite make it, and what are the things that remain gaps, potentially things that you could help make happen in the future, not in Jakarta 11, but quite possibly in Jakarta 12. So the high-level theme, if you distill it down, this is what Jakarta 11 looks like. So it looks like it's going to be delivered around late summer, maybe early fall. It is right now the required Java SE version is either Java SE 11 or Java SE 17. That's going to be upgraded to either Java SE 17 or Java SE 21. So you could use either one of those if you wanted to. Ideally, you'll use Java. Hopefully, you'll use Java SE 21. But if you don't want to, that's okay. The Jakarta 11 downtimes will still support Java SE 17 and adapting to the key changes that are in Java SE 17 and 21, namely supporting records, virtual threads. And I don't know how many of you know this, but the security manager was deprecated, and Jakarta actually had a bunch of dependencies on the security manager. So all of those security manager dependencies are removed across all of the specifications, and that took some more work. Some specification updates, we'll talk about that in a moment, and one new specification. Okay, that is sort of the broad overview of what is in Jakarta 11 as a theme. So now I'll talk to you a little bit about what are the things that actually did make it into in a little bit more detail. What are the API changes that you can expect? So one of the ones is Jakarta EE concurrency. So in Jakarta EE concurrency, the biggest change is that we now have support for virtual threads, or some level of support. I'll talk about that in a moment. The level of support that is there, I would say, is the absolute bare minimum what you would do in order to support Jakarta 11 or virtual threads in Jakarta 11. But really what it comes down to is the runtimes themselves making it possible to run, to use virtual threads as opposed to using physical threads, and a lot of the runtimes will do that. So the changes that were in Jakarta 11 is a catalyst for them to begin doing that work. So hopefully you'll see some of that begin to happen. Then there's these other changes like having at schedule and lock, a CDI version of it as opposed to an EJB version of it is what exists at the moment. That didn't make it in. And we were also hoping that there would be a max concurrency annotation that's very useful to have in the specification. That didn't make it in either. So this is what made it in, right? So this is the API change that you can expect. So when you spin up a virtual thread pool, you can do that in Jakarta EE by defining a managed service. So right now, you can when you define a managed service and when you request a thread from the thread pool to use in your own application, what you will get is a real thread. So as of Jakarta 11, what you can do is you can request a runtime to give you a virtual thread instead. So instead of using a physical thread, you can use virtual threads in your own application where you need to spin up threads. So in order to do that, all you really need to do is this one flag virtual equals true. So when you do that, the runtime will give you a managed thread, but the managed thread ultimately will be backed by a virtual thread as opposed to a physical thread. So in Jakarta security, again, there's a lot of things that needed to have happen. The primary thing that we're looking at here is support for JWT. So we added support for OIDC Connect in Jakarta E10. So there's a situation where, you want to use OIDC Connect, but you also want to use JWT in your application, in your same application, and that's a pretty normal pattern for most microservices. So if you wanted to do that, how do you do that using Jakarta security? Well, the problem here is that MicroProfile already defined JWT support. So now the work is really to ensure that MicroProfile and Jakarta security can work together. So there's a certain set of changes that are happening in Jakarta security, namely making it possible to have multiple authentication mechanisms and the things that are required to do that. So that's the change that's happening here. And there's also on the MicroProfile side, there's a bridge specification that ensures that when you have a MicroProfile and Jakarta EE together, that you can actually use Jakarta security with MicroProfile JWT, and there's certain things that MicroProfile will recognize in order to make that happen. Often, of course, the things that isn't happening but could happen, and you could help make happen, and actually these are very easy ones to help make happen, is CDI equivalence of the roles allowed and run as annotation that are currently in EJB. Jakarta persistence, again, there's a whole bunch of things that were possibilities here. Some of them made it in and some of them did not. Okay, so the things that did make it in is using Java SE records as embeddable classes in JPA or Jakarta persistence entities. The other thing that does look like it is most likely going to happen is deprecation, namely deprecating the use of date, time, timestamp, and temporal. You don't actually need these anymore because in Jakarta E10, specific support was added for the date-time APIs. So proper date-time clusters as opposed to Java util date, Java util time, Java util timestamp, and temporal, which really is nothing much more than sort of adapting your classes with these older datetime types. So as of Jakarta 11, most likely these are going to be deprecated. Okay, so you're encouraged to move to essentially the newer datetime APIs while in your Jakarta persistence applications. There were some more and more. What's happening is in JPQL they're adding more and more sort of SQL-like features, and there's a whole bunch of these that were possibilities to be added as well. I'm not 100% sure whether they're going to make it in yet, but most likely they might. And there's certain things that didn't make it in. So one of those is support for subqueries. Another one is being able to use the entity manager outside of EJB in a thread-safe way using CDI at inject, possibly making the persistence or XML optional or a marker in default cases, using JCache as a second-level provider as opposed to sort of the more JPA native way of doing caching and so on. So these are the things that didn't make it in. So here's an example of one of the changes that did make it in, and that is using embeddables as sort of records. Okay, so now you can have an embeddable class, and that makes sense for most embeddable types. And then you can use that in your JPA entity as the example shows. Okay. Jakarta messaging, there was a whole bunch of things that could have made it in. So I'll just jump into it. So right now you can consume JMS messages in your Java applications using message-driven beans. So in the modern era now, we want to get away from EJB and be able to do this in any kind of CDI bean. So the idea here that has been on the table for a while is to have something called message listener interface that you can apply to any CDI method as opposed to needing to have it to be a bean. So here's an example of that. Didn't make it in, but hopefully, maybe you can help make this change happen as well. So Jakarta data is one of the specifications that did make it in. The ones that didn't make it in is MVC, which has been around for a little while. It was felt that it's a bit too late to add MVC, so let's not add it now. Jakarta configuration, it didn't make enough progress to make it into Jakarta 11, so you still can use MicroProfile configuration basically. There was also another specification for gRPC. It's not mature enough to have made it in. But what did make it in is the Jakarta data, and this is one of those long pending things as well, in my opinion. So what is this? Well, if you're familiar with Delta Spike data or the Spring Data JPA model, this is very similar to that. So basically, this is an abstraction where you do not have to handwrite your JPA repository class. You just basically add some annotations to an interface, and the runtime will auto-generate a working repository for you that you can inject. So the idea here is to Jakarta NoSQL is one of those other ones that didn't make it in. Also, it's a standalone, it remains a standalone specification. But basically, Jakarta data, the idea here is to support both Jakarta persistence as well as NoSQL. So both relational and non-relational databases. Here's a very quick example. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip this over because I am running short of time. By the way, this slide is available. The set of slides, actually an expanded version of these slides are already available. I'll post a link to that after the presentation is done, but you can look at it in my own speaker deck account. You can probably sort of Google search the title of this talk, and it should land you to that slide deck also. But here's an example of that. Shouldn't be too alien. Most of you that have been dealing with maybe Spring Data JPA or Delta Spike data, if you're a Jakarta EE user, this will all look pretty familiar. Now it's going to be part of the specification itself as of Jakarta 11 going forward. Here's some other changes. So potentially, not potentially, but I know that Java SE records are Jakarta validation is now you're going to be able to validate records using Jakarta validation API. Potentially, there may be some support for records added in CDI and EL. Hasn't happened yet, but might. Managed bean is one of those other things that were added in the platform in Java E6. Never really materialized to anything, so it's being deprecated in Jakarta 11. Security manager deprecated all across the board. One of the things that I was really hoping was going to make it in is a deprecation of the at context annotation. It sort of does the same thing as at inject. In Jakarta REST, it was added before CDI was materialized. The idea here was to deprecate that annotation in favor of just using at inject. So the deprecation did happen in Jakarta E10. The hope was, it was actually going to be replaced and removed in Jakarta 11. Didn't happen, but hopefully will happen in a subsequent version. Hopefully Jakarta 12, that's what's going to happen. So here's an example of validating records very quickly. Again, it's just, if you have a record class, you can put in a bean validation annotation or the Jakarta validation annotation in there, and it will actually work. Okay. So beyond specification work, there's other things that you can contribute to. Here's a few examples of that. You could help create custom websites. You could contribute to non-specification projects like the starter or the tutorial or the examples or Eclipse Cargo Tracker. Okay, so if you don't want to contribute the things that I mentioned before, you can certainly at least try to contribute these other things also. So how do you contribute? So here, very briefly, in the last 5 minutes or so that I have, I'll just outline this real quick for you. So here's how you can contribute. First and foremost, if you're not doing this already, you should definitely go ahead and sign up to the Jakarta EE mailing list. At least sign up to the Jakarta EE community mailing list, where the most high-level news is shared with the community, and this is a way for you to stay plugged in, and begin to engage. Now, other than those mailing lists, you can actually join the specific projects now. As part of the move to the Eclipse Foundation, all of the work for Jakarta EE is actually now moved to GitHub. So everything is a GitHub repo. And when you go to the Jakarta EE.projects page, you'll be able to see where all those GitHub repos are. And you can begin watching those repos. You can begin to take a look at the issue checkers. All of the issues are managed as GitHub issues. You could potentially chime into those. You could help actually, besides just staying tuned and investigating what's there, you could actually make things happen. Not so much in Jakarta 11, it's almost on its way to being delivered, but at least going forward, you could begin to do some of the forward-looking work. So you could actually make an API change. It's really nothing much more than issuing a PR against this GitHub repo, against a specification. You could make a change to the specification text. Typically, that's all in ASCII doc, so you could help implement that. You could help implement a change in the TCK. Now, in order to do all of those things, really it's as simple as go onto the GitHub repo, create a PR, and that's about it. In order for your PR to get accepted, all you really need is just one website. It's called the ECA, Eclipse Contributor Agreement. You go to the website and you click a few forms and you're ready to go. You can begin contributing. If you want to become a committer, there's a little bit more paperwork towards that. You have to sign a few more legal documents. Potentially, you have to get permissions from your employer in order to do that. But that's much later. Right? Most people are not committers right away. They're committers after they've done some contributions. And if you need any help or guidance in how to do any of these things, well, that's where the Jakarta EE ambassadors are there for you. So you can log on to jakartaambassadors.io and ask for help and find somebody that will help you in order to do any of these things, or at least begin contributing to Jakarta EE in some way. So to summarize, one of the key reasons why we did all of this stuff, move Jakarta EE from Java EE from the JCP into the Eclipse Foundation, is for you to get involved. There is some level of contribution that is happening, not nearly enough. Right? So this is where I really suggest, beyond thinking about what is coming in Jakarta 11. In other words, what work that you will benefit from others. I hope that you will also consider getting involved, not in Jakarta 11 so much, but at least in Jakarta 12 and going forward. So the time to get involved is now, right? You need to begin investigating, begin looking into how you're going to contribute, and hopefully move forward in this important platform, not in terms of Jakarta 11, but Jakarta 12 and forward. So a few resources I'll leave with you. First and foremost, there's Jakarta 1. It's a really excellent conference specific to Jakarta EE. There's a lot of recordings out there. You can, once you log on to the website, you'll be able to see all of the YouTube recordings there. You can, at least if you don't follow any other mailing list, please follow the Jakarta EE community one. If you don't follow anything else at all, please at least follow the official Jakarta EE handle. It's on both on Mastodon as well as on Twitter X. And then finally, there's also Jakarta Tech Talks. Aside from the Jakarta 1 live stream, There's Jakarta Tech Talks that happen in some frequency every month, every other month. And at least you can, and it's on meetup.com and it's virtual and free, so you can join those as well. So that's about it in terms of my presentation today. In the chat, I'm going to be sharing a couple of links. I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this point. And I'm going to share just a couple of links for you that hopefully the organizers will share with you. First is the actual deck that I shared with you right now. It's actually an expanded version of the deck. So I'm sharing it in the chat. And I'm also going to share my contact information. And hopefully you will be able to get in touch with me if you need to.
Of course.
And that's about it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully I'm not too much over time. Reach out to me if you have any other questions, and I'll be
great.
In a half hour.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for delivering this presentation. It was definitely beneficial for our audience. And let's jump into the last presentation of this block. And I'm also reminding our audience to type your questions into the chat because they will be answered during the Q&A session. So next talk is by Sid Ali Muhammadiah, known as Max Base. He is known as highly accomplished open source maintainer at GitHub and CTO at Arstress. He is currently a mathematics researcher at the university, actively engaging in studying applications of mathematics on the computer, and over 10 years of programming experience. He is seasoned software engineer and computer analyst. So, Max, the stage is yours.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Sid Ali Mohammed. You can find me under Max Space names in the open source lands. It's my pleasure to be part of this event and talk about Swagger and Java building API documentations in online summit for Java developers 2024 event. And anyway, it's my pleasure. I'm software engineer, open source maintainer at GitHub and CTO of Access Company. My education background is pure mathematics, but I'm trying to combine the mathematics and computer science for building interesting and cool software in the computer world. You can find me under base Max username at GitHub, and it is my pleasure to be part of this event. First of all, we are here to talk about API documentations. What is Swagger? What is the benefit of the Swagger? And why it is one of the best documentation generator. And just one example for using Swagger in Java API and some practice about Swagger usings. Let's go. First of all, Swagger is said API development for everyone. And Swagger is world's most popular framework for API. And the official website is swagger.io. If you visit their website, you can see it is what they are saying, and they have different products and sport, as you can see, Microsoft and National Geographic and some other university and big company in the world are using Swagger for their products. And the good point is Swagger is free, Swagger Hub is free, but they have some other plan for international, big team, enterprise, which is Pro, Swagger Hub Pro anyway. It is good for open source project and you can benefit and use it in your project. Swagger is an open source framework that scans design, documentation, and testing your API. Swagger is not only for documentation, it can help you to easily test, send data to your API. So it is not only about documentations. By using Swagger, it is something similar to the Postman, but it can help you to run API with different parameters, different inputs, and testing it. So it can be a combine of documentations and testing purposes. It can help you to design RESTful API and make it easier for you, for teams to provide documentations and make your API routes clean, clusterizations, groupize, categorize, or make it easier for everyone to follow your project's API sections, models, and DTO. Swagger created in 20 2011 by Tony Towns. And then later in 2015, Swagger just started by Linux Foundations and renamed it. So you can see we have Swagger for more than 10 years, so it is a good product. And it is a brief history and background for Swagger software. One of the main things about the Swagger is it's usual that developer first starts the project, creates the project, writes the API routes, and then batch for a database design and a schema, which is wrong. But anyway, it depends on the project size, levels, and the purpose and methodology of the working. But it's usually in the words that the teams start from a brief of the project and then starting to writing the schema and designing the database and the structure of the project, and then it starts for coding. It's same for the documentations. You can start your project by schema and documentations, and at the end you start to code your API database. I mean communication with database and other servers. So it can be interesting to see you can create and start your project by documentations and Swagger and not from codings. I will show to you in the next steps. And as you can see, Swagger has an editor, an online editor, which is available on editor.swagger.io website. And by its editor, you can create documentations online and working with that. Let's check it. As you can see, here is the Swagger editor, and in the left side we have Swagger config file, which is in YML's syntax, and in the right side we have output and generated documentation about Swagger. So my point here is why we are starting to document the projects at the end of the project, which is not great. You know, we usually starting coding the project, creating and other stuff, and at the end, when we want to invite other developer like front-end developer, application developer for using the API, and we have some challenge for communications, for explaining about what is the purpose of each endpoint, and we are wasting a lot of time for talkings, meetings, chattings, or something like that with other developer because we don't have any clean standard documentations about the project. So if we can prepare a documentations for the project, for the API endpoints, it can help for the projects. The first ones, make the project clean, and we can have a deeper view on the different sections and the part of the project. For example, here in this example, Swagger documents, we can see we have one pet sections, another for store, another for user, and some schema, for example, order, customer, address, category, and user, tag, pet, and other things like API response. We can see we have a standard for the API response like code, type, and message. So in a documentation similar to this Swagger, my point is not about we must use Swagger. I'm just talking generally about the documentation which can help us. So the first one is about cleaning the project and make it more standard. The second one is about communications, because it's not only about one person to create everything. Usually in mass projects, we must use teams. So it is about one person. We usually have more than 2 developers for each project. So by using documentation, you can refuse to wasting a lot of time for communication, chat, and you know, from a manager perspective, when we don't have any documentations and API for a project, for example, we are wasting about 1 hour time, 2 hour times of backend developer for explaining, meetings, chattings, and SAMs. We are wasting 2-3 hours of time from front-end developer, application developer, maybe weekly or maybe daily, to explore findings, the correct API, and findings the structure, inputs, type of the input of the API endpoint. So it is not about wasting time of the backend developer. It is about wasting time of all members of the teams and its effect on everyone. Whatever you are, a developer, front ends, applications, or maybe manager or CTO or something like that. So the second point was about wasting time, and by having a good documentations, we can refuse wasting time of the team. And the third option is for testings. Sometimes in the middle stage of the project, or maybe after launching the project, we need to test an API. And one of the good points is for using Postman. So by using Postman, you can easily post and test your API. But the main thing is you need to have up-to-date Postman, and Postman is not generated automatically, so developer and backend engineer must have kept the Postman config up to date. And also Postman's team version is not free, and I think they have a free limited version for about 1 month, and after 1 month you have to pay for paid version, paid plan for the teams to use it. And I think it is not even possible to use Postman in a small team for a long time, and you have to pay for its balance. But by using other tools similar to Swagger, we can solve some problems. The first one is automatically generates the documentations. For second one, automatically keeps up-to-date documentations, because we are not generating the documentations fully manually. And the third option is it's publicly available on your local URL or maybe a public URL, so you can easily share the URL with other team member, and you don't have any problem for sharing Postman config file or pay for Postman, something like that. So it is a free tool for everyone in the open source world. Okay, so I introduced about the methodology for starts the project from documentations. And it is interesting to me to see you can start your project from documentation, not from codings. Look at here. In the left side, we have a config file, which is in YML formats. And we are explains about the road. So we have a sections titled pet. And here we have, if you open it, we have a put request, which is here, the first ones. And for each road, we can have a summary, a description, an operation ID, and a request body. And inside the request body, we can reference to other schema. And as you can see, inside the documentation of the Swagger, we have some feature for knowing what is the parameter, what is the request body. Here we don't have any parameter, but we have a schema request body. And the body schema is application JSON, and you can see the structure of the response, good response, bad response, and you can even see the other possible errors that may be happening in this API. So it is really good way for a front-end engineer to see this API. If occurs any errors, any problems, he can have a 400 or 404 HTTP code for, so he can imagine and handle it before seeing any problems in the productions. So everything is not about handling the API by chat, by meeting, by communications. And a good documentation can solve a lot of problems, of future problems when maybe happen in the productions or other, because usually I see in the different teams, backend developer usually refuses or maybe miss and forgets to let the front-end developer what is the other case of the error, which is important. And I think it is a good practice to let the front-end developer know what is the structure, schema, and example response of the error, and it can be really helpful. And the other option is you can try it out, and you can run the API by different value, by different parameter, request body, and then you can press execute, and it will be call the API, and you will have the response, URL comment, response, and header. So These tools can help and be helpful in the project. And as you can see, the next route we have, for example, a post request, which is add a new pets to the store, which is the second row. And similarly, we have documentations for the different rows. Also, we have here a parameter in the URL. And by generating and creating and writing this config YML file, the interesting part is, which may be not so much popular, but it is really, really awesome. If you generate a Swagger config file, Swagger editor can generate automatically your project for you, you know? Let's consider you create and write your config file, so you can see documentations about your project, so you can have a meeting with your developer and the teams to review the API and make sure it is everything you want and it is fine for other developer to see. The next part is Swagger can generate server-side code and client-side code for you in the different programming language. So let's just see how it's going. Okay, you must click right side and you can see we have some option for generate server, and if you press it, it can generate automatically servers code for you in ASP.NET Core, Go language, Java, in the different library and framework like Spring, Python, Node.js, and Kotlin or Scala and other programming language. And if you press on any of these, it will be automatically generate and download the zip file of the project for you. For example, let's press on the Go server and it downloads a zip file for you, and you can see in the zip file we have some code for project, models, automatic generate model, logger, API routes, and other schema of the project like API and config Swagger file. Let's try, for example, Java Spring. In the Java Spring, you can see we have a source and a POM XML file. In the source, we have main. In the main, we have Java, IO, Swagger. Okay, here we have a Swagger to a Spring Boot, which is main file of the project. We have models in the Java code. We have configurations and API. So it is really interesting to see how it's going. Okay, let's import this Spring Java project in the ID intelligence. Let's run the project. I already downloaded the zip file and it is a Spring server generated zip file, and I extract this. So here is my project. Let's open the IDE so we can run and putting around the project. Okay, nice. It is the main README file of the project which generated by Swagger. So okay, project automatically detected and resolving the dependency. Okay, let's do wait. Scanning. Okay, let's run it. Starting. Okay, let's go. Okay. Apache Tomcat connected. Awesome. Okay, it's in the project running on the port 8080 under the base URL API version 3. So let's run its localhost 8 version 3. Okay, awesome. So as you can see, it is the project which generated by Swagger AI editor, and we'll run it, and it is an example project to show you. And if you start explore the project, you can see we have everything we have here. So let's go to the source code and just take a look. Here is the main file, Swagger to Spring Boot, and it is the main functions and other subclasses. And if you go to the model, we can see we have a model for address and with all of the details, getter, setter, and other options for. Also, we have some example schema, just to show how it's going. And also we have other model like category and customer order, model API response, which have code type message with all of the getter setter will be useful and equals and to a string. Also order models, pet model, tag models, user models. Also, if you go to the configurations, you can see we have other required code for playing. For example, data time, local date time, converter times, and formatter for the times. Swagger documentations config, which is the description of the project and about the Swagger documentation. So if you go back to the editor, we have some descriptions, contact to the developer, versions, license, and other options for the project, which is generally managing by here. And we are setting a URL for the documentations, and maybe we need to hide this URL or maybe add a authentication layer to this route. And let's have a look to the API, which is awesome because Swagger is generating the required core for all API, but the functionality of the routes is not complete, and it is why we still need developer in the world. So you can let's go and have a party by participant and working on the project to complete the project. And not find exceptions, API response message, and it's handling everything's error warning info, okay, too easy. Another maybe. And scores, and it's handling scores for us, so you can easily use the project everywhere. And yeah, it's everywhere, everything's a resource, which is not important things. And my point here is, it is not about starting thinking about documentations at the end of the project, and we can reverse it by writing the config file documentations and generate documentations, have a look with the teams, make sure it's fine, change Unix, because changing the documentation is really easy and it don't take time for you, but changing the project, changing the software, changing the structure, API, and the schema of the project, maybe it's time consuming, so it takes time for your team and wasting money, wasting time, because time is important in the world, because everything is not about the project. A project will success when it happens and launch at the suitable time. And usually the first products are better and can attract a lot of more user in the market. And everything is not about engineering science. You can think about my idea and start from business perspective. Anyway, so inside the Swagger editor, you can generate code for client as well. So it is not everything for server side. Let's create a client side for PHP. And you can see we have some file for library, models, and everything. The good point is it can generate file for you, so it is really interesting. And it is everything for the project. So it is not limited to the Java programming language, but one of the good language which supported here, you can see we are supporting Java, Kotlin, Spring, and other framework like Vertex, CXF, and other things. And we just tested the project generator of the Swagger, which is interesting. And here is about the config file. I already generated a repository on the GitHub site titled Swagger UI, and if you open Swagger UI, you can pass a Swagger config URL, and it will be render and show you documentation. For example, here is the URL of a Swagger config file, which is available on the internet. And if you pass the URL here and press on the Explorer, it will run and preview your Swagger documentation for you, and you can we have the source. It's just a simple project which is loading Swagger bundles and just have maybe 10-20 line of JavaScript for getting the URL from the query param, and then load it and give to the Swagger UI bundle. And here is the project, which is a tiny project for having Swagger UI online. And this UI HTML viewer is not limited only for Java, and you can easily load any Swagger documentation and a config file and preview here on GitHub for free. Also, me and one of my friends created an example project in the Java, which is where my money API already run the project here, so we can take a look and see how it's working and integrates the Swagger documentations, because the first one is to create a project from Swagger, and the next solution is create your project and then integrate the Swaggers to your project. So there are two ways, and you can test and think about which way is better and best for your project and the teams. As you can see, here we have a project and we are loading the Swagger config file. We have some Swagger config, which is API info bundles and security, GWT, and other options in the project. Also, we have some DTO, a DTO, login DTO, sign up DTO, and other things in the project. And let's have a rest and take a look at the project and test which one is the better for your project. And I just tried to use IDEA, which is a Java Kotlin editor. It is not free, but if you are an open source developer, you can ask them to send you a free license for your open source project. And it is really awesome. As an open source developer, maintainer, and contributor, you can get free license from the JetBrains company. I'm not going to advertise for JetBrains company. I prefer to use open source software and free software. And I just want to say, if you are a Java Kotlin developer, you can get free license from them. And just examples. And here's some reference. And thank you for your attention. And I hope I can share something useful and some idea and method solution for your teams. And for any questions, feel free to contact me directly by my email or LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Max, for the presentation. It was really insightful for us. And let's start the Q&A session. We have all the speakers from the block on the backstage. Hi, Pascale. Hi, Max.
Hello.
And hi, Reza. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, everyone.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, that is great. So let's start. First question for Pascale. Is it a good solution design that depends on the number of partitions of the individual topics?
Okay, I read the question in the chat already. I don't know if I really understand the question, but obviously when you start to design a streaming, the first step is to analyze the topics, how they are made, how many partition they have, because we have some strict rule that we have to respect in order to process, to obtain a streaming regarding your solution. So for me, first step in each design that I did is always to analyze which kind of key I have in a topic and how many partition, in how many partition is split the topic.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the answer. And the next question is also for you. Could we use
Absolutely.
stream?
Absolutely, yes. But let me say that, as mentioned in the presentation, it's not really relative to which kind of framework you are going to use. It's just a library. In order to make any kind of streaming, you have just to use the Kafka streaming library that you can always integrate. Obviously, Spring Cloud Stream Kafka give you the ability to have a lot of things already configured, or other things that can support you. For example, also on Quarkus side, you can use the small RAI framework that give you a really nice integration with Kafka. But yes, you could use whatever you want.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And let's move to Reda. Riza, it's question for you. Where are the data persist while waiting for all the fees?
I'm not quite sure I understood the question, but okay. So this has to do with where is your database hosted? So yeah, I mean, if you're, it depends on where your application is hosted. So if your application is hosted on premise, then simply you can have a relational or non-relational database that you can access from your Jakarta EE application on your on-premise installation. In that case, typically you will pay some licensing fees depending on what kind of database you have, whether it's commercial or open source. And typically you will have some infrastructure costs associated with the data center. If you're on Azure, well, again, it depends on how you're running your database. You could run it as one of our PaaS services, and we have several. We really have all of the databases except, in fact, we even have Oracle as a managed database also. In which case you can have some dedicated pricing or pay-as-you-go pricing. Pay-as-you-go pricing is usually a bit higher, or you could also run your database on virtual machines. Again, it would be similar to what you would have on premise. So you would pay some kind of fee for the virtual machine and storage allocations, and then you have licensing fees associated with your database if you're using something that is not open source.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And the next one is, what is the impact of Jakarta EE on Spring Boot applications?
Quite significant. So at a bare minimum, typically Spring Boot applications will have a dependency on servlet, but the typical Spring Boot application actually has quite a bit of Jakarta EE dependencies from something like Jakarta persistence, which is very heavily used, even if you're using Eclipse Link or Hibernate or what have you. That is still essentially a Jakarta persistence implementation. Most applications will typically also make use of Jakarta validation for validation purposes, and then down the line you go. There's so many different Jakarta APIs that you could have dependencies on. You could have potentially have dependencies on your transaction API if you happen to be using JTA or even Java persistence. I've seen applications that use Jakarta REST and use sort of REST-EZ or CXF as their RESTful interface. Certainly, if you're using SOAP-based interface, that would be the case. And those are again really Jakarta EE implementations. So yeah, there's 35 different specifications that that are in Jakarta EE, and I would say the typical Spring Boot application probably at least has half a dozen of those, maybe even upwards of a dozen that have indirect transitive dependencies on Jakarta EE. If you really inspect your specifically your declared dependencies, meaning all of your Maven dependencies that have transitive dependencies on other APIs, you will see a whole bunch of stuff that is either prefixed by Jakarta or prefixed by JavaX. Typically, those are all Java EE or Jakarta EE APIs. The biggest impact you will see right now is, basically the newer version of Spring Boot. You will need to transition your API dependencies and potentially your application from the JavaX namespace to the Jakarta namespace. So that's a very direct impact on Spring Boot applications.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers. And next questions are for Max. Could you please explain for the relation between Passcase and OpenID Connect?
Hi everyone, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Can you explain the relation between Passkeys and OpenID Connects? I'm not sure about this question, so I prefer not answer about this one.
Okay. And next one is, can you configure Swagger to generate APIs fees for specific clients like OpenFrame?
Okay, there is a jar for and comment for the Swagger code gems. The command is swagger-code gems, and by checking the help message, you can see by using Swagger code generator, you can set and define a library. I guess it should be possible to generate for OpenStream, and I saw in the internet some people did it in the past, so I'm going to share some useful URL and topics in the chat for you about this, and I think it is possible to set it.
Okay, thank you. And next one is, can Swagger parameterize example requests depending on the environment using different IDs in the request?
Yes, it is possible to define multiple servers inside the Swagger, and by using servers keyword inside the config file, you can define multiple servers, and inside your request, you can choose which server you want to choose for running the. And it is usually people running the API on the multiple port, multiple server, like environments, development, production, stuff like that. And yeah, it is possible.
Thank you for the answer, for clarifying. And last question, what about a sequence of requests where the next request needs to use the result of previous requests?
It is an interesting question, and it is a nice question. I don't think they have any support and provide built-in mechanisms for handling the sequence of requests when the result of the one request automatically influence the second one.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers. Thank you, Pascale. Thank you, Max, and thank you, Rita, for joining us live for the Q&A session, for delivering your presentations. It was really nice to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And now we can start the... Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Now we can start the break and see you in a couple minutes. Hi, and we are ready to start the third block of junior track with amazing speaker Danilo Pereira de Luca, who is senior staff engineer at iFood. He helps people, teams, and companies cultivate a streaming stage community so they can build better products aligned with their purposes. Welcome to the stage.
Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this amazing event organized by Geekle. So thank you for the invite to being here and doing this amazing presentation. And also tomorrow we are going to have a full schedule agenda with so many experts in the Java world. So if you work with Java, if you are interested about Java, don't waste your time and sign up for the next schedule for tomorrow. Today here I'm going to talk about demystifying the circuit break pattern and using MicroProfile. So we are going to talk a little bit about circuit breaker, the circuit break pattern, and then how you can apply that using MicroProfile. That is one of the best libraries that you can use for that purpose when you think about Java words. So let's start talking about what is resilience. That's the main topic that involves circuit break. For that, I like to remember that, and I like to think about the example of a tree, that by the seasons passes, the tree is always there, strong enough to live for so many years. So in the summer, in the fall, in the winter, it just survives. Of course, it has some problems that, cause that their leaves just fall down. And sometimes after a while, when the spring comes, some flowers just raise on the trees, So let's go talk about resilience, but not take an example as a tree, but let's go deeper on it, think about the architecture concepts. So if we go to a dictionary and look for what is resilience, we're going to take a look at this. Resilience is an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. So what does that truly mean? It means that is some kind of ability to recover from some problem that might happen or for something different that happens in that environment. And this is pretty interesting because we need to understand how we can think about it when you think about architecture. So one of the things that I like to think about it, I like to use the Sam Newman examples. If you don't know who is he, I strongly recommend you to take a look at his books. That are one of the best books that involves the concepts of microservices, and not only from microservices, but also using some concepts that are some about distributed systems. So Sam Newman said that resilience with microservice architectures intends creating systems that can absorb, recover from failures, providing the ability to scale, evolve, and continue functioning under various conditions. So this is a pretty difficult phrase to understand. To do that, let's go deeply on its details that caught my attention, this phrase, on this sentence that he wrote on his books. The first one is about absorb and recover from failures. So what does that truly means? It means that your architecture should absorb things and then try to recover from failures. So taking the example of a tree, when it's fall or when it's winter, it's a really hard environment to recover, and that might be some kind of failure that happens on the grounds that the tree lives, or even the environment that it's even the environment that it's over there. So this is one of the things that caught my attention. Another one is ability to scale and to evolve. So this is interesting because before we talked about recovering from failures, and now we are talking about ability to scale, ability to evolve, ability to grow. So it means that even if you are in a hard environment or in an environment that do not propose some positive metrics or some good points about for you, it means that you still need to keep scale, keep evolving. And this is pretty interesting because when you think about our architecture, usually when we have a problem, our architecture just fall down so many problems and it stops to respond, and we just stop working. And sometimes if you work with e-commerce, you are just going to stop selling things. Then another sentence that caught my attention is under various conditions. So I talked before that some of these conditions might be good or might be bad for you. So it means that you do not need to think about only having the best condition or maybe the happy path condition in your environments. So we need to think about it on having different conditions. So for example, let's think about that in our architecture, our database just started to crash, or not so our database, but let's think about that you have a service that calls another service using asynchronous communication like a HTTP request, and then the second service starts to fail. So it's a new condition. It's a different condition that usually we do not have it 99.99% of the time, but it might happen sometime. And then this is pretty interesting because with all these considerations, I would like to point out three main points about resilience. So resilience is the ability to handle failures. So you need to understand how to handle the failures of your services. Not only that, handle an increasing workload. So let's think about different conditions. So when your architecture just start to increase the workload of your application, like having more requests, the throughput just spikes as a touch of magic. So this is one of the things that might help you that might happen on your architecture. And another one is under different challenges. So what does that mean? It means that you can't prevent all the challenges that your architecture will have. So I mentioned about the database that might crashes, or even a second service that you depends on that starts to fail. So resilience is the art of handling all these situations and keep evolving, keep scaling your service. So to show that, I would like to show you a practical example. And this practical example is a real example that just happens here in my work in the last week, and I'm going to share an example that's it. As I mentioned before, that we have the service A in our architecture, and we have a service B that has a database, and between them, the service A calls this service B using a HTTP request. Actually, he's doing a GET in the endpoint of service B. And let's think about what might happen if the database crashes. What's going to happen with service A? What's going to happen with service B in a situation that we didn't implemented any resilience pattern? So here I have one example here on how does the service B how does the service B was responding to HTTP requests. And suddenly, I don't know if you can see that, but we can see some spikes of HTTP requests in some times of the day. So this is one example that I took from the last day, from 3 days ago, and we can see that we got some spikes in our application. Actually, the second one is more evident how it just grows from less than 1 million requests, almost 500,000 requests that we got in our application, to almost 5 million requests in a few time. Of course, we got other spikes here, but think about it. How could your application handle this kind of situation? How would your database handle all the requests that it would handle with that? So in that same moment, we got a problem. So as I mentioned before, the database just crashed, and this is real. The database, we had a real problem with the hard disk because it just started to operate so fast that the hard disk just crashed, and then we had to start to recover it, to replace it with a new one, but it isn't an easy process to do that. We took almost 2 hours to do that. And think about it. Let's take a look. We can see some relation between the high throughputs that our application had and the errors that we have over here. So think about this time at midday and 3 p.m. we have so many spikes that they might have caused the errors in our application. And here we're talking about the service B, but let's talk about what's happening to service A. I don't know if you remember, but service A is integrating with service B using HTTP requests. So what happens to service A if we didn't implement a resilience pattern? So here is what happened. I don't know if you can see that, but service A also receives a lot of requests, and then some of them just start to fail. And it just started to fail almost at the same time as service B started to fail. So let's take a look at this block here at midday. So here we can compare both of the servers, the service A with service B. Of course, service A started to fail before than service B, but it has some relation because it didn't call to any resilience pattern or any other fallback, then it just fails a lot. So if I tell you, if we take these two examples here, this example here, that we are having an HTTP request and think about resilience, this kind of problem, when you have a lot of microservices that calls each other using HTTP requests, and we have almost a chain of microservices, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 microservices in a chain, and they have multiple synchronous communication between them, and one of them starts to fail, and all the other service also fails because of that. We call it HTTP hell. So HTTP hell is the failure of a chain of multiple synchronous calls in multiple servers. And when you think about, not only microservices, but any situation that we have this kind of communication and it starts to happen, it's something that can be really, really dangerous for your architecture. Not only for that, but, I don't know if anyone here have ever been in this kind of situation, but my team at that time was like that dog, this is fine, but no, this is not fine. And to solve this kind of problem, one of the resilience patterns that you can implement to help your company to handle this kind of problem is the circuit breaker pattern. So today I'm going to talk about it and show some examples. So take a look at circuit breaker. What is a circuit breaker? It's a way to implement a component that can interrupt the flow of current in circuit to prevent damage under certain conditions. So I don't know if you know it, but here this image is a circuit breaker that you might have in your house for all the electrical system that works on your house. So when you start to consume a lot of energy in your house, it means that it will just be enabled and your house will not have more energy more, because this one helps you to not burn your electrical system on your house. And the same thing we can do in our architecture. So we can implement a circuit breaker in our architecture, and for that we have some tools that we can do that. So one of the tools is the Istrix that was built by Netflix, but it's deprecated since 2018. So I do not recommend you to use that. There are other two tools that they have some awesome support, and they are also open source. One of them is MicroProfile fault tolerance, that I'm going to share here one real example about that, and also resilience for J. So these both tools, I strongly recommend you to use both of them. If you know any other, I know that both of them, they can be integrated with Spring, with Quarkus, and also with Jakarta. So show me the code. So let's take a look at the code. Here I'm going to share one example on one project that I uses Jakarta EE and OpenLibert, and I'm using the MicroProfile library. So let me share here the screen. So let's take a look at the code. Before I start, I would like to go to the flow of how does a circuit breaker works. And it's pretty simple, but it's really important to understand that, because when you are going to configure that, this will be the main key to understand how does the parameters for the circuit breaker might works. So let's understand that. Here in this image, it has all the flow that how does it works. And by default, a circuit breaker starts on the states closed. What does that mean? It means that all the requests that you are going to do from the service A to service B will pass, and then you are going to do the HTTP request for that service. Of course, think about doing a HTTP request from one service to another service. Then, after a while, if the service B starts to have some failures, so if some response starts to have an HTTP status 500 or something like that, then if it just achieves one threshold, so a failure threshold, then the circuit breaker will pass from the state closed to state opened. And that means that the request will not be done for the service B. It means that you are not going to do any HTTP request for the other service. And in this moment is where some magic can happen. So you can decide if you are going to route it for a fallback flow or something like that. But I strongly recommend you to configure a fallback. Then you are not going to have to send some message error or something for clients. So I strongly recommend you to think about having a fault tolerance and a fallback for your application. Then when you are on the state to open, after some delay time, so after time, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 1 minute, maybe 5 minutes, the circuit breaker will pass for the state half open. This state is one of the most important one. This state is where you are going to, the circuit breaker will be defined if it's going to go to the closed state and then enables the HTTP request for the other service, or if it will just come back for the open state. To do that, in the half open state, the circuit breaker only lets a few messages be sent to the server. So not all of them, but maybe 1%, then 5%, then 15% will be tested. and if it achieves one success rate, then the circuit breaker will pass for the closed stage, and then all the message will be okay, and all the message will be enabled to achieve the service B. Then you are going to actually do the HTTP request. But if this success message, if it still keep failing, so the service B keep failing and the request still have some not good response, then it will change for the open states, and then still come back for the to wait the delay, and then go to the half open, and then the cycle starts all over again. So having it in mind, let's take a look at this example here. So this is a simple project. This is a project that represents the service A in the example that I mentioned before. So in this project, it means that I have a project that has as inputs one endpoint, and then it's going to process something over there. And one of the steps in this process is to do a HTTP request for service B. That's why I call it as the equal HTTP request. So in this example, let's take a look at this endpoint. That's the most important one. That is on the service. That then we have some rules here about what's the parameter that we are receiving our requests, and then we have some implementations for each of values of this parameter. So, and we can see that for each parameter we are going to call one specific HTTP method for our Geekle server. Then here is where the magic happens. Here we have some kinds of HTTP requests that should call the server by doing one HTTP request like a post or like a get method. And here, taking a look at the find Geekle Java, we have already configured the circuit breaker. So let's understand how does each parameter here works. So the first parameter, the request volume threshold, it represents the amount of requests that it will consider in a time window to check all the metrics of the circuit breaker. So it means that in this circuit breaker, for every 25 requests, I'm going to check the metrics that I have configured here from a circuit breaker. Another parameter here is the failure rate. It means that this is the failure threshold that we are going to have while calling our external service, our service B. So if in this case, if the service B has an average of 10% of errors, it means that we are going to transition the circuit breaker from the closed stage to the open one. And another parameter here is the delay. So you must remember that from the open stage that you are not going to do any HTTP request for the service. It waits some delay time until it passes to the half open, and this is the configuration for that. So here I have configured for 15 seconds. So it's going to wait 15 seconds after the circuit breaker transition to the open stage, and then it will change to the half open stage. And the first parameter is the success threshold. Here configured for 7 requests. It means that when the circuit breaker is on the half open stage and it's going to test some requests, 7 of them must succeed to transition to the closed stage, and then enables all the requests to be done for the service B. Otherwise, it will just transition for the open stage again, and then all the process starts everything all over again. And just by curiosity, here in the circuit breaker, you have other parameters that you can configure. So, for example, the fail one, that it represents if you got some specific exception that you want to treat with a circuit breaker, then you configure for it. By default, it has all the exceptions that the Java programming language has. So any trouble will be treated in this case. Another interesting parameter is the skip on. So this one is the opposite of the fail on. So it means that if your service made the request for the service B and it's returned some specific error, some specific exception, you can skip that. So you can set to skip that exception, and then the circuit breaker will not count it as a metric for applying the algorithm to the open state or to the half open state. So as I mentioned, one of the things that you must configure while working with circuit breaker, actually it's my recommendation, is having some kinds of a fallback. What is a fallback? So let's think about that you are doing some HTTP request for the service-CB, and then it returns a payload, a JSON from the user details. And if the service-CB just stops to respond for you, you could implement one fallback to search it in a static API, like an S3 or something like that. Of course, it will have more latency or might have not so a good latency for that, but it's important to configure a fallback to try to treat all the flow. For example, trying to publish it to a message broker and then try to process it in a synchronous flow. This is really important. So here in the microprofile, for the fallback methods, for the fallback, you have two main parameters. The first one is the fallback method. That means that in this class here, it will try to find this method. So here I have configured one to return a fallback and then return the Geekle community. And so it means that when the circuit breaker is open, so when the circuit breaker is open, it means that no requests are going to be done for the service-CB, for the server. It will call this method. So this method is our fallback. And another interesting configuration that I put here is apply on. That means that when these both exceptions happens, this fallback will be called. So if you have some specific treatment for one specific HTTP status or something different like that, you can configure it to have some different fallbacks. Okay, so here in this example, I have some different configurations for each fallback, and the most interesting, and I think that this is one that I want to share with you, is this one. At this method, as you can see, I'm just going to print some kinds of some log here to show that we are trying to process it, and then I'm throwing one exception over it. And let's test it in how it works. I will show you when the circuit breaker opens and how does it work. So let's test our application. Let's just remember that for these methods here, I have configured for request volume threshold for 10 requests and the failure ratio of 10%, and a delay of time to test it to go it from open stage to the halfway open stage for 5 seconds, and the success thresholds to migrate from the half open to the closed stage for 1 request. As you can see, this request will never succeed, so it always will throw one exception, and then it will never exceed this success threshold, so it always will keep the circuit breaker in the open state. One important thing is that while the circuit breaker is open, so it's going to call our fallback method, it will not print this log. So let's take a look and see how it goes. Here you can see the log of our application. Here in the other window, I'm going to make some HTTP requests for these methods. Let's see how it goes. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to do 10 requests, and after that I'm going to do another request. Then it will print on the fallback. Then I will wait 5 seconds. Then it will print this log again, and then wait again, and it will print just the fallback message. So let's see how it goes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it's just going to the fallback. Oh, now it's going to the fallback again. Okay, oops. No, now it's just jumped to the half open, and now to the fallback again. Okay, let's go. Fallback, and tada, it just goes to the half open state. Let's take a look at the code. So here I printed some information. Then it represents one request. So we have here 10 requests that I have done. Until it just jumps to the fallback. Here you can see it. So it just printed find for test. It didn't printed the try to process, and then it just printed the fallback. It means that it just entered the fallback methods and nothing inside of this method has been processed. And this is how it works. That as we can configure that. Now I'm just going to change this for 3 requests. And I'm going to put more time over here. I'm going to put 9 seconds. And let's see how it goes. Okay, it's running. Okay. 1 request, 3 requests. 1, 2, 3. Then fallback. Yeah, fallback again. Now I have to wait 9 seconds until it just goes to the half open stage. Remember, it's on the open stage, and now it's going to the half open. And there we go, half open, it's tested, then it fails, and now it prints the fallback again. So this line here represents the half open stage that did one test to check if it succeeded. As it's always returning an error, it's just come back the circuit breaker for the open state, and then she just printed it again. So that's it. So after we tested that, if you want to use MicroProfile, it's pretty simple. You can just go to the website and see how it works. But here in the projects, I'm using Maven. So the only dependence that I had to configure on it is adding this dependence, and then all the magic already happens. So I only had to configure the annotations that I want to use and how I want to use them. And it's pretty simple. I strongly recommend you to use that. It's not so hard to do that, and it can enhance the resilience of your architecture, of your project, and even stop your team to suffer with some incidents in production.
Thank you, Danilo, for your presentation. And let's move to the next one by Victor Rentea, who is trainer and consultant with 2 decades of experience, Java champion working with top companies in Europe. More than 5,000 people of 120 companies attended his workshops. So every week he has the opportunity to debate with bright engineers and challenges faced by their projects. In return, Victor summarizes key points from these workshops in conferences and online meetups for European software crafters, the world's largest developer community around architecture, refactoring, and testing. So welcome to the stage, Victor Rentea.
Hello, and welcome to my session about upgrading Java, the best features and practices that you should probably embrace. My name is Victor Rentea. I'm PhD in computer science. I'm coding for 18 years, and for the past 10 years, I've been doing workshops and consultancy for various companies throughout Europe. My area of focus is clean code, unit testing, architecture, microservices, frameworks, performance, and secure coding. But I'm super lucky to be talking to very bright developers, and the stuff that I learn from these workshops that I do, I publish on via different talks like this one or others that I do for my community. I run a community which is called European Software Crafters, the largest community in the world focused on clean code, unit testing, and writing code in a maintainable and nice way. If you want to join, it's completely free. We meet monthly to do debates on various topics. I present an idea and then we chat. Also have kids, a cat, and a garden. And that's the last slide. The rest is in the code. So let's see. I have some features to show you. Of course, I have a list that you can find on this Git that was on the first page on the first slide. On that Git, all the code is there. Let's start with this simple example. It's a simple feature that it was added in Java 11. If you have a list, Before Java 11, I will only be talking about long-term supported versions. Before Java 11 was there, we used to create lists like this with fixed elements. But the problem was that if someone came and said, I want to set the element of position 0 to -1, they can do that. They can do that, and that's something that you probably don't want. If you create a list, you don't want it to be changed later, probably. So Java is embracing more and more immutability. So instead of having arrays as list, you can use list of, and the list that you get in return is an unmodifiable list, right? Unfortunately, this kind of collection it's package private inside the JDK. You can't really reference that type, but if anyone tries to change anything in that list, then it won't be able to. In the same spirit, in Java 8, when we, for example, will filter the elements which are even numbers, let's say, right? And then if you do in Java 11 collect to list, what you get is a list which can be changed. To list returns you an array list. So again, in this result, someone evil could come and change the list, as you can see. Now Java 17 came with motivation and say, what, we're going to do to-list. And the list that you get back is unmodifiable, right? So this is something that you definitely want to embrace, preventing the changing of collection, right? Mutation of your collections. In the same spirit, in the same category, we have the creation of a hash map. Now, I'm not sure if you've been here for long enough, but some of us have seen code bases looking like this, doing this, creating a map using a subclass of the hash map type. Why, you could ask? Because I wanted to create a map in a single expression, and because of laziness not to repeat map dot put. Now this actually turns into a memory leak, because if you return this out of this method, if you actually return this map, then anyone keeping a reference onto this map is gonna keep reference to the field inside the class also. So I have a memory leak in my performance training that I actually demonstrate with code like this. Now Java 10 fortunately brought us a map of course. We have map of, and you can put the stuff you want inside there, putting like this. Thank you. Good. Right, much easier, much simpler, with no leaks involved. Right. Now, probably one of the best features in Java 17 was the records. So let's spend some time on that. Suppose you have a class, and this is a traditional Java boilerplate that you can see here: get set to string hash code equals. A lot of garbage, but we learned to remove this garbage with the help of a friend. Right, so behold Lombok. After a while, you realize that we want to promote more immutable classes, so we wanted to make these fields also final. So, but then every time you cannot change the point anymore. You can only assign it properly, and then if you ever want to change it in some dark part of your code, that setter has to be somehow engineered out. So you were setting from 1 to -2. So let's suppose that we want to move the point by -2, delta, and 0. I want to translate, to move, to transition the point, right? So this move method has to be inside the immutable object, getting a delta x and delta y, and then returning out a new point with the difference, right? This is called a mutator, right? And returning a new copy of the immutable object. Now, the only way the dark method can return the change out is actually to return the point in the open. On the other side, you need to do this if you want to get the change out consciously. Right? You don't have to be afraid of someone changing the argument, the state of the argument that you provided. All right. Now, probably a better idea would be to say point2 equals and have a different variable instead. Right? This is a bit better. Right. So this is immutable, but then in Java 17, instead of data, actually, the first step forward is to use, instead of data, to use value, which makes all your fields automatically private final. And from here onward is just a single step. This point can be translated to a record. So if you are this far, if you realize the importance of immutability, then you definitely want to move the change, to do the change towards the record. And this has the potential to increase the expressiveness of your code. Let's have a look at this example. We have a map of a long to a list of what? This is a var. Using the var here it kind of obscures the code. You don't see the type. So I'm going to go ahead and replace this var with explicit type. I want to see that I have a map of long to list of tuple 2. Now, what exactly is inside this tuple 2? It calls for some digging, right? But let's assume that this string is the product name and this integer is the product count. So in Java 17, you can just go ahead and say record product count and have the name and the count in a little class defined in one line of code. The next thing you're going to do, you're going to change tuple to product count, right? And instantiate here new product count. Basically, you increase the expressiveness. This is no longer v2. This is the items, the count that you have inside, and this is the name of the product that you have inside. So you increase the expressiveness of your code using these little records all around. Now, let's use these records in a more realistic application, like in a Spring Boot application, to see where you can use it and where you should use it, or maybe where you should not use it. One first place to apply it is for any DTOs that go out and in your APIs. Get book response, ID and name. This is a response going out as a JSON. Fun. But also a record coming in as a JSON. It can be parsed like this into a request with title, annotated properly with validation annotations, right? And then accepted in a REST controller method. Very good transition. Maybe not in the same class, but in a separate class, but very compact way to define your DTO. It's a very good thing to do, right? Now, in this record over here, create book request, it might happen that the teaser video URL, look, I actually have a test for this. If I run my test, in my teaser video URL, you will find a null coming in. Now, we all hate null, right? So seeing in my log over here that I actually have a null, this is not fun to see, right? So I want to somehow guard the nulls with optionals everywhere I can. And I will do this here. I will say optional of a string. Now, this comes a bit in conflict with the idea that you should not define fields in a class of type optional, but only the getters, or only the return types of the methods that might return you a null. However, the problem is that you can't just go and say teaser video URL and say optional of. The idea is that you can't change the signature of the generated getter. And by the way, please mind the absence of the get prefix. So since you can't do this because it won't compile, then the only option you have with this is to go ahead and change the signature of this record. Optional, right? Like this. Good. And this is the remarkable exception to the rule that fields should not have optional types. Okay. Now, if you really want to take immutability serious, the request that comes in, you want to make it truly immutable. Right now, it's not really immutable. Someone along the way can do request dot, for example, get the authors, and then clear the authors. And that surely you don't want to happen, right? It will run. I mean, it blew up the content of the list. I have right now no authors anymore left in there. It's empty. So you want to block that. How can you block that? I will show you two ways. One way is to say the authors getter and return this wrapped in an unmodifiable list, so that whenever someone wants to change it, it's going to blow up. It's a decorator, thin decorator on the original mutable collection, which blocks anyone from changing the contents of that list. So it's a 500. It's an error you can't change because it's an unmodifiable collection. You can't change that, basically, right? This is one option you have. But it still remains the danger that someone would sneak into you a list that will change afterwards. It's just a bit contrived, just a bit maybe too much for some cases, but teams that really choose to take immutability serious, you're going to go for Guava, for a mutable list. Basically, they're going to declare that their collection can never change, so the clear is going to blow up. But it's actually type safe visible that that's now an immutable list. The authors gives you an immutable list. It shouts out to you. The clear method is actually deprecated in the immutable list, right? They deprecate it. They say, hey, don't clear, don't remove, don't add. You can't do that, right? So it's a very, very determined step forward if you go this far. You have to tweak a bit Guava to tell it to unmarshal lists as immutable collections, but it's not that big of a deal. However, maybe more interesting than the DTOs are the entities, the structures that we persist in the databases. Now, traditionally, if you start with an ORM, with a Hibernate, like a GPA entity, you might be tempted to put here record. However, this won't work because Hibernate and ORMs are deeply in love with mutability. I've seen several teams trying to make their entity models immutable, and they went through some serious pain for no real gain in the end. They were just struggling there to make their. Don't do that. Keep your entities mutable. But if you want to make some embeddable that you store in your database, like a little value object in your domain, this can be made record. With recent versions of Hibernate, you can persist that and load that from database. But notice this is not an entity. This is just a part of a grouping of some fields in your entity. Now, if you gave up on using an ORM and you use a NoSQL like Mongo, there is no problem of manipulating immutable objects because they are not built around mutability like an ORM is. Please mind the age of the ORM also. Now, one last place where you could be tempted to put records is to save these 3 lines of code and replace them with a record. Basically, you could try to make your services, your Spring Beans records to benefit from the constructed, which is generated automatically, but that won't work because records are also final classes. And in order for proxies to work, for Spring to actually sneak in its magic, it needs to subclass your classes. Otherwise, for example, transactional is not going to work. I'm not sure about validated if it's going to work. If you ever use secured one day, these things are not going to work unless the class can be subclassed and the CGD proxy can be generated. So stick with the classics, stick with this, and you're good to go, right? Book repo, book copy, perfect, good. Right. Now, in the same file, we have another thing I want to draw your attention to. We have this query, which spans 3 lines, and it's pretty hard to read as a whole. These columns, they annoy us. So let's try to replace this with a text block, Java 17. Really, really beautiful. But that's a GPQL, that's a Java persistence query. The real cool thing is when you have a legacy SQL, perhaps, which you can actually copy-paste from here into your favorite SQL editor, tweak it, tune it, paste it back here with no problem as a string. So text blocks are really good things for queries and anytime you have to write some other kind of language in your code. For example, in tests, look how disgusting this JSON looks. It's hard to read, extremely hard to read. There is a trick in IntelliJ that allows you to change the JSON fragment with some hack, with some tweak in the editor. But why depend on an editor when you can have the language do it for you? So please replace with text blocks, and please mind how beautiful the quotes now look with no escaping and nothing. Ready to be copy pasted from Postman into here. Right? Also, when you stub some wiremock responses like here, right? This can be turned like that. But let's work on this a bit more. What if you want to extract this into a, like for example, stub emails? And if you want to parameterize and you want to extract this out of the code, how would you do that? One way to do it in Java 17 is to put here s and say at the end of this text blocks dot formatted and pass the thing that you wanted to pass in as that string. Remember the string format method, now it's dot formatted. And then you can take it from here and just put it out as a mail parameter coming in. That's one. But you can do better like this, but not in Java 21. It will be there in Java 25, we all hope, but it looks like this. In 21, it's just preview. You can actually use string interpolation like this, mail. You use the variable around you, but you have to prefix this with str dot. So you see, it's much easier. You don't have to trace which is which. It's just referencing the variables around you, just like other language can do that with a bit of a weird syntax, but this is coming. And this is the direction in which Java language evolves. It's gonna come, this thing. Okay? So text blocks we've seen. Good. Now, the next thing I want to draw your attention to is the power of the switch in the recent versions of Java. And let's start with some basic example in which you have a switch which decides based on the origin country of a certain postal package or a parcel, what tax formula to apply. Whether you come from UK, from China, from Romania, you have different taxes to be applied. The first thing that I notice here is that I'm switching on a string, and that's long frowned upon. I mean, like, I don't want to see strings through my business logic. That's called primitive obsession. That's a code smell. So I'm going to hunt down wherever that came from, and I'm going to say, you know what? You're not just a string. You are a special string that I have several meaningful values of. In other words, you are a counter enum. There. Now, in my code over here, I'm not going to switch on strings. This is a bad practice. But what you have to do next is to make sure that when you map the data coming in to your object, you're going to map it properly, and you're going to say country enum value of, and basically parse the data at the boundary. Most mapping frameworks like Jackson, they know how to convert this automatically into an enum value. So there's no issue there. Now, the next thing I notice here is that the result is assigned and then break and then return. Now, I have a better idea to move the return up in all these case branches. And when I do this refactoring, I'm going to notice that by default, if I don't match any of these enum values, I'm going to return a 0. A 0 as a tax. What the heck? This is certainly bad. So probably the best thing to do here, like we've done for the past 35 years, is to have a throw exception on the default branch. This has been long with us for many, many decades, right? And that's the switch, traditional switch in Java 11, let's say. Right. Now, the default here is placed in order to prevent a new country in the enum appearing and us returning a 0. I prefer to have an exception than a 0 tax, to be honest. Right. Now, Java 17 switch can turn this switch into a switch expression. But this is a transition you want to do. You want to make your cases one-liners and then turn into a switch expression. Please notice return switch. And then if in the switch parenthesis there is an enum referenced, then you have the return switch enum idiom, as I call it, which basically makes the default useless. The IntelliJ says, hey, you can remove this. And I'm a bit afraid to remove it because it's been with me for a decade. But I'm still going to trust IntelliJ. I'm going to delete the default. But why was the default there in the first place? To prevent another value from appearing without us noticing. So let's see what happens if then France is supported. If I try to build the project now, compiler fails. You could argue that sufficient unit testing would catch this condition. You could iterate through the enum values. I know, but it's always preferable when the language makes some case impossible. So until you put the actual case in place, then until you do that, it won't compile. You engineer some formula and you're good to go, right? So this is super cool. Now, in the past, there were several attempts to fix this problem in other ways. From the time when object-oriented was ruling the world, some people had the idea to create a tax calculator interface and then have different classes implementing these tax calculators in different ways, like China, this is called strategy pattern, and you can tweak it a bit. You can actually get rid of the switch. The idea is that polymorphism is going to force you to implement the necessary. So if to support a country, you will have to write a new class like this. Another idea that came since Java 5 was to have inside this enum an abstract method, right? Like this. And then each enum to implement the necessary behavior, right? But it's a bit scary to see behavior inside the enum. Many people are like, what? Behavior in an enum? And the moment you have your first bug in an enum, you will never forget that day, right? Another idea, which I also proposed some years ago, was to keep a track here of a function. No, not here. It's a function that can map function. Come on, thank you. It's a function that can map from a parcel to a double. Now, this can be a private final, thank you, function, which is taken through the constructor. And then these enum values themselves, they can either mention the behavior or reference the behavior. Like price, service, imagine, service, 4 dot, something like that, calculate raw tax. And then it allows you to move the behavior out of the enum, but all of that are just workarounds for a problem which now the compiler solved elegantly with the switch on enum expression, okay? It doesn't compile if you forget one case, right? Good, now switch can do more than that. Next example takes switches to the next level, and it addresses the problem in which we have some hierarchy of classes. We have a shape that has two subtypes, circle and square. And I want to compute the perimeter of these shapes that I have in this list. One way to do that is to use instance of. For example, for, and I'm going to iterate through all the shapes, and I'm going to take the edge, I'm going to take the radius, and I'm going to apply the formulas outside of the classes themselves. Now, in the early days of object-oriented, when 20 years ago, this was frowned upon. Say, hey, why are you using instance of? This goes against object-oriented programming. Object-oriented programming tells you to move behavior next to state. So if you try to play object-oriented programming, this should be the code that you write. You're going to take the shape, as an abstract, as an interface, and you're going to ask that interface to have a perimeter value, a perimeter method, which is implemented in the two classes below. So the circle is going to implement that method by returning over here the length of the circle, right? I'm not going to go on this way. You see where this is going. I'm just going to sketch the idea and come back. So I'm not going to go there, right? Sometimes you don't want to put the behavior inside. Sometimes you can't put the behavior inside, right? Now, realizing that sometimes you can't change those classes, object-oriented programming proposes another solution to the same problem, to do a for, and then use, first of all, let's define the visitor, to have an interface. This is called the visitor pattern, an interface that can visit the shape and the square, and then create a class, which is called perimeter visitor, which implements this visitor visiting in one way the square and in another way the circle, having a getter to access the accumulated perimeter. Now, with this perimeter visitor, then what you have to do inside your shapes is to have your shapes here having an accept method. Look, for there. Have the even AI knows the pattern. Shape.accept the perimeter visitor. Now, the accept in the shape is going to take the perimeter visitor and then all the shape visitor, and then all the subtypes of your shape, be it circle or rectangle, they're going to have to implement the accept by visiting themselves. This turns into a very contrived code in practice. It's very hard to follow what goes on in here, but the real surprise over here is that it works. Look, I have to take the perimeter visitor and make it as a perimeter visitor outside, and then the perimeter visitor get out the parameter done. And this actually is able to compute. It's called the visitor pattern, and it died in Java 21. What do you mean died? Because it's so ugly. I'm going to go and comment everything I wrote because it's so non-intuitive. Very, very hard. The goal was to keep the behavior out of the classes, but still in a type-safe manner. If you ever created a new type of shape, then you had to add a new method to the visitor, and immediately you had to implement it with all the existing visitors, forcing yourself to keep the behavior associated with the hierarchy of classes that was nearby, but without changing the code inside. Now, the shift in Java 21 is to have this shape visitor of ours, sorry, not this, but the shape, permitting, I will seal it, and I'm going to say permit square and circle, which tells the compiler that these are the only two types I have for this shape. It blocks the hierarchy. If you have control on the hierarchy, it's a very good idea, because then total perimeter can be computed in one go. Map to double shape, and then switch on the shape and say, if it's a square, then it's 4 times the square edge. Technically, there is a better way to write this, which is to destructure the record in one go. Give me the edge, right? So this thing over here doesn't need a default because all the cases are known to the compiler. So the compiler is gonna blow up if tomorrow, look, you define a new shape, for example, record rectangle, rectangle, good. Then this, first of all, doesn't compile because you did not permit, the shape does not permit the rectangle subtype. So you have to go to shape and say here, comma, rectangle. But if you do that, then the switch blows up saying, hey, but where do you handle the circle, the rectangle case? And you have to address the rectangle, right? So this is a very compiler-driven, enforced, that you don't forget stuff. That you don't forget to handle a certain subtype of your hierarchy, right? Really cool. When would you do that? When you have a hierarchy somewhere, maybe in a jar, maybe you are traversing some abstract syntax tree, maybe you have some hierarchy that is somehow fixed, but you are able to make it sealed, and next thing you do, you can pile up behavior aside of it. You don't have to put it inside, right? Necessarily. Good. Last feature I want to show you is the virtual threads. That could be a bit tricky. Let's see. So, with virtual threads, what exactly happened with virtual threads? Historically, in Java, there is a problem with threads. Threads are mapped to the platform threads by default until Java 17 including. And therefore, whenever you allocate a new thread, this is keeping half a megabyte blocked in memory. So whenever you do a network call, with a half of megabyte blocked in memory, you feel guilty because you are wasting memory. So threads used to be expensive in Java. In Java 21, the best feature, the flagship feature of Java 21 was the introduction of virtual threads. What we have in front of us here is, however, code that is using some compatible feature Kung Fu, or maybe you are more familiar with WebFlux Kung Fu, which tries to prevent blocking threads. Therefore, I'm using some web client get URI body to mono2 feature and returning the compatible feature of the user preferences not to keep any memory blocked while I wait for the user preferences, and the same to fetch the beer and fetch the vodka. Now the end result code here is pretty weird, and I've written it nicely. If you compact it like most people do, like this, it turns into a pile of that you can't really. Just a second, the last one can't go. You can't really read this and be sane. I mean, what the heck is this? Very dense, very prefs, arrow, fetch prefs, and very hard to fetch preferences. Then what the heck is compose? Maybe you are more used with flat map in interactive programming. Either way you put it, this is very hard to read and maintain. All right. Now, and it's only because Java was expensive. Java threads were very expensive. Now in Java 21, virtual threads. So if you go to your Spring application and you tell your Tomcat that you want it to use an executor which spawns new virtual threads per each new incoming HTTP request, then there is no problem blocking your threads. So look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let me just compact this. I'm gonna give up on using the compatible features completely. I'm gonna go to fetch preferences over here, and I'm gonna say, you know what? Let's not care about blocking threads. Let's use REST template like in the good old days. Or maybe you want .block at the end. Let's maybe think it's easier transition to say just at the end, .block. I don't care about if I block threads, no problem, right? Now that would allow me to return a good old preferences, not a completable feature of a promise of a beer. No, it's just block. It's just block, and I'm gonna return the beer. Same here, .block, and I'm gonna return the vodka. Nothing fancy. Or you could simply just switch to REST template, even though it's not no longer maintained anyway. But then on the other side, if you want to get the beer, you just use the preferences, which are now just preferences, and there is no more future in here. You just the pref. Let's call it pref. And then you just call the fetch beer with the preferences. No more compose of much easier to read. And if you want to combine the two, you just you just new, done. Okay. So the code is much easier to read. It's good old Java. Exceptions propagate correctly. You don't need to do this kind of kung fu to print something on the screen. It's much easier. It's very, very simple, of course. So I'm giving up on, let's say, reactive paradigm, if you want, or promise-based paradigm, for coming back to blocking. Now, if you watched very carefully what I did, you realize that in this new code, the fetch beer and fetch vodka are called sequentially. Okay, you are not wasting any memory if you are blocking while waiting for network, but you are still calling them sequentially. So it will run a bit slower. If you want to parallelize these two, one thing you could do is to switch back to using compatible features, but like this in Java 17. Compatible feature that supply async, passing this as an argument, right? This gives you a beer feature. But the thing is, I want to run this compatible feature on the virtual threads per executor to make sure that I don't waste memory when I call that. Okay, so I direct it not to the fork join pool, but to the virtual thread per task executor. The same here. Let's see if AI is smart enough. Nope. Supply. Can I continue the poem? Excellent. Good. Now, if you do that, this is the vodka feature. What you have to do at the end is, so basically we have started both requests. You can just do this and you're done. You parallelize the two. However, not perfect yet. I mean, Java can do better and it will do better, but you still parallelize the flow. The actual solution where Java is heading, however, is called structured concurrency. Not yet production ready in Java 21. Here, this is how it will look in Java 25. We all hope it's going to be stable, production ready. But you can still run it, but it's experimental, not really for production. It goes like this. You just get for object, blocking calls here at the beginning, virtual threads, remember, you don't lose any memory. But then if you want to parallelize, you do try, and you create a scope, and that scope you fork spawning 2 new virtual threads, and then you join them back, waiting for them to complete, and you continue by just doing get. The advantage compared to what we see above is that this code here is if the client from below interrupts the virtual thread, the 2 child threads are going to be interrupted. If one of them fails, the other, which is still running, was going to be interrupted. Say, hey, I don't need you anymore, kill. This is what shutdown on failure does. And also, very fun and very useful in practice, when you're going to look with the profiler at the thread that entered this method, you're going to see the children threads. You're going to see what child threads are still working. And you can correlate the parent thread to the parent thread to the child thread. There's an owner. You can say, hey, this virtual thread is owned by that parent. So this information about what spawned what becomes available to the compiler, becomes available to the tools, to the GVM. And you can see that in the flame graphs. However, to finish talking about virtual threads, I can't avoid mentioning that synchronized keyword is going to give you a headache, because it won't give you the advantages of virtual threads. It will cost you 0.5 MB whenever you block in a synchronized keyword, even if you're using virtual threads. So you need to move from that into some reentrant lock, some other Java primitives, not C++ code like this is. And the second problem is that it won't give you a much better performance virtual threads if you are bound by CPU. If you're doing CPU intensive stuff, you don't gain that much with virtual threads, because in the end, it's still CPU that kills you, not some networking. But if you do a lot of calls to other systems, virtual threads are a game changer. So as a summary, what have we covered? We talked about immutability. We saw that this is where Java is heading, and with the to list, map of, with the idea that value can be replaced with records now, right? And the idea that you should use this record whenever you have some domain concept to express it better in the code instead of tuples. Please avoid tuples from now on. Create a one-line class and you're good to go. DTOs all the way, optional inside the record, unmodifiable list, or maybe even immutable list from Guava. Right? Don't use records for entities or services. They're not meant for that, although you can use it for embeddable, and you can use it for any NoSQL storage. No relation, no ORM. Right? Maybe also Juke can also work very nice with records. I know I have a client that does that. Right, text blocks, game changer for queries, for integration tests, and also mind the str dot that was gonna come, not yet in 21, is gonna come probably in Java 25. Switch on an enum. It's a good thing. It blows up the compilation when you don't cover all the enum values, right? Ideal for if you have calculations depending on a certain code or type. It's very easy to keep all the code in sync. You don't put a default, and it becomes a bad practice to put a default in a switch on enum expression that returns a value, right? And then the switch pattern matching in Java 21, which basically killed the visitor pattern, because you can just pattern match the types, the subtypes in a hierarchy, and you don't need a default. Again, no default. Please don't put default. Neither there, neither there. And virtual threads are gonna save you from some usages of reactive programming and for completable features. So completable features are not gonna live for long, because they don't have any meaning anymore. You can just spawn virtual threads, especially with structured concurrency in Java 25, they're gonna die. Right, good. Now, folks, I thank you all for watching this. And in case you want to reach me, feel free to tweet me, check my website for contact details. And if you think I can help you in any way, upgrading, upskilling, playing, having fun with the teams, then I'm all yours to reach me out. Or reach out to me. Good. Thank you very much, and have a great conference.
Thank you, Victor, for this presentation. It was really interesting. And now I'm inviting to the stage Bruno Alves. We already met during the panel discussion. Hi, Bruno.
Hello. Oh, thanks, Victor. Great presentation.
Great to see you again.
Yeah.
So
thanks,
I'm sharing the slides.
Yeah. I think I've shared my screen. It's easy.
Not yet. Here is present button. Press it out. Yeah, now it works. I think you see the stage. Great.
Okay.
So could you please make it full screen?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So the stage is yours. Do your magic.
Okay. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Here in Brazil, people may be at lunchtime, so thank you again. Well, I'm changing the name of this presentation now for Revisiting Java Records. So, because some feedback from people, but I hope you enjoy. I hope I'll say more than Vito already told us, but yeah, let's do it. So this is our agenda. Let's discover the Java record, the history, see some cons and pros, talk about patterns, some discussion in the real life. Okay. So what's a Java record? So it's a new kind of class. This is the definition. Created to help the data model and to act as transparent carriers. So Vitor already said that you need to take care to be really immutable, but it's a tool, right? So you need to know how to use. This is a record. So just see, I have a interface just to get name and call, but this is a record, right? So, and the fun thing is about records is I'm just running here to show other things. Then you can take a look in the record inside. Okay. So history. Just preview in JDK 14. Then JDK 15, they did some changes about the canonical constructor, about local records, and delivery in JDK 16. They didn't change anything more in records. They just changed this. They relaxed this rule. So before JDK 16, you cannot declare static members in a class. So they relaxed this rule. Now you can declare a record. So what's the idea? I told you about canonical constructor and local records and everything. Let's talk about more. So I have a record, and we gain a canonical constructor. This is different from class because you have a default constructor in class, and when you declare a class, you can, well, let's declare something like new and empty, right? So you don't have this in records. In the records, I hope you can see I'm using Java here. So then you can see the record class. You gain a constructor with all the parameters, right? So if you have these three, you are already doing this constructor with all parameters. You have other parameter or other constructor, the compact constructor. I don't know if Vito told about that. I think he did. So you don't need to declare the parameters, and you don't need to do this in the end. This is done by records, and you just can normalize and do some stuff with these parameters. You can even throw exceptions or something if you need. So you can bring close to your records the business book, right? So this list is, I'll tell it, but this is one way you can, I think Vito showed to use a immutable list here, but then you can use the compactor constructor to, well, to create a defensive copy for your list. Then now you have a modifiable list here too. Okay, so if you take a look from this record, you in final fields, private for each. You in the canonical constructor, you in accessors with the name and doing the string hash code and equals. So just this line, and you already win all of this. You can see that you have a final class and it's extending record. Okay, so this is the final code. So I already told about that. This is how it's printed the toString. If you don't need that, you can override. And I like to start with the cons. So install the extend record. You know that you can have multiple inheritance. So you cannot support inheritance using records. This is real case in my company. If you have a lot of DTOs based in inheritance, maybe you have issues to modify. A record can be abstract, can explicitly declare instance fields, cannot declare native methods. Well, this is because the idea is to change the record only for the constructor. So you don't want to allow these things inside the record. So this is why not. And well, it's still new, right? So records. So you still have libraries not ready to use. This is another real issue. I try to change my DTO to not extend this to use composition, and then I try to, when I have to deserialize it, try to use JSON wrapped, but well, I have a problem, cannot set final fields, and well, this is what we have here, right? A lot of final fields. So you can find all the issues you see in Spring entities, like Vitor told you, you can't use. So if you have a lot of dependencies, maybe you can find issues using records. But the pros, now let's talk about the good things, right? So it's all about modeling data to really fast. Don't need to declare these methods, and you'll say, yeah, I know, but my IDE can generate this code. Yeah, but you don't want boilerplate too, right? So you have this new compactor constructor that brings these validations close. And if you need the optimization, records are faster than the class. This is the link I can send after this if you ping me in LinkedIn. Because they changed the GDK, so now the final fields, the records are trusted by GT compilers, so we have some constant fold optimizations. And well, and this benchmark, this guy found some 10% faster. So if you need something like that, changing to records can be good things for you. And what else, right? So we can talk about local records, for example. Maybe you have this map. I think if you are watching Vito, it's similar something that he said. You don't want to work with maps. You can then use a local record. You can even do some validation in a compact constructor. Maybe you don't need that, but if you need that, and then you have an easy way to improve the readability of your code. Right now, I'm not dealing with string. I'm dealing with naming any function, and it's very easy. This is the Java way, right? To name it things. So now we'll have something very easy to achieve this. and you can even add some normalizations and validations before. So this is local records. You can see that this is tied and nested class, and in the end it works. This is the last thing I show in the history, but you can only declare inside your class. It's very useful for tests, and for this case that you need to map something that make more sense for readability. Okay, and then I have this interface vehicle. It's not the idea to talk about stealing the interface or something, but so I have two records, so airplane and a car. And what I want to show here is we can use record patterns. This is already available. And you don't, before record patterns, you can just use the pattern for instance of. So now I don't need to do this anymore, right? So before that, before the pattern for instance of, you should do that. So now you don't need that. You just start to use this. And for record patterns, now you can destruct the record and use the variables. Another thing that's coming is unnamed patterns. So in the future, if you only use the buttons, this is already coming, right? So you declare something like this, so improving even more readability. So this is the instance of airplane, so let's just use the buttons. This is cool, right? So another thing that you can use in records, and this is, well, you can declare like a generic record. So if you're receiving different data, so I have two objects here, and I can use the pattern matching to test if, well, if I'm receiving two strings or two integers, sorry. So I'll try to sum and not, I'm just here. So if I run this code, hope it works. So it was not two integers, but if I change here to, I don't know, 5. Okay, that's work. Then it will show me the sum. So you can even use generic records, and you can use the new record patterns to work. So this is very cool feature. Yeah, so this is how Java is evolving, right? So, and bring it to closing in real life discussion. So it really is to start if you're in GTK 16, 17, you should use. I'm trying to change my details. It's hard because we have this culture of inheritance in my company. But, well, I think people are starting to see benefits. I put immutability free, but you see that it's not so free. But if you model your data, you can have this immutability. All these things about record, selected classes, and pattern matching helps to support data-oriented program. So I have this link and this blog and this book, right? Data-oriented programming. I don't know if you are curious about that. I think they are new tools that help a lot to separate code from data. So it's really worth to take a look. Like I say, like anonymity patterns and other things, they are always focused on records too. So if you're using, you now in the future have more features to use. I think the problem with libraries will disappear in time because, well, it will be default, right? So like frameworks are already adopting virtual threads, they start to give options for us to using records and other things. Well, I try to put the collection here and show what you can do in the compact. Victor show other ways to do. I'm still revisiting this item. I think, well, like I say, you can achieve immutability using records. You just need to control when you have this kind of data. And well, I think that's it. I show you the record, how it's inside and everything else. And that's it. I hope you can have this overview about records and try to use in your code. I have a ebook if you want to that I sent to you. You can use this QR code, and if you want to add me in LinkedIn, talk about records or something, you can scan this other QR code. So thank you, everyone, and that's it.
Thank you, Bruno, for this presentation. It was really nice to hear your ideas. And now let's jump into Q&A session with Bruno, Danilo, and Victor. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi, nice to
everyone.
meet you.
Hi, Danilo. Hi, Victor.
Hi.
So let's start. First question is for Danilo. How to identify the point when it makes sense to start using the circuit breaking pattern in a relatively small microservices project?
Oh, that's a good question. One of the things that I would think about it is when you start to have a lot of HTTP problems. So if you get a lot of errors and it's in a flow that you need to handle these errors, so I strongly recommend you to implement a circuit breaker. With that, you can implement a fallback that will help you to improve the flow of your messages or even your Saga or even the flow of your application by creating new objects or even creating any other thing that can help you to create your products. So I would think about, the first thing is understanding the flow of your data that you manage on your application. And then if you start to have a lot of handling with a lot of errors on it, I recommend you to start to think about implementing a circuit breaker pattern.
Thank you for the answer. And the next one is for Victor. It consists of two parts. So it's the first one. A new syntax is something you can use in new projects or when changing code of an existing projects. And next part is but JVM improvement, like the virtual threads have effect on LST project immediately. Therefore, I think they are more important. Do you agree?
More important. More important. Well, first of all, virtual threads are not a silver bullet. They have their own weaknesses, like pinning the thread on the actual OS carrier thread, like out of memory because too many threads carrying heavy thread locals after them. Libraries blocking and pinning your threads without you knowing. still Java ecosystem has to adapt. So until you get full benefit of this, probably you will have to wait, I don't know, a year, half a year, until you can actually see the benefit with in a decent medium large project, right? So virtual threads, yeah, it's in theory it's simple. You just switch on and yay, but it's not that easy. There is a very good article on Quarkus website about how they approached virtual threads with warning about all the pitfalls. Now, the shift towards immutability, the shift towards immutable collection, records, small lightweight types, this is changing the mindset of the team. Works on the psychology of the developers, and that, in my opinion, has a much more impact in the maintainability and in the quality of life of the developers. Promoting more immutability, shortening and adopting fully with the proper mindset the streams, and adopting pure functions, immutable objects, that makes a difference. Getting rid of Lombok in places where records could work, getting rid of immutables library where records could work. This can lower the burden on the cognitive, lower the cognitive load on the developers. So I think the changes in the syntax actually matter more than virtual threads. Both are important.
Thank you. Of course. Thanks for answering. And next one is for Bruno. Is it a good idea to use records for Spring beans? It can cause a problem if Spring needs to generate a proxy subclass.
Yes. Well, Victor showed us that is not a good idea. Yeah, maybe in the future, right? If Spring do something about that, but today is not a good idea. It will not work. So it's a catch on a good idea, right? So if you try to make your service a record, it will not work. So yeah, I think I tried to put a REST controller and did work too. So yeah, no. If Vito wants to say something too.
I think it works until you try to proxy that, until you put an annotation which wants to intercept a method in there, like pre-authorize or cacheable, transactional. That is not going to work.
Yeah. So it will work if you're not using the framework, right? So
yeah.
If I'm not wrong, even the annotations in Spring, they not allowed you to put it in records. So it's a sign of that you shouldn't use that.
Thank you. Thank you for answering, for clarifying this question much. And next question is for Victor. What are key factors driving the debate around upgrading Java versions, and why is it crucial for teams to consider transitioning to newer versions?
Besides money, you mean? Besides licensing? Yeah. So I've seen the teams pushed by their companies to upgrade from 8 to 11 for budget and licensing purposes, but then they said, you know what, business, we're gonna upgrade from 8 to 70. Since we're transitioning and we're taking this risk, why not get something out of it for us, like records, immutable stuff? So let's jump over. It is important to get up to date with, because this, as I said, changes a bit the mindset of the team, upgrades you to use more immutable objects. Records are super cool because they discourage the use of tuples. They allow you to create much more value objects. They lower the price to pay to create to express little concepts in your code. So that's something that's really powerful for the domain-driven or for the semantics of your code. So it improved the code quality enormous, reducing the maintainability cost, yada yada. Yeah.
Thanks for answering. And the next one is for Bruno. Should DTOs always be records, or could DTOs also encapsulate some functionality?
Well, it depends, right? So it always depends, but DTOs is data transfer, so it should be immutable. And records now, I don't know, it's a perfect match. So yeah, if you starting a project, I think you should always consider records for DTOs. And then if you have a problem with that, then you can consider to change, So yeah, so I think this is the best approach for now.
Great, thanks. And next question is for Victor. Abstract or manually dealing with mapping between DTOs and domain and titles?
Haunts me.
And it is, sorry.
I have, so I got this question. I get this question. Folks, this is the question about marketing. Why do we use Spring? Why is Spring so successful? Why is GPA so successful? Because it appears to be so easy to work with. Until you reach performance issues, dark bugs, or sort of customization that requires you that you become the next guru in Mapstruct. So, Mapstruct is good for simple, I'm not saying stupid, simple projects. Until they grow complex enough, at which point you're going to see that the DTO, the API level, is going to stand still to protect the client, while your domain model, your perception about your problem is going to evolve. It's going to take you to new levels of understanding. You're going to shift the way you model your domain. You want to be able to shift the way you model your data structures without breaking your clients. And that's why the domain model, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year after you start the project, you're going to see it taking different paths in the API model. In which case, Mapstruct is going to do more harm than good. Again, working on psychology of developers, discouraging them from diverging the two models. They're going to be tempted to keep them in sync. So they're going to be discouraged for doing it, about doing a change in the domain model, because, oh my God, then they have to learn this new default method in the map site, and then, oh my God, it's late, it's Friday, I'm going to do it on Monday. And this is how it dies. And they were going to keep the models in sync, and then why the hell do you have the DTO if they are kept in sync? Right? That's the thing. The toughest things in architecture and library usage is psychology. Hey, let's use GPA, and then boom, performance. Or I don't know, misusage of magic features. Hey, let's use Spring, then boom, something else. And then, like anything that seems too good to be true, there is a hidden ask what can go wrong. I told you what can go wrong. Good question. Very good question.
Thanks for such an exciting answer. Now we get it perfectly again. And next is also for Victor. What's the difference between Java record class and Kotlin data class?
Help me out, folks. Ooh. Anyone wants to get to try this first? Difference between Kotlin and data class?
I think Kotlin data class, you can declare static members, and you can have a var in the constructor, so you can change the value after. So it's
you can make var. Yes, very good. That's a very big difference. The Kotlin data classes can contain var fields, which means you can change them. Whereas records in Java, they are all final fields. That's a big one. Statics, I think both can contain. But what really is the difference is there is the copy. But folks, we are comparing Java with Kotlin. It's not fair. Java is like, what, 29, happy birthday next year. And whereas the Kotlin is like, what, 8, 9 years old? It's not fair to compare. So Kotlin has named parameters that make builder useless. I see many people in new projects in records putting @builder from Lombok on the record because their records are very large, and they turn back to Lombok for help. Please help me, Lombok. Can you put builder because it's too large? They didn't get the point that the immutable objects should be smaller, and plus the language doesn't allow a better option. Whereas Kotlin, in Quarkus, it's just equal in the call to the constructor. You don't need the builder in the first place, right? And then data classes have the copy construct, the copy method, the magic copy method, which is brilliant. Java still has a lot until that. You have to manually do that with Lombok, but it's ugly. It's not that convenient. But the comparison is not fair. They're getting closer, but you can't really compare with language 20 years younger. And I'm gonna. Yeah, so that's mine.
Wow, thanks for answering. And next one is also for Victor, but Danilo and Bruno, if you have something to add, we will be happy to bring it to discussion. So can the Spring Boot with virtual threads be an alternative to a reactive application?
Help me out, folks. What do you think?
I think you showed that in the presentation, right?
Yeah, they could, right? If you choose reactive Webflux or to achieve more scalability with the same number of threads, with the same machine. If you choose reactive for the wrong reasons, if you choose reactive just for budget reasons, then yes, 100%. So reactive, the usage of the use cases for the reactive programming are going to shrink a lot. They're going to go from just, we can serve 10,000 or 100 more load with the same machines. We can cut down your cloud costs and all the marketing. We can take that garbage out and let the reactive paradigm really play its role, which is orchestrate streams of asynchronous signals. So if you have an application reading from a Kafka stream, from a stream of readings from a sensor with IoT, I don't know, home automation stuff, data coming in a row, like flows of signals of information, that's Webflux, that's reactive. If you just want to save threads and take more load with the same costs, then virtual threads. Basically, that's. So yeah, it is for some use cases a better alternative. Much cleaner, much more maintainable, much easier to test, and yeah, brilliant, really.
Great. And the last question, also for Victor. Will you please share a repository of the projects you have been presenting on?
With the studio, there you go. I think I put it in the first slide, but there you go. But not, yeah, this is the branch, and that's the, yeah.
Great. Great, so thank you for joining the Q&A session. It was a pleasure to meet you online on a stage. And that's it from the audience. Thanks for delivering your presentation and staying with us. And now we are going to a break. Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, let's start the final block of junior track of the online summit for Java Devs 24. And starting with Maximilian Aruda. We already met him during the panel discussion. Hi, Max.
Hi, CSO. It's nice to be here again. Thanks for having me, and let's rock. This amazing, this it's amazing. Oh, let me share my screen and let's get started because we just have 30 minutes. Am I right? So let's do this. Okay, so here it is. Please, could you?
Yes.
Oh, amazing.
Here. So the stage is yours.
Oh, great. Okay, so hello everyone. So thanks for being here, watching me, and I hope that this subject is very interesting to you because it's very interesting to see how can we use specification in order to improve our code, bringing more mutability and something like that. So let's go ahead. Okay. So first of all, let me get start my clock because I need to know if I spend a lot of time. Well, okay, so let's speak about how to simplify NoSQL database integration with Jakarta NoSQL. Okay, so first of all, the thing that I'd like to say is let's do a little overview about NoSQL. So everyone used to write to. It's not an easy way to define NoSQL, but let me bring a couple words. So for some ones, NoSQL stands just for not only SQL, but for another ones, it means non-SQL, not relational ones. Okay, but in fact, NoSQL is different than the SQL database because they focus on a specific data structure that helps developers to solve specific problems. For example, today we know that NoSQL stands for 4 families in the market. So it's classified in 4 families. So when we are talking about NoSQL, the first thing that comes to mind are the key values database. So as we can see, we can see the specific structure. Looks like a map that we used to see in Java language and the main language program. Okay, but if we take a look on this, we can see that a lot of vendors that provide this kind of capability. So we got Hedges, Redis, we got DynamoDB, we got Memcache and Hazelcast, and among others. So how can, as you can see, there are many vendors that provide the same kind of functionality. Of course, some vendors, like I'm saying here, for example, DynamoDB, also provide document support. So don't care about that. It's just a way to show you that we need to handle with multiple many kind of vendors. Okay, if you are talking about white column or column family, that's another kind of way type of NoSQL. We got Cassandra, we got SkillDB, we got CosmoDB, Azure CosmoDB, we got HBase, and among others. So many vendors, and we need to handle it in our application. Okay, in the document side, in documents type of NoSQL, we got MongoDB, we got Couchbase, we got Elastic, we got Oracle NoSQL, and among others. So many vendors, because we know that in the cloud area, NoSQL database is famous to provide some capabilities. For example, horizontal scaling, sharding, and so on. Sometimes it's hard to do with SQL database. So that's the reason why NoSQL database is some solution that we used to use when we are using applications in the cloud. Okay, so for graph, this is another kind of way to store NoSQL database. We got the Neo4j, we got ArongoDB, OrangeDB, Janus Graph, many vendors as well. Okay, today we got over 180 no relationals or NoSQL database in the market today. Is a huge number. Am I right? I hope that you understand when I'm saying here, but there are a lot of vendors, and we need to handle it, because when we are the cloud, we always pursuing to do more, spending less money. Am I right? So sometimes we are working in a specific project, and sometimes we need to switch to another database because we figure out that, oh, look, this vendor is providing me an expensive, it's not so expensive than another one. It's very important. In the when it happens, we need to care about the way that we write our application, because depends on if you write your application attached to a specific vendor, you have problems and issue to switch to another vendor. Okay. And if you want to figure out more about this information that I can show you, you can get more information from this link. This link is provide you a huge ranking about database engines. Okay. But look, if you want to handle this in Java application, in the Java world, it's very huge problem, because database is something very interesting. And when we are handled with multiple database vendors, something that I'd like to do is to look it up about success case. For example, in the Java relational database or SQL, because SQL is a dialect that we can use to connect and to get and store data from the database. But many vendors we have today, all right? We have Oracle, Postgres, SQL Server, MySQL, DBDO, and among others. Okay, like it's pretty same that we got with NoSQL database. Okay, but with Java, we used to have Jakarta JDBC that stands. Also, it's the base for Jakarta persistence. That is a good specification that allow us to create an application, write the same model, but connect it with different vendors by using the specification, by using specific implementation for a specific specification. Okay. And as you know, is a pretty well-defined API that provides this kind of way. But I'd like to asking you, it wouldn't be interesting to have a similar API to work with NoSQL? It's a very interesting question. Am I right? So today, when we are talking about specification, something that comes in mind is Jakarta EE and Java. And Jakarta EE today is holding by SQL by Eclipse Foundation. And when we are talking about persistence specification, something comes to our mind, the Jakarta persistent. And based on that, Jakarta EE leaders have created two another specifications, Jakarta NoSQL and Jakarta Data. Okay, but specification is just only set of rules that how application should be worked, how framework should be worked. Okay, without implementation, it doesn't work. That's the reason why we got JNoSQL. JNoSQL is an implementation reference for both ones. So JNoSQL is an implementation that make real the possibility to create an implementation for both specification. Okay. One thing that is very interesting is the Jakarta data. Jakarta data will be included in the next version of Jakarta EE 11 that probably to be releasing this year yet. Yes, so it will be amazing because this one is led by a friend of us, Otávio Santana, is one that is doing some presentation in this event as well. So it's very interesting to see that this work is get done and it will be released just pretty soon. Okay, but when we are talking about implementation, why you need to use JNoSQL? So JNoSQL, as I said, is an implementation for Jakarta NoSQL and got a specific characteristics that we can help us to implement applications. So, for example, This one follow a specific common annotations, provide multiple APIs. This is the idea. This provides a specific extensions, though, so we can connect to a specific frameworks, and also different than Jakarta NoSQL specification. Eclipse NoSQL also provides graph persistence. So by using Apache 10 pop. So if you want to write application in Java using a specific to be interchangeable between the nose graph database, you can use Apache pop. Okay. But also, NoSQL also provides a Jakarta data implementation. And what it is, Jakarta data implementation is a functionality that you can bring your code near to the business instead of to make developers care about this semantic database semantics that each provider needs to be care about. So we provide this implementation provides the developer to write your code. Creating a specific repository is pretty similar to drive domain design pattern that we used to see, the DDD pattern called repository. So we don't need to care about the way that those things are stored, because implementation we care about that for you, like we do with JPA for Jakarta persistence. We decide that we restore in the MongoDB, and this one will be stored in a specific way on MongoDB, because they use a specific dialect behind the scenes. The implementation uses a specific dialect logic that knows how to connect to, how to communicate with a specific vendor. NoSQL do the same, using the specific implementation for each database ones. Okay, so we can use GPA as data source, NoSQL, REST, and so on. So this implementation, this specification is very interesting because of that. Okay, and today NoSQL supports about 30 database, NoSQL database in the market. So if you want to see which kind of NoSQL database it provides in the final of this presentation, you can follow the links and see what you think. Okay. But what is motivation? This is a way. Okay, I will create this, but why you need to do specification again? Look, we got 4 ways to do the same thing. We are creating a document and you restore a specific attribute, but it's hard because we as Java developer, as architect in your company, you need to care about this kind of movements. If you are creating an application that that provides you to need to choose another database vendors, you need to create a specific layer in order to isolate those things. But it's so hard to do this. Am I right? And it's not a pattern. You create this one by yourself, by your company patterns, and maybe it could be not, how can I say, suitable to another way. You face problems with onboard when someone comes to your team and so on. But look, this it's not a good one. Why not to do something like that? A canonical API, a canonical interface that you use to use the same thing. You just delegate the storing logic to a specific framework, and the framework care about that for me. Why not? Okay, Max, but you are saying that it's an API, but it's not pretty similar to JPA or Jakarta persistent. No worries. Also, NoSQL supports Jakarta NoSQL, so you could create class, annotate like that, and make everything will be stored as expected, as I'm saying to you. Okay, of course, NoSQL also supports records as entity. Okay, so it's very interesting if you want to use records as entity. I know that is something that it's hard to do with Jakarta persistent, but we can do this with NoSQL. Okay, guys. So, but let's do something interesting. Okay, I talk a lot, I speak a lot, but today, what we are gonna do? We're gonna play a game, and I will show you how easy it is to switch between database, a kind of NoSQL database, in the same application, just changing a specific configuration. This is the build that NoSQL brings us to have fun. Okay. So before to go that, let me show you how those things works. It's a game. It's just a game that that follows the Jakarta EE MicroProfile specifications. Okay, both ones are using right now. NoSQL game was implemented by using Quarkus, and we got a specific application that I'm running right now in our presentation in order to store the data using. For this one, I will use Open Liberty, and it will works like that. The application will connect by WebSocket specification from Jakarta, and we store using Jakarta data in a specific database. Okay, how to use what it is this game. Okay, I'm trying to explain how those things works. I don't know if you have been play a game called paper scissor, rock paper scissor, but this is the game. So the game you got to start. The play one we were asking to the game to the play. The game you manage all situations and the situations of the game. The player be coming, asking to the play. The JNoPo game you will manage the connection, and we'll play, make the game done. Okay, and the events will be published to JNoPo catcher. A JNoPo catcher, that is application that is running my machine around, will be care about to store the data on a specific database. Okay, guys. So that's it. Let me just to switch on specific code. I'd like to show you the game. Okay, you are able to scan this game to code right now, and we will store. You have fun a little bit. Okay, I hope that the people will get started. I will do my game right now. I hope that that I will fight against you. Okay, so let me see. Hold on. I will open my game now. Let me okay, browse let's again. Okay, who is playing with me? Please come on and play a game with me. Scan this one and go ahead to play with me in order to generate data and see those things working. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm getting one that is gaming, and some messages is coming. I hope that you have enjoying. Okay, but I will play some games right here. And okay, I'm playing in this game. I hope. Oh, Bruno is here. Bruno is playing against something one. Oh, Ryan. Oh, let's try. Ha! Oh, I'm lose. Okay, let's try again. One more time, please. Let's see. Play again. Oh, GR, you are my opponent. Oh, let's see. Oh, tight match. I'm amazing. Let's play my one more time. Ronan. Oh, let's see. Oh, I win. Amazing. One more time. Let's see. Oh, Ryan, are you again? Let's see. Oh, I'm losing. Okay, guys. Okay. Let me show you a little bit right now. Okay, we will do another round. Okay. So I'm on the project. We can see the repository right here with the game, with the codes. Don't worry, I will share the link in the end of session. And right here we can see the application. So the first of all, in order to use Jakarta NoSQL, JNoSQL, we just need to add some specific repositories right here. For example, I'm using JNoSQL, so I can use a specific drive. So I'm using support for MongoDB and Couchbase. So we will switch between those things in order to see those things works. Okay. So once I add this kind of dependence, I need to define some configurations. For example, this application, these specifications was implemented to use MicroProfile configuration. So we can use a specific configuration. And right here, what I'm doing some configuration right here. I'm defining the host, the password, and so on, the authentication, and the provider. Why I need to define provider? Because I have two ones in my class path, just like that. But once you got one only, we just need to switch a specific configuration. Okay. Once it's done, I'm able to define my entity. So as you can see, we can see the entity right here. My entity it was implemented using records. So it's something that I can do this with NoSQL. So I just need to define the ID, what is the field is the ID, the columns, and then I'd like to store and so on. Okay. Also, I can see the other structure and so on. And it's very interesting. We can see that today we got some presentations talked about records, so we can explore this one using NoSQL. Okay, so after that, we also need to use Jakarta data. Those Jakarta data provide us a specific interface that we can help us to store and retrieve data from the database. Okay, it's pretty similar to Jakarta, to Spring Data or Micronaut repository. So it's pretty similar. We can use a specific interface, and based on a specific interface, we got many YouTube methods that we can help us to store, but also I can use specific ones. For example, using carry method by carry by method name. I can use a carry. I can define some specific carries right here in order to solve my problem. Okay, so based on that, I can see right now on my storage, and I can as I said, let's see if something was persisted. So if we refresh right here, we can see our JNoPo database, and we can see the data right here. Oh, many data right here that we can see that happens in our session, our first route. So also I create an API that we can see the rank. So let's see who is the winner for this first tryout. Okay, so let's do this. So I will get the rank. I will execute, and let's see who is the winner of this first round. Okay, Ryan, you are the winner of the first round. So we can see the Bruno is the second one, this demo is another one, and so on. So congratulations, Ryan, for this one. But this presentation is showing how to switch the database without changing any code. So let's do this. So I'm go back to my application. Okay, I come here in a configuration, and I will change it. I will change the configuration. I will switch from MongoDB, and I will use a Couchbase. Okay, I will save it. I can see something happens behind the scenes. The application will be restarted. Okay. The code is done. Let me see if everything is working. Okay, everything is up, and we can again go back to the play one more time. Let's see. I'm here, play my game. Let's see who is my opponent. I'm waiting, and the player coming, and let's see. Oh, Monan, it's you, Mohan. I will try to. Oh, it's tired. Let's try again. Let's try again. Oh, David, it's you, or it's me, the winner. Oh, I win. Okay, again. Let's try again. I'm playing. Ah, look. Oh, again. I'm in again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Ryan. It's you. Oh, look. Oh, I won again. My god. I need to do a bit on lottery, maybe. I'm all right. Okay. Oh, run again. Oh my god. One more time. One more time. I want to see. Oh, it's you again. Ah. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, Javier, you out of the plane. Okay. Oh, it's tired. Oh my god. Okay, one more time. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Oh, I show my movement. Oh, I win. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. So don't worry. Continue to play the game. I will just to show the data was stored. So as you can see, we can see the data flow on the log because everything is working fine. But I can see right now in code base web UI. So what want you see? Want to see that something was stored here. So look, I can see the data right here stored. I just change a configuration and my application is ready to switch between database. Of course, I'm using a document database, so I can switch for implementations that GNOSQL supports. So right now, GNOSQL supports MongoDB, Codebase, and many others documents database. So I can switch those things, and it makes easier to test it out on the cloud using the cloud providers and make my application suitable. Okay, this is the beauty of the Jakarta specification, that you just need to care about the business rules, the business logic, and delegate those things to implementation. So it's very nice thing. So coming back to my, oh no, let's see who's the winner. Max, you are kidding me. You need to show who is the winner of the last round. Okay, so I will execute right here. So I create execute and look, I'm the winner. Oh, well, it's something strange because I'm always lose everything. So I'm just it's fun to see those things works. Okay, so let me go back to my presentation. So here is the links of this presentation. If you want to see the code, is everything already on the GitHub, so feel free to reach out and see. If you are interested to see more things about how to contribute to this project and so on, we got a specific playlist on YouTube that I do with my friend Gabriel Silva. Gabriel Silva is someone that helped me a lot to do this presentation. He's my partner. We used to work together when we are trying to help people in Java community. Okay, so that's it. Here is my QR code, so feel free to reach me out whenever you want. Okay, if you want to talk about Java, Jakarta, open source contribution, and Korea as well, I'm not a mentor like in Korea, but I can help as well. We are here to learn with each other. Okay, that's it. I think that I reached out the time. Am I right?
You're exactly right on time. Thank you, Max, for delivering this presentation and for contributing today. For us, your album was really great.
Oh, amazing. Thanks again, and I wish you all an amazing event, and see you in a couple minutes because we in QR session I will be back, and I hope that you got questions because it's interesting to see the people talking about it. Okay, thanks again, Sia.
Thank you, and let's invite next speaker to the stage, who is Deepu Shashid Khan. He is staff developer advocate at Okta, and he is software engineer by passion and profession. Java champion working as a staff developer advocate, and he is co-lead ofGhipster and the creator of Kidash and GDL Studio. He is polyglot programmer working with Java, Rust, JavaScript, Go, and so on. He is also cloud technology advocate and open source software aficionado. So, Deepu, the stage is yours.
Hello friends, welcome to my talk and thanks for your time. Today we're going to talk about a passwordless future. So I'm Deepu K. Shashidharan. I'm the co-lead of Hipster and a Java champion. I work as a developer advocate for Okta. I have built a lot of open source software and I'm a polyglot developer. I predominantly work with Rust, Java, Go, and TypeScript. Those are also my favorite languages. So first things first, why do we even need to go passwordless, right? After all, passwords have been around for over 1,000 years, and we were all happily sharing our Netflix passwords, Prime passwords, and so on, right? Although no longer possible, I assume. The most important reason to go passwordless would be the password problem. So, according to Verizone's 2023 data breach investigations report, stolen credentials and phishing account for over 65% of all data breaches. So, I don't think we are evolved as a species to use passwords properly, even though we have been using it for over 1,000 years. Let's see why. So most of the password problem are human problems, in my opinion, because passwords rely on us humans to remember them and to not share them and to do a bunch of other stuff, right? And history has repeatedly, a quadrillion times, shown us that we are not good at all in doing these things. And we are always the least trustworthy or the weakest link in the entire process. So it is an us problem rather than the technology itself. So passwords are knowledge based, right? So it makes them a hassle to remember and secure. So if they are easy to remember, they are also easy to guess. And complex passwords are not easy to remember. So we end up reusing our passwords. And in this day and age where there are just too many services and too many passwords to remember, right? And most importantly, people can be socially engineered quite easily to divulge passwords, or at least enough information that can be used to get to our passwords, right? So next is phishing, right? Phishing websites can easily harvest passwords from even the most tech savvy. I'm pretty sure most of us would have at least once accidentally, at least we would have visited one of those websites, even though we might not have proceeded with providing our credentials. We might have visited one of those websites accidentally. Phishing is so widespread, and it can target anyone, and it can easily, even the most tech savvy can fall prey to phishing. Another issue is remote replay. So accounts, because of how passwords work, accounts can be accessed remotely. So if someone has a password, they can, and if you don't have any sort of secondary authentication mechanism and stuff in place, they can easily access our accounts remotely, and we might not even know that, right? And another issue is data breaches. So when an application stores passwords, they also become a target for hackers and data breaches, right? And another issue with passwords is share and reuse. Sharing and reusing passwords, makes them even more vulnerable, right? And another issue is password management. So passwords are not just hassle for the end user, right? They're also a hassle on the server side as well, because we need to build password recovery and reset flows. We need multi-factor authentication flows to secure them further. They need to be reset and they need to be rotated or reset regularly in some use cases, especially in enterprises and stuff. Did you know that it costs around $70 to reset a password? Yeah, I was surprised as well. Of course, password managers help with some aspects of this, and everyone should use one. But they are still an overhead and not very convenient for everyone, right? Especially non-tech folks. So the obvious solution for all this would be to go passwordless, right? So let's see what exactly passwordless is. Of course, as I mentioned, the obvious solution is to go passwordless. If you can verify a user's identity with something other than a password as the first factor of authentication, it is passwordless. We are doing this every day to unlock our phones, our laptops, using our fingerprints, face, and so on. There are a few passwordless methods that you might have encountered here and there. Of course, some of these are more widespread than others. For example, we have biometric authentication, like you use that in your phones and stuff every day. We have magic links via SMS or email. We have SMS and email OTPs. We have push notifications. So these are all some of the passwordless mechanisms that we currently use, and these are the more common examples, right? So this is where passkeys come into the picture. So a passkey is a unique cryptographic key pair that allows you to access online services without using passwords. So it is based on asymmetric public key cryptography, which involves a public key and a private key. So a secure passwordless future is the one offered by passkeys, in my opinion. You probably already encountered passkeys since Google, GitHub, and few other services has been rolling it out to all users recently. So if you haven't set them up, I highly encourage you to do so, and in that process, get the experience of how it works. So before we dive deep into passkeys, let's look at some of the underlying technologies that make passkeys possible. So let's do a refresher on public key cryptography first. So asymmetric public key cryptography involves a pair of mathematically linked keys, a public key which can be shared openly, and a private key which needs to be kept secret by the owner of the key. So when a message is encrypted with a public key, only the corresponding private key can decrypt it, ensuring confidentiality. The same key pair can also be used for signature verifications. So a message signed with a private key can be verified with the public key, authenticating the sender's identity. So passkeys work using this signature verification mechanism. So we'll see the entire process soon. Another important piece for this entire passkey technology to work is the authenticator. An authenticator is a hardware or software entity that can create and store public-private key pairs, which can be used for user registration, authentication, and so on. And there are two types of authenticators. We have platform authenticators, which are built into a user's device. For example, your Touch ID, your Face ID from Apple, smartphone authenticators, Windows Hello, and so on. We also have roaming authenticators. So these are removable authenticator devices. So these are usable with any device that you want to sign in from. They can be attached using USB, NFC, or Bluetooth, etc. For example, we have security keys like YubiKey, Google Titan. Your smartphone can also act as a roaming authenticator. The next technology to understand, or standard to understand, is FIDO. So FIDO stands for Fast Identity Online. So it's a global authentication standard based on public key cryptography developed by the FIDO Alliance. So it aims to solve all our password problems. FIDO credentials are cryptographic key pairs that can be used for authentication. So passkeys are made possible by the FIDO2 standard, which is made up of Web Authentication Standard, or WebAuthn, and the Client to Authenticator Protocol, or CTAP. So web authentication is the W3 specification that lets a web page use a JavaScript API to talk to roaming authenticators like YubiKey and platform authenticators like Touch ID and Windows Hello, and so on. WebAuthn uses the credential management API underneath for it to work. The WebAuthn architecture consists of three main entities. We have the authenticator, which can be platform or roaming authenticator that lets the user authenticate by confirming their presence, either by your biometrics or by touching the key, for example, in case of YubiKey, or using your face or whatever, right? We then have the relaying party, which is a server. It can be a custom implementation or an identity provider like Auth0. So this server is the one that requires authentication. It issues challenges, and it stores public keys, and so on. So basically your server. And then we have a client, which consists of the user's browser and the user itself, right? So the client relays information between an authenticator and a relaying party. So these are the components of web authentication that makes the entire passkeys solution possible. The FIDO client to authenticator protocol is used for communication with authenticators over a varieties of transports like USB, NFC, Bluetooth, and so on. It is used to send requests from WebAuthn to the authenticator and vice versa. The term passkeys itself is just a marketing term popularized originally by companies like Apple, Google, and so on. Originally, it was called FIDO multi-device credentials, but recently, that definition has evolved to mean any passwordless FIDO credentials with WebAuthn, which are these are also discoverable by browser. So passkeys are still evolving, and hence this could change as well. But for simplicity, let's stick to passkeys since that's the term used by FIDO. So passkeys have two variants. We have synced passkeys, and synced passkeys have better user experience since the private keys are end-to-end encrypted and synced to the cloud. For example, on the Apple ecosystem, the private key is synced to your iCloud keychain, and you can register on one Apple device and log into the services from any other synced Apple device, right? The same goes for Google ecosystem using Chrome browser. So you can use the password, so you can register on via the Chrome website on one device, and you can log in from any device using the Chrome browser. You can also use third-party solutions like password managers like Bitwarden, 1Password, and so on to store your passkeys. I think most password managers also offer passkeys these days. This kind of passkeys can be restored on new devices. So when you add a new device to whatever ecosystem you are using, your private keys get synced to these new devices. So you can seamlessly access services just by registering just once. But they are also slightly less secure than the next category of passkeys, which are device-bound or hardware-bound passkeys, because your private keys, sync to the cloud and theoretically can be breached, even though they are end-to-end encrypted and all. So the next category is hardware-bound or device-bound passkeys. So in hardware-bound passkeys, the private key stays on the device itself, and you need to authenticate using the same authenticator used for registration, which means if you use a YubiKey to register on a website, you have to use the same YubiKey to access that website from any device. It is slightly less convenient because there is no syncing of private key across your devices or across your ecosystem and so on. But it is also way more secure because your private keys stays on your device, and it is not synced to any cloud and theoretically cannot be breached. So they are much more secure. But it means the relaying party must also support registering multiple credentials for a user, so that you can have backup keys registered for a service, which is the best practice. Because if you use a hardware-bound passkey and if you lose your hardware key, then you won't be able to access services. So it's always a best practice to register multiple keys as backup. For example, I use YubiKey with a fingerprint reader, since I'm on Linux, and Linux doesn't have a native support for platform authenticators for passkeys and WebAuthn. And my passkeys are all hardware bound to that particular YubiKey. So I don't get any roaming or backup benefits like in Apple or Google. But it's not a big deal because I can use multiple keys as backup, and I can use the same key on any device. I just need to carry around my keys or the YubiKey. It is also much more secure and definitely way more convenient than a password plus MFA combination. So let's see how user registration and authentication works with passkeys. So let's see the registration flow first. So it begins with the user, who's going to start the registration. So the user begins the registration flow. The relaying party provides a randomly generated challenge string. Then the navigator.credentials.create method is invoked, and the user provides approval using their authenticator. which can be a synced, which can be a platform authenticator in case of synced keys, passkeys, or a hardware-bound authenticator. Next, the authenticator creates a private public key pair, which is unique for the relaying party's domain and the user. The private key is used to sign the challenge. Then an attestation object is created, which contains the public key, signed challenge, credential, and certificate. The private key is stored on the authenticator, and for synced passkeys, the private key is also synced to the cloud for backup and roaming. So this is the only place where the synced passkeys differ from hardware-bound passkeys, because in hardware-bound passkeys, there is no synchronization to the cloud. Next, the attestation object and other metadata are then passed to the relaying party by the client-side implementation. The relaying party verifies the signed challenge using the public key and registers the user by storing the public key and credential ID along with the user details. As you notice, there is no passwords being stored anywhere, right? So let's look at the authentication flow. So now that we have registered, how does the authentication work? It is quite similar to the registration flow, except for the third step. So the user begins the login flow. The relaying party provides a randomly generated string, challenge string. The navigator.credentials.get, instead of create, we are calling the navigator.credentials.get method is invoked, and the user provides approval using their authenticator, again using whatever platform or hardware authenticator. The authenticator retrieves the private keys for the relaying party's domain name. For synced passkeys, if the device is new, the private key is synced from the cloud service if available, and this is the only place where the synced passkeys differ from hardware-bound passkeys. The user then selects the private key for their username by just choosing from the provided, because it is discoverable. The browser just offers you all the keys for your particular, all the keys for the particular domain, and you just choose yours from that. And the private key is used to sign the challenge based on what you have chosen. An assertion object is created, which contains the signed challenge and credential ID. So this assertion object and other metadata is then passed back to the relaying party by the client-side implementation. So the relaying party verifies that the challenge, signed challenge, verifies the signed challenge using the public key, and if it is verified, that means the user possesses the private key and can be authenticated, and then the service can authenticate the user. So this is how registration and authentication flow works with passkeys. Now let's see why we need passkeys to replace passwords. We saw what are the technologies used by passkeys. We saw how passkey works, like registration flow and authentication flow works. Now let's see why we need actually passkeys to replace passwords. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, passkeys are superior to password plus traditional OTP MFA in terms of security and usability, and they are as secure and more convenient than password plus FIDO MFA. So FIDO MFA is the newer MFA implementations where you can use YubiKeys or your platform authenticators and so on using WebAuth and whatever, right? So it is it is as secure as that, but more convenient. And most importantly, you don't have to remember anything. Unless you are like me and you forget your YubiKeys all the time. So remember the issues with passwords that we spoke about, right? So knowledge base, phishing, remote replay, and all those stuff, right? So let's see how passkeys can fix each of those issues that we spoke about. So the first issue was knowledge base, right? So passkeys are discoverable. Which means the browser can discover all the passkeys for a particular website and can autofill them for a service, making it unnecessary for you to even remember your username. So if you have only one passkey registered for a service, then yeah, that is the only option given, and you can just simply select that and authenticate and move forward. And if you have multiple things registered, it gives you a list of credentials, and you can choose the one from that based on which credential you want to use. So passkeys doesn't rely on something you know. Instead, it relies on something you have, which is much more secure from hacking and social engineering, because you cannot be socially engineered to divulge your passwords unless someone socially engineers you to give them your YubiKey and with your PIN and all those stuff. So passkeys are also phishing resistant, so which means you cannot get passkeys in a like a fake website, because passkeys are cryptographically bound to the domain name of the website where you registered it. So even if you go into a fake website and try to enter your passkeys, it's not going to work. So they're not going to get your credentials. So it cannot work on a spoof website. So it is phishing resistant. Then we had remote replay, right? Passkeys are remote attack resistant. So they rely on physical keys like biometric sensors of platform authenticators or roaming authenticators, like YubiKey. So they cannot be remotely breached by someone sitting in another continent. So that is just not possible. So if someone wants to hack into your system, they have to physically be present around you. So next is data breach, right? Passkeys are breach resistant because the website only stores public key of a user, which is public anyway, and it is useless to an attacker on a data breach on the server side. So this makes these services less attractive to hackers, because even if they hack into the service, they're not going to get much out of it, right? They're not going to get any passwords out of it. So the next issue we had was the reuse and share of passwords. So passkeys are not reusable and they are not shareable with a star, because technically, so by spec, they cannot be reused as they are unique per service and user combination, and they cannot be shared because they are cryptographic key pairs, right? And your private key is stored by your authenticator, and you probably cannot even get those private keys out of your authenticator unless you really hack into the devices. So I said shareable with a star because on the Apple ecosystem, Apple does let you share a passkey by airdropping it, making it slightly less secure. Apple being Apple. The next issue we had with passwords was the password management problems. And with passkeys, they are much more easier to manage. They are scalable, especially sync passkeys are backed up and replicated across your devices by your platform or cloud services like iCloud, Google Cloud, Bitwarden, and so on. This makes a recovery part of the platform rather than the application. So the application doesn't have to worry about recovery and so on in terms of sync passkeys. Of course, with hardware passkeys, you still have to provide some sort of recovery mechanism in case you lose your hardware keys, and you also have to provide a mechanism for people to register multiple hardware passkeys. So passkeys can also do cross-device authentication. So passkeys can also, let's say you have passkeys on a particular service. You can use your Android phone as an authenticator on your Apple laptop, for example. This way, this method also ensures security by making sure the devices are nearby using Bluetooth, so they're a secure way, and makes things much more convenient. So if you register a passkey using your Google account using Chrome browser, you can use that. You can use your Android phone as an authenticator everywhere, including on the Apple ecosystem. So it's much more convenient than passwords. So the security of passkeys is way better than most other combinations. And when it comes to user experience, though it's subjective, I think it outperforms all other combinations. So I put them at the same level as password plus FIDO platform authenticator MFA combination in terms of security, but much more convenient. And hardware-bound passkeys are the most secure options. Of course, it doesn't mean everything is hunky-dory. There are still some challenges when it comes to passkeys. The most important challenge is the dependency on OS and browser support. So it depends on the browsers to implement the specs, and we all know how that turns out, right? This means the support may not be uniform and can become fragmented, and we might never have same experience everywhere. And you can already see that with the implementation between Chrome and Firefox, for example. The second is cloud vendor reliance. So it relies on companies like Apple, Google, and Microsoft to save the private keys in their cloud securely and protect it from breaches and so on. So it gives even more control to these huge tech companies on how we authenticate. And another issue could be for enterprise use cases. For example, enterprise users might want more control and flexibility, which could be a problem. For example, if an enterprise doesn't allow iCloud or Google Cloud on their computers, sync passkeys would not work there, and they would only be able to use hardware-bound passkeys. Another issue is reset and recovery. So there are no default recovery flows for hardware-bound passkeys. Even though for sync passkeys, everything is taken care of by the platform provider. For hardware-bound passkeys, there is still no standardized way of recovery and all those things. So you might have to implement some sort of recovery flow, some sort of reset flow, and to add new keys, and so on. So let's see passkeys in action. Let's build a Spring Boot application with passkey support using OpenID Connect. Of course, I'll use Auth0 as the identity provider. If you want to try it yourself, you can go to this GitHub repo and look at the README for instructions. Honestly, doing this with Auth0 is almost cheating because Auth0 does all the heavy lifting around passkeys. I'm just going to do an OIDC integration to show you how it works. So let's go. Let's create a Spring Boot application using start.spring.io. I have web and Okta as a dependency, web for serving REST endpoints and having controllers and stuff. The Okta dependency brings in the Okta Spring Boot starter, which can automatically configure Spring security for OIDC so that we don't have to do much around that as well. So let's go. Okay, we have the application. Let's go in. I'm going to open it up in VS Code since it's faster. Okay. Okay, we have, what do we have here? We have a very simple Spring Boot application. Let's create a new class to hold our controller. Let's call it hello controller Java. Cool. Now let's add an endpoint for the root path. So it is basically just going to return your username. So that's it. Next, we need to create a Auth0 application. So let's go ahead and create an Auth0 application. So we're going to create a type regular Auth0 application that is like a web application. And we have callbacks and logout URLs configured as per Spring security conventions, and that what works with Okta Spring Boot starter. So let's create. Okay, we have our application here. I don't worry about your seeing my client secret because it's a throwaway application. So let's create a property file to hold our configurations. We could go in and add it to the default properties, but then I also want to show you how to do it in a secure way. Properties. So let's add it to the git ignore so that we don't commit our passwords and stuff. I mean client secret. So we need default properties. Okay, so we need a client ID, client secret, and domain. So which we have from our application. So this is our domain. So this is based on your tenants. We need the trailing slash. It's quite important. So let's keep that. We have the client ID. Let's take it. We have the client secret somewhere here. Let's take that as well. Cool. So our application is ready. Too easy, right? So let's start it up. Yes, it's there. So let's. Voila. So we have login. The login box appearing from Auth0 already. So we need to sign up because it's a new application. So let's sign up. Let's say, yeah, let's say this is my email. Continue. So it offers to sign up using a passkey. So let's create a passkey. So since I'm on Linux, I'm going to use YubiKey with a fingerprint sensor. So I touch my YubiKey and it recognized that, and I authorize the application, and voila. So I have my user ID displayed here. So that's too easy, right? Yeah, so that's how easy it is to add passkey support using Auth0. So let's move on. So WebAuthn for Java. So of course, you can do passkeys and WebAuthn in a Java application without using an identity provider. For that, we have two libraries. The first one is WebAuthn for J. It's a 100% FIDO2 conformant library with support for all attestation formats and validation. It is the one used by Keycloak, and it supports Spring Security. Then we have Java Web Authn Server from Ubico. It has support for many attestation formats, but it's still not 100% FIDO2 compliant. It is suitable for relying party and server implementation like Web Authn 4j. Both supports passkey. So Web Authn 4j is also Kotlin friendly. So Web Authn with Spring Security in action. So I'm not going to build this live because not enough time for that. So it's a very bare bones sample to show how it would look like if you want to build it yourself. So you can go ahead and clone this repo, start the application, and you can see how it would work. Let me try to show you a demo. Okay, I'm going to start it up. Please go to the repo and look at the code if you're interested, how it is implemented using Web Authn 4j. Okay, we have our application. Let's, yeah, it's the same URL, but yeah. So this is using just Web Authn 4j. It doesn't use any IDP or anything for passkeys. So let's register something. Okay, I'm going to touch my YubiKey, allow, and voila. Let's sign in. Again, touch my YubiKey and select. So this is the browser discoverability part, because I ran this application a few times with other credentials and stuff. So it shows everything for the domain localhost 8080, because localhost 8080 is used for everything. It shows everything. But for a different domain, it will just filter out ones that are created for that. And voila. So that's all the demos. Here are some useful resources if you're interested. You can learn a lot about web passkeys and Web Authn from these. And if you want a free IDP, you can sign up to Auth0. It's free to begin, up to 7,500 monthly active users and so on. Thank you. So thanks for your time, and I hope you learned something from this. Thank you.
Of course we do. Thank you, Deepo, for this presentation. And now let's proceed to final presentation of junior track of the online summit. I'm sorry, for Java Devs 24. And I have Martin Stefanko on the backstage. Hi, Martin.
Hello.
He is a principal software engineer at Red Hat, and he's ready with the talk. Can I add the screen?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Here it is. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So hello, everyone. My name is Martin Stefanko. I work as a principal software engineer at Red Hat. You can find me everywhere online as xstefan. If you will have any questions about Quarkus or Java in general. I am also currently writing a book for Manning called Quarkus in Action, which you can find on this QR code. So if you will want to learn more about Quarkus or go into more details, this book is a really good resource. But with that, let's move right into my talk because we don't have that much time. So I will start on Quarkus.io landing page because what I want to talk about today is one of the main features of Quarkus focused on developer joy. In short, basically, this is Quarkus' real focus on your experience or your local laptop development experience. And I will show you today what I mean by this. Since we are already here, we can basically generate the application directly from this UI on code.quarkus.io. Here, I just want to show you the list of extensions that Quarkus provides. Basically, extension is a pluggable piece of functionality, typically integrating some library with Quarkus. And this provides various benefits like easy GraalVM native image compilations or split between build time and runtime processing. Since I don't have that much time, I cannot go into more details, but I will touch on that slightly in the talk. And here I just want to show you the vast number of different extensions that Quarkus provides. If I click here this button, show more, you can see that this is extremely long list of extensions that you can choose and basically work with in Quarkus. But this is a slideless talk and I want to really code. So I will just open a new terminal and I will generate Quarkus application with this Quarkus CLI, which is basically only downloadable UI or basically tool that can help you work with Quarkus. And with this, we can create a new application with Quarkus create app, where we specify our application, and this -x stands for extensions. So I'm picking two extensions. One is for Jakarta server or a server, and one is for OpenAPI generating. So if I now generate this application, it shouldn't exist, but I guess I didn't clean correctly after my testing, but at least you see that I was preparing for this session. So now I should have a clean Avenger service and I can open in IDEA and make it the presentation mode. So this generates a basic Maven project. Again, we don't need to go into this much of the details. I just want to show you that with Quarkus, these extensions are actually only Maven dependencies. So you can see here a small OpenAPI and REST Easy Reactive JSON. So it's now no magic or nothing like that. It also, some extensions provide some starting code, which is called code start. So this REST Easy Reactive JSON actually provides this greeting resource, which is just an example /hello endpoint that will return hello from REST Easy Reactive string. Now, moving back to the terminal. The single most important thing about developer joy in Quarkus is so-called Quarkus dev mode, which you can start with Quarkus dev, but this is also now not magic. This in the background just calls this Quarkus plugin dev goal. Just if you use this Quarkus CLI, this Quarkus dev will automatically translate to either Maven plugin invocation, or if you are using Gradle project, it will translate to a Gradle task. So since I'm switching from time to time, I tend to use this Quarkus CLI because it's just better to work with this. I'm not sure what I got here for extension for an error, but hopefully it's not something that will interfere with my talk. So I will just now call this /hello endpoint like this, and we are getting back hello from REST Easy Reactive. You see here that I started a server on port 8080 and that I started this live coding. So what is this live coding? Probably you already saw or heard somewhere about live reload. Basically, we can start changing our code, and these changes will directly take effect when we call our application again. So I can just say here, hello from dev Java 24, for instance. If I save this file and just rerun this endpoint, you see that Quarkus recompiled my class really fast in a few hundreds of milliseconds. I don't see where it is here. Live reload took half a second, and I'm getting back my changes directly. Okay, this is nice, but it's not something like cool. What I want to show is basically that we also get localhost 8080 simple index page generated, which is just like some simple HTML. So this live reload also works if I go into this HTML and search for congratulations. You can change this and save this file. And if I now go back and just hit refresh, you can see that this also automatically reloads. So it really simplifies this development. We can also do configuration changes, but this I want to show later, which will trigger basically reload on some occasions. But you see that you can change way more many things with not only Java code, which will basically still be picked by this dev mode. So I really don't know why I'm getting these errors. So it's probably something because I am doing something on some other workspace, which I forgot to close. So just disregard these errors. They're not interfering with our functionality because my router is working. So moving on to the greeting resource, we already saw, for instance, I can also change the path on which I'm running. And of course, hello will not work, hello to will work. So you get the point, you can change many things. So let's focus on what we can do actually inside this dev mode. So here you can see that this terminal is actually interactive, and I can press H to see all options which I have available. So if I press H, we can see some sections. No, I want to keep this. Which basically we can start with the system because this is most important. So you saw that this live reload is actually triggered by HTTP call. This is intentional because you don't want to basically trigger a live reload every time that you would make some small change. Basically, after you have a set of changes and you are ready to test your application, you will make an HTTP call, which will trigger a live reload. But if you have a use case where you need to manually trigger the reload, you can just press S and you can see that I can trigger manual reload myself if I need to. This is not important for us, but because of the way how Quarkus basically is developed, you can actually write command line applications with Quarkus because you have an easy way how to compile it to GraalVM native application. So it's actually, if you know Java more, it's easier to write a command line application in Java and just compile it into GraalVM native. I have several such binaries running locally on my laptop. But we have here this instrumentation live reload, which I can trigger with I. So for that, let's introduce some state into my class. So in here, I can do private atomic integer counter. It will be new atomic integer 0. And here, I will just see out counter, increment, and get. So I just made a really simple counter, which will now be expressing the number of invocations in this left terminal. And what I want to show you is that basically, if I now change any code which will trigger a live reload, of course, my whole class or my whole application is recompiled and I'm losing this state. So I'm again starting from 1. But if I trigger this instrumentation-based reload, which I already did, or which I didn't, if I trigger it with I, you see that this instrumentation-based reload was enabled. I can now make a change inside my code, and hopefully we end it on 4. I am not losing the state anymore because, as you can see, we are continuing. So and actually inside here, you should see that live reload was performed by instrumentation, so not the full restart was needed. So what this instrumentation basically is replacing parts of the bytecode inside already compiled class dynamically. Typically, this works inside the scope of the method. So you can change code inside the method without losing the state of your application because you don't need the full restart of the application. But if I would change it here, I believe now, no, it still works. But if I change it here now, this requires the full restart of my application. And I'm calling it on the wrong endpoint now. We see that we are basically continuing from now 2 because I changed it to 0. So you see that for some changes, you are basically saving the need for the full restart of your application. For other, you are basically stuck because you need to still restart the whole application. But what else we can do actually here? So live reload, I haven't disabled this everywhere, anytime in my working with Quarkus. We have this J, which is very useful, which is basically just switching between info, debug, and trace levels, which is very useful when you are running into some problems. And you can also use terminal directly inside this dev mode, but it's not something that I'm using that much. So let's move on to something which is more interesting. Because we already saw that this live reload or dev mode is a very powerful tool, but something which builds on top of this is this continuous testing. So by pressing R inside the terminal, if I press R, you will see that Quarkus will start running my tests I actually got one test also generated out of the box, which is testing my hello endpoint that it returns that original string. But since I changed it inside that endpoint, we are now returning hello from dev Java 24 and not REST easy reactive. The test fails. But let me move this terminal now into the same into the same workspace, so you can see this in action. I can actually make this a little bit smaller. Inside this application, not application properties, greeting resource, open. Now I can just dynamically, maybe I will change this so we see what is happening. I can just start changing dev Java 24 space. If I just save this file, Control S, you see that the tests were automatically restarted in the background. This is that continuous testing, and that my tests are now passing due to the changes to the test class. So you see that everything is green. Actually, if I change this code again to something and I just save the file, my tests are again rerun, and I directly see that I broke something. If I fix it back, save the file, you see that it automatically was rerun again, and I am green. This is a really powerful tool because basically what I'm typically doing in my workflow when I'm developing with Quarkus, I have this dev mode terminal on a separate monitor somewhere on the side. I'm just typing basically in my IDE, just saving the files and let the continuous testing continuously run in the background. And I'm not even checking the dev mode terminal until I see that green change to red and I know that I broke something. So I need to actually check what I type, what was wrong. One thing which I always forgot to show is people always ask what happens if you cannot compile your code. So I will purposely make my code not compilable. So you see that compilation failed, but you see that Quarkus still runs. And if I fix it and save the file, Quarkus automatically restarts, and you see that I have it basically here. I will just bring back the live coding by manual restart, but you see that it didn't kill my dev mode process. I am still continuously running it since the beginning. So another problem that may arise is that you can say that you have really big number of tests and basically you don't want to rerun all the tests every time. So actually, what was that? Oops. What did I broke? Get hello is declared 2 times. Quarkus is too fast for me. Okay, so I will just copy paste this greeting resource to greeting resource 2, which is just exposing now hello 2 path. And I will also copy paste this test into greeting resource 2, which will be testing our newly defined hello 2. So now we should see that we have 2 tests passing because we are rerunning 2 tests. But what I want to show you that if I can also rerun the test with R. So you see that we are still running 2 tests. 2 tests were run. If I want to use this continuous testing, and if I change just the first class now to something and just save it, you should see that 1 test failed, but only 1 test was run. So Quarkus can actually make a really educated guess on what kind of code you are changing, and it will just rerun the actual tests which are testing that code which you just changed. So if I fix it now back and save it, we should still see that only 1 test was run and still all 2 tests are passing. So you see that this is a really nice feature to work with. So let's move back here and let's check help again. I always forgot how to fix this. Like this. This is my terminal issue. This is not dev mode. So here we can see that we got a few more options open in this continuous testing, but when we run it, so we can only rerun failed tests, but we have everything passing now. We can toggle this broken only mode, which will only rerun the tests which are failing, which is also a different strategy on how to, because of course, these guesses that Quarkus is doing are not 100% because we cannot basically guess what code you are writing. So it will basically only run the broken or failing test, so it might be better for some cases. You can also toggle the test output or print the failures, but since we don't have time, I don't have options to show you. I will skip exceptions because, again, we don't have that much time, but I want to show you this W and D. So if I press W, you see that my 16 workspace light up, and it will actually open this this landing page for me. But more interesting is this D, which will open a dev UI. So if I press D, again, 16 lighted, and I got open on localhost 8080/q/dev UI, which is yet another really great feature of Quarkus, which is a graphical interface into your dev mode. Any extension, like you can see here, Small Ray Open API or REST Easy Reactive JSON, can make any kind of functionality, expose any kind of functionality on this page. So for instance, Small Ray Open API provides out of the box this Swagger UI, where I can see my generated Swagger UI from my generated Open API directly in this basically dev UI. So one interesting thing, for instance, here, this ARC extension is basically providing dependency injection, so we can see our classes here. What I want to pick here is the 64 removed components, which are basically classes which are only needed at build time. So Quarkus can do a lot of processing at build time, and it will use these classes, and they don't need to really be propagated into runtime. So actually, these 64 classes will never be packaged into your production. Just something to show you even in this small application. Moving on, we have this configuration tab, which lists all possible configuration options in your current applications, which you current application or your current application with your extensions which you currently have on the class path. So here you can see everything which is configurable for this particular application. So if I search here, for instance, for this Quarkus log console darken, I can just change this and I can directly save it with this button. And you will see that this change also triggers the live reload basically of the dev mode. And actually, if I go into my application properties, you see that this is actually written into the actual property file. However, if you change it here and just save the file, this will not automatically trigger the reload. Then you need to manually trigger it with S if you want to reapply the configuration. But very useful feature, because basically you have really nice overview of everything that you can configure in one place. You have also some basically metrics about endpoints. You have also tab for continuous testing. So if you prefer the UI, actually, if I click this button down here, you can see that I can open that dev mode directly inside this UI too. We have the services, which I will show you in a minute, and build metrics are something which we don't have time to cover, but you have really a good insight into how your application is being processed. So if you will work with Quarkus, this is very valuable information. And with that, I will move back into the terminal. Here I am inside the same directory which I generated. So with Quarkus ext, which is just short for extensions, I can list all the extensions which I currently have installed inside my project. So for instance, also transitive dependency of this REST Easy Reactive JSON, which is just providing JSON support on top of REST server. And I can, with Quarkus extension -I, list installable extensions inside this application, which you can see again is this very long list of installable extensions. Just if I want to add a new extension, I have actually that command right here. So if I want to add extension, I can do extension add, and I will add 3 extensions. One is Hibernate Panache, which is a new framework from Hibernate team for database access. I will add driver for PostgreSQL, and I will add this REST Data Panache extension, which I will show you in a minute. If I add these extensions into my project, you see that this also automatically triggers the live reload of my dev mode. And you can see here that some magic is started to be done. And what this magic actually is, before I will show you, again, this is no magic. This just added new dependencies into my POM XML. So actually, if you add new extensions inside this POM XML, this will also trigger the live reload automatically. But moving back, what this actually does did, you see that I started something which is called the dev service for a managed database. So what it actually it saw that I want to connect to Postgres because I added JDBC driver for Postgres, but I didn't configure any connection URL to Postgres. So Quarkus did basically for me, Quarkus started a new Postgres container, and it automatically, if I press, let me just check to verify dev services with C, I can actually see that it started for me this hungry hurgle, which should be hungry huggle, and it injected configuration which actually connects my application to this newly started container. So my Quarkus application is now really connected to a real Postgres database running inside the container, and I can start developing basically my application directly against a real database. So I will create a new entity, and probably I need to just re-import the new Maven dependencies. With Panache, we can simply extend Panache entity. We also need to annotate it with an entity, and we can define all our fields inside this class name as public fields. Civil name, public Boolean snapped, and that's it. This is my full class. Because Quarkus is doing a lot of processing at build time, Quarkus will actually, or Panache will actually generate getters, setters, in case you need it, nowhere constructor, and basically Quarkus will do all stuff which is required for this to be a valid entity in the background. Also, it will generate this ID for me automatically. If you need to override it, you can also directly extend this Panache entity base, but this is everything that I need to do. I could directly start using this entity. I will just show you that this, what I showed you here, is basically called active record pattern. So if I have a record, I can just start persisting it like this. But since we don't have time, I cannot show you this. So I will jump directly into this REST data Panache extension, which is basically allowing me to easily integrate or expose my entities as CRUD REST resources. So I will just create this Avenger resource as an interface, which extends Panache entity resource, where I need to pass my Avenger and type of my ID, which is long. And I believe this is everything. So if I now restart my application, see that this also restarts my Docker container. So now I should have a new Docker container started. And I have no idea what I just got. Okay, hopefully this is running. If I now go back into, and I won't because my local host 8080/dev UI. Inside the services, no. Inside extensions, inside the server is more open API. In Swagger UI, you can see then just by defining this interface like this, Quarkus already generated for me a new Avenger resource with everything that I need. And I can start directly calling this application on localhost 8080/Avenger. I will get an empty JSON. So if I want to have some data actually with Panache, I can just create a new file, call it import SQL in resources. And here I can just pass a bunch of SQL, which will be automatically added into my database when I restart the database. So if I refresh this now, hopefully my container will restart. So it will take a second. You see that the container is starting, but when it finishes, you see that I got my data inside my database. Hopefully you can still see me because my Chrome died on me because it doesn't like this streaming platform. So hopefully you can see me, and I will finish in 3 minutes. So I will just show you how to deploy this now in production. Unfortunately, probably only locally. So if I now stop the service and you see that I don't have this database running anymore, I can start the database manually to show you how I can connect to this application. For that, I need to configure actually my application to define that URL now. So I can just pick this configuration. So you can see that I am pointing it to my locally running database now in production mode. And I can just really quickly Maven clean package fast. I can package my application really fast. And hopefully I can now just run my application, and it will now connect to the database. So if I refresh this, I am still getting back the same stuff. I also exposed this Swagger UI in production mode, so we can still see it here. And I just want to show you how to get this easily into a cloud. So I have actually here running an OpenShift when I have already prepared a Postgres database. And I will just really quickly add OpenShift extension, which is QA is just Quarkus add OpenShift. And now with just simple flag Quarkus OpenShift deploy through, sorry, wrong terminal, I can basically, hopefully I'm still connected to an OpenShift. I can deploy my application into OpenShift in something which is called S2I build. So I will package my application into a jar locally on my machine. I will push this jar into OpenShift. So you can see that it's already pushed into my OpenShift sandbox, my local jar. OpenShift will build a new image, Docker image from this jar that I just pushed, and it will deploy my application in OpenShift. So in a few moments, in a minute, I should see my Quarkus application running here. So hopefully this will run. We can see that the image is now being built. And in a few seconds, we should see, come on. Yes, that a new deployment should jump up here, but it's not. And my internet is slow, of course. Okay, I will do it like this. So we can see that Avenger was exposed, and hopefully we can also see it in UI, but we can't because for some reason it will not open. Okay, so now it's picking, so we can see it here, and my application is now running inside OpenShift on HTTP Avenger/Avenger. No, it will. Oh, come on. Oh, sorry, because my Chrome died on me and I'm not using Fedora, but if I can just copy this, I can show you inside the terminal that on this Avenger, my application is actually deployed. Unfortunately, I cannot do it inside the terminal. And with that, I will close up. So basically, this was really short, but hopefully it was enough to show you that Quarkus development mode and this developer joy focus is a really important tooling in every developer, basically local stack, because as you can see, I didn't stop the dev mode for the whole duration of the talk. I can continuously develop my application. After I am finished, I can just package it, easily deploy it into a container, or I can just package it into GraalVM native with a simple flag. So Quarkus will provide a really nice developer experience, never minding from what kind of backgrounds you are coming, because it will usually take care of all the issues that every one of us needs to deal with when we are setting up our local machines. And with that, I will thank you for your attention, and I will finish my talk. Thank you very much.
Martin. Thank you for delivering your presentation. It was really excited one. And
Hello, and
let's start the
welcome to
Q&A
my
session.
session about Quarkus for online summit for.
Sorry. Let's start the Q&A session. And we have Maximilian also with us. Hi.
Hi. Hi, Martin. Oh, looks like Martin. Oh, Martin's coming.
Hopefully you also saw the end of my talk because my Chrome again died on me.
Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, Martin.
Thank you.
So we're having the last Q&A of junior track. And the first question is for Maximilian.
Oh.
Not everybody likes GPA for SQL, so probably there will be some that would not want to use Jakarta NoSQL for NoSQL, right?
No, actually, you can use well, you can use Jakarta NoSQL for manage database from Java application. So the idea to use Jakarta specification is to make your code flexible to switch between the vendors. Am I right? It doesn't mean that you need to use a specific. You're not right to use a specific API. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you want to use a specific API for a specific NoSQL vendor, that's okay. But today, when you are in cloud, especially any kind of vendor today, probably you need to store data. And it's easy to see to use NoSQL because NoSQL provide you a couple functionalities. For example, you can easily handle with a bunch of data, for example, instead of to work with SQL database. I'm not saying that SQL database is not a good one, and I'm not saying that Jakarta JPA is something that you always need to use. Everything depends of the trade-off. You need to handle it. Trade-offs is something that we always need to handle it. But if you want to use Jakarta NoSQL, it doesn't mean that you need to use JPA. You just need to do this by itself. Feel free to reach out me if you want to learn more. How can I use that? But I prefer to make my code flexible in order instead of to tied to a specific vendor, because in the future something could be changed, and that's the reason why I think it's valuable. But also, it's depends of the context. I don't know if Martin wants to say something about, but feel free to do this.
This is basically the struggle when you are choosing to depend on a particular vendor API versus the specification. The specifications are typically more stable, so you are not changing your code that much. And also, if you decide or if you will have to move to another vendor, if you are using a lot of proprietary APIs, it can be a real pain. While with the specification, you don't need to change basically any code, only configuration.
Yeah, it's interesting because we can see, for example, Quarkus. Quarkus also use many Jakarta specification instead of to create our own API declaration. Am I right? Okay, we can use Spring interfaces on Quarkus. Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, but behind of scenes, Quarkus works in a specific way to provide the benefits that Quarkus promises to do, and that's the reason why I think we need to care. You need to pay attention a little bit about Jakarta specification because this is stability, the mature API that is developed from specific specs leads and so on. That's it. I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you for the answer. Yes, it's great. It was full answer. Thank you for bringing it to the discussion. And the next question is from Martin. How would you introduce Quarkus in a team that has used Spring Boot since forever?
Good question. So actually, if you will search on the internet, we have a free ebook on Red Hat developer site, Quarkus for Spring developers. where you can find basically a lot of information on transformation from Spring to Quarkus. But if I would be asked this question, I would basically say that if you want to have a continuous experience without stopping to every time that you make a change, to stop, to compile your code, run the test, possibly run your actual application, and only then be able to test your actual change that you made, then basically Quarkus can help you with this. Also, a lot of time saving in terms of that split between build time and runtime processing, which I didn't have time to cover, means that a lot of processing that Spring Boot needs to do at runtime. So every time that you will start your application, like process the configuration, annotation processing, like scan all your class paths and like process classes, dependency injections, etc., needs to be done every time that you start your application. Quarkus does everything which I just mentioned at build time, and it will just record the results in form of bytecode into your package application. So every time that you will start your application, it will start faster. It is consuming less resources because, as I showed you, Quarkus will find out which classes are only needed for initialization or which are not reachable, for instance, and they will never be included inside your produced jar or your basically production application. So Quarkus can save you resources in terms of developer time, experience, and it can save you resources in a cloud, which are mostly about CPU and memory. So this would be my 2 cents why Quarkus is better than Spring Boot.
Great. Thanks for the answer. And now we are moving to questions from our community. One for Maximilian. How does the Jakarta NoSQL specification simplify the process of integrating NoSQL databases with Java applications, especially when compared to traditional methods?
Okay, so it's very interesting. Well, behind the scenes, Quarkus follow there are kind of ways to communicate with database. So we got a connection, we got a mapping process, we got an execution process. So I think that by using Jakarta NoSQL, you can avoid to do this kind of mapping process by yourself. So we just need to, okay, it's pretty similar to Jakarta persistence. So you annotate your object because in Java, everything is an object. So you need to handle with object. And there are straight ways to connect with database. We can use mapping or we can use data-oriented programming. For example, you can use the drive to connect the database and so on. I think that once you got a specific way to mapping object to database, you are free from semantics from the database. For example, I need to handle with relationship, I need to handle with entrance and so on. It's hard to do it. It's far away from the business rule, business logic. So when we are working in our application, we need to care about the logic. You don't need to care about the persistence perspective. Of course, it's not as 100% reality. It's how can I say? It's a wonderful world. That's something that we always pursuing for. But I think Jakarta can help you to elevate this kind of integration, and that's it. I think it's a specification that's evolving. Okay, so it's not it's something that get more mature process. It's something that you need to get feedback from the community to see how those things work. But the way that we used to do right now, attaching to an API, a specific API of vendor, you are locked with this vendor. And sometimes in the cloud, you need to pursue you need to save money. Am I right? Because you use as you pay. So sometimes you need to switch to the vendor. Of course, sometimes back in days, it's not a reality. You used to see companies holding everything themselves on premises and so on. But today in the cloud, your code needs to be ready to switch to test and other things. So I think with Jakarta can simplify this kind of process. Just using the same acknowledgement that you already have today when we are talking about mapping mapping entities and so on, as we do with Jakarta persistence. So I think this is a way that could be help the people against the traditional methods of the work with NoSQL. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. And the last question in
I
this
speak a
Q&A
lot.
is from Martin. That's great. It's great to have a full picture. So, Martin, what are some key features of Quarkus that contribute to its reputation for fostering developer joy and productivity?
So basically, dev mode, dev services, dev UI, continuous testing. Probably the most important stuff, and basically everything that is encompassed in these features, because when you will try to develop a complex system, as I said, I'm writing a book where we purposely made extremely complex system, where we have basically 11 containers started for 5 microservices with these dev services, for instance. Everything automatically wired together, so we didn't you don't need to touch the actual configuration for it. I say Kafka, RabbitMQ, individual databases, so every service has a different database. We didn't touch this until the possibly last chapter when we really need to go to production, when you will actually stop. And for me, these kind of features are extremely great productivity booster. So I am running sometimes Quarkus dev mode in terms of days. So like I once ran it for 3 days straight and I didn't need to stop it. So that would be it.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for the answer. Thank you both for joining the Q&A session. And that's it. Yeah. Thank you for contributing to the event. It was great pleasure to cooperate with you.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again
for
having me.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. So I am about to close the junior track of Online Summit for Java Devs 24. Tomorrow will be a paid day with another 11 speakers and one more panel discussion about AI and LLM technology in Java. Buy full access tickets for the event. Also, you get a promo code, 20% discount with Java Live. And I want to thank all the speakers who were with us today, who delivered us those amazing pieces of content. I hope it is insightful for the audience. I hope you can implement those knowledge in your daily work, and it will contribute to your future outstanding expert's career. So I hope you're excited for tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.